Chapter 281. Timar's First Tomb 2. There is an area called Valai in the Great Plains of Ans, in the central zone of the plains. Go there and infuse the shadow energy into this key. Then his first tomb will be revealed to you. Is there anything I should keep in mind? No matter what happens there, do not panic. This is what Sodaret wanted me to tell you. Is there anything else? Nothing. I wish you luck in your battles. Jean Runcandle. The key that Pecan handed over while uttering those words was a small black rod the size of a finger. It didn't look special at all. If one weren't aware that it was actually a key, they would easily mistake it for a missing piece of a device or something of the sort. He told you to infuse your shadow energy into it? Give it to me. Murakan took the key and started infusing shadow energy into it. Nothing happened. At least it seemed so. I can see what this object is about. These objects won't activate unless a sufficient amount of shadow energy is infused into them. Sodaret used to make these things and call them toys. Really? So, when are you going to head to the Great Plains of Ans? Murakan asked. I'd like to go immediately, but first I have to see Uncle Jed and also get the dates for the assassination of the Black Knight spy, since my mother said that would be my first mission. She said she would assign another flag-bearer who is an expert in that, alongside you. I suppose it will be Joshua, right? Since it's a crucial mission, he'll try to use you while giving all the credit to Joshua. I don't think Mother would use such superficial tricks. What do you think, Gilly? I agree with you, young master. I don't think it would be Joshua, that cunning bastard. Oops, sorry. Instead, I believe it would be young Lady Luncia or young Master Dyphus. Luncia and Dyphus. These two were always mentioned when people discussed the strongest flag-bearer of Runcandle besides Luna, who was above the rest. Luncia and Dyphus, huh? Well, that's true. Since we have to eliminate a Black Knight, we'll need someone with a proven track record as well. But if they're certain this Black Knight is a spy, why not simply capture and kill him? Why go through the trouble of planning a mission and all that? They could easily execute him as a target for elimination in the Garden of Swords, couldn't they? We need enough justification and a backstory to kill someone as prominent as a Black Knight. We can't reveal to all clan members that the Black Knight had been a spy, so a simple elimination would undermine discipline within the clan while revealing the truth. Holding a trial for espionage would undermine the clan's reputation, as this particular spy happens to be a Black Knight. Goodness, you humans. You barely live a century, and yet you hold your reputation in higher esteem than us dragons. So, we can't go to Timar's tomb before you're assigned a date for the assassination of the Black Knight, right? That's right. Things are going to get slow around here. TSK. They'll probably give plenty of time to prepare for the mission. Killing a Black Knight spy is not a simple assassination, and the clan will also need to prepare well in advance. Once we know the date, let's head to Timar's tomb before the mission begins. Jean went to see Jed the next day. He no longer taught the intermediate class cadets. He was now an instructor for the advanced class cadets. I sent the entire group of advanced level cadets on external missions so that I can pass on the final movements to you. His voice echoed strongly as he spoke in the center of the empty training field. Jed was still in the advanced stages of his 8-star level, but that was merely an indication of his aura. It didn't speak of the actual skill he could display in combat. There weren't many 9-star swordsmen who could defeat Jed in combat. Thank you, Uncle. There are 3 final movements that I can teach you without council approval. But one of them is suitable for chain swords, and another is suitable for giant swords. Therefore, I will teach you the final movement suitable for long swords. Yes, sir. Jean had witnessed and faced 2 finishing movements since his revival. The 3rd final movement, Meteor Shower, and the 7th final movement, Volcano. Both techniques were extremely powerful. In particular, the captivating scene that unfolded before his eyes when Luna executed Meteor Shower to kill Andre still inspired Jean from time to time. That's why he wanted to learn Meteor Shower first, but I guess that will have to wait until I can defeat all the elders. Jed slowly unsheathed his sword. The 4th final movement, Petal Cascade. I will demonstrate it slowly at first, so try to follow the flow of the sword and the aura. Jed's sword began to emanate light as it was bathed in aura. For now, it was no different from the energy of an ordinary sword. But soon, he could see the aura around the sword splitting. The concentrated aura started forming small fractures. It meant that the aura around the sword was weakening. An aura that wasn't concentrated around the sword could break off like debris at the slightest impact. So knights always had to maintain their aura concentrated around the sword during battle. The aura around Jed's sword continued to open around the fractures. It looked like it would detach from the sword at the slightest touch. As you know, such fractures in the aura would hinder its use. Any inexperienced swordsman wielding their swords in this state would drop their aura. Jed then took a slight step forward. The sword naturally rose in the air and then Jed brought down the sword with a very smooth but swift motion. It was like any ordinary vertical slash. The fragments of aura remained intact on Jed's sword after the slash. His aura didn't detach, not even as the sword cut through the air. It was as if someone was moving a sandcastle without it crumbling. First, you have to be able to wield the sword in a way that the hanging aura fragments remain intact on the sword. Whoosh! The hanging aura fragments were released. It was like petals being released into the air, just like the name of the movement, petal cascade. But each of these aura petals had devastating power. They could easily cut through steel and even the flesh and bones of 8-star martial artists or higher. Such petals splattered in the air in unpredictable trajectories. If a person had been standing amidst them, they would have been torn into unrecognizable pieces within seconds. Could you feel it well? Jed asked. Jean nodded. The technique, petal cascade, is more difficult to master than it seems. Not only do you need to refine the aura, but also master willpower and the spirit of the word. And, most importantly, maintaining the aura intact until the required moment is impossible without the blessed body of the run candles. If someone were to forcefully maintain the falling aura intact without the blessed body, even 10-star knights would end up in recoil. I'm sure I don't need to explain the aura movement. First, practice fracturing and maintaining the aura intact. Once you've done that, transform each aura fragment into concentrated blade waves. Jean calmly listened to Jed's continued explanation. But, in reality, he felt a strange déjà vu when Jed fractured his aura. I'm sure of it. Petal Cascade, the fourth final movement, is based on Cascade, the legendary sword combat technique. There were many similarities between Cascade, the legendary sword combat technique, and Petal Cascade, the final movement. Both required intentional aura fracturing, keeping it intact on the sword, and then releasing it at the desired moment to create waves on the blade. Of course, the original of the two had to be Cascade, the legendary sword combat technique. Jean could even tell which of these similar techniques was superior. Cascade is certainly superior, apart from the fact that humans without a light heart could never use it. Suddenly, he felt worried. What if most of the long-awaited final movements were nothing more than inferior copies of the legendary sword? At least Meteor Shower and Volcano are original to the run candles, so I guess that won't be the case. Jed's explanation continued for another 20 minutes. That's all. If you have any questions, now is the time. Uncle, what is it? I'm sure you know that I also wield lightning energy, in addition to being Soderet's contractor. Yes. It was widely talked about that you were Petal's contractor when you went by the name Bamel. Jean took off his shirt. He revealed the light heart in the center of his chest. Jed's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I had a fortuitous encounter in my days as a provisional flag bearer. As a result, I gained this light heart and began wielding lightning energy. A fortuitous encounter, you say? I would like to tell you the whole story in detail if you swear to keep my secret, of course. What kind of fortuitous encounter would require such secrecy? I can definitely tell you that my story will also benefit you, Uncle. Now that you mention it, I'm intrigued. Very well. Jed. Run candle. Swear on my honor that I will never speak of it to anyone. Now it was Jin's turn to explain to Jed the kind of training he had received from the legends in La Ferosa. Surprisingly, Jed listened with great interest, like a child listening to stories of days past. Jean told him everything, except for the fact that the 77 legends had been prepared by Soderet for Timar's and Jin's own good. So our ancestor also knew the semi-orcs that were said to have gone extinct. It seems like a secret story that hasn't been written in any of the clan's documents. So, are you saying that the technique called Cascade, which you learned from them, is similar to Petal Cascade? I'll show you. Buzz. Lightning energy enveloped Jin's body, and Jed couldn't hide his surprise. The lightning energy gathered in Sigmund, and everything unfolded exactly like Petal Cascade. The energy intentionally split and forcefully remained intact. Oh, look at that! Jed clenched his fists tightly and exclaimed as Sigmund fell to the ground. The lightning energy followed Sigmund's trajectory and flowed down like a cascade. Anyone could tell it was similar to a cascade of petals. Just like, you, uncle, I used the minimum amount of lightning energy. Of course you did. Even Petal Cascade would have destroyed the training field if it had a large amount of aura. But this technique you performed called Cascade, clearly it is something superior. Well, then I would have nothing to teach you. But that wasn't all. In fact, Jin's demonstration made Jed see the limitations of the Petal Cascade final movement. And fully understanding a limitation was no different from saying that one was given the possibility to further improve oneself. But in Jed's case, he soared even higher. Since I cannot reach the light heart on my own, I won't be able to mimic Cascade even if I start mastering Petal Cascade again with the inspiration I've gained today. However, I feel like I might be able to enhance the power of Petal Cascade on my own. What? You're talking about enhancing the technique? Uncle? Just by looking at Jin's Cascade, Jed knew he could go beyond mastering Petal Cascade and further enhance it. I like it, Jin. I'll consider it a great gift you've given me today. Once I finish enhancing it and gain the approval of those boneheaded council elders, the council won't have any reasons to deny it anymore. In that case, it will be your achievement, uncle, not mine. Enhancing a finishing move is a tremendous achievement, and it will earn you many elders who will respect your opinion of me. But that doesn't mean they'll take away all the reasons to reject me, right? Jed smiled at those words. No, the council won't be able to deny or reject you anymore. You see, this old uncle of yours is going to add your name to the enhanced Petal Cascade. Chapter 282, Timar's First Tomb, 3. On February 25, 1799, all the flagbearers who had set out to cheer up the clans under Runcandle's control returned to the Garden of Swords. They had heard stories about Jin from sources outside the clan while visiting each of their designated areas. Hey brother, welcome back. Smack. Mary abruptly punched Dyphus in the back. Oh, you little lunatic. Mary, how many times do I have to tell you to stop greeting me like that? Did anything interesting happen on your journey? How could anything be more interesting than what you did here? I may have suggested it, but I made it clear. You deal with the aftermath. He was referring to Mary stealing Bradamanti and handing it over to Jean. Why? You were with Joshua a while ago. Did he tell you something? Surprisingly, no. But that's when it's most dangerous. You know that, right? Be careful for a while. I don't know anything about that. Besides, I've never watched my back in my whole life. But come on, stop talking about that. I asked if anything interesting happened during the journey. Dyphus brought his hand to his forehead. Yes, I'm the fool. For expecting a normal conversation from you. So, was there or wasn't there? Yes, there was. On the 4th day of the journey, everyone was talking about Jean. Tell me. Damn it. Isn't it condescending of you to command me like that, 7th flag-bearer? Please tell me. Good Sir 4th flag-bearer. As expected, there were many clans that felt uncomfortable because Jean undermined the tradition and authenticity of the Runcandle clan. Is that so? There were some others who congratulated him, saying that thanks to him, the Saints are once again helping Huffister, although they were by far the minority. No, I'm not interested in any of that. You know what I'm asking you. Were there any rumors about Jin's strength? Of course. They were talking about comparing him to Dante Hyran. Apparently, some of the nobles from Huffister went to the Cosmos Arena where Jean had participated during his time as a provisional flag-bearer. They said the final battle was undoubtedly a spectacle. I mean that fighting competition where you ended up as the runner-up. Runner-up? I defeated that guy 2 months later, so I'm the champion. Look, there are ears listening, okay? Don't spill secrets like that around. Here. Anyway, Dante High ran. Huh? The world really has no idea. What are you talking about? I almost lost to him. Dyphus immediately stopped. You're joking, right? Does it seem like I'm joking? Sure, the successor of the Hyran Patriarchy is quite impressive, but he's nothing compared to Jean. I think you're underestimating Dante. Do you think it's possible for me to lose against Dante? Dyphus fell silent for a while. Certainly, Mary wouldn't have acted this way after fighting Dante. A power similar to Mary's at the age of 19? Jean is undoubtedly a beast. Obviously, Dyphus had expected Mary to defeat Jean. His original image was that Jean would be terribly injured in the process, leaving Dyphus alone with the mission to assassinate the Black Knight. At this rate, I'm just playing into my mother's hands. Damn it. The mission to assassinate the spy Black Knight Rosa had already decided to assign Dyphus with Jean. Soon, the stewards came to fetch the two flag-bearers. Madame Rosa has called for a flag-bearer meeting. All the flag-bearers immediately gathered in her office. We will discuss a single agenda item for this flag-bearer meeting. We also discussed it before the Patriarch left. It concerns the assassination of the Black Knight spy. Yes, Mother. Tension soared in the brief silence. This mission will be carried out by the 4th flag-bearer, Dyphus Runcandle, and the 12th flag-bearer, Jean Runcandle. Your mission is to provoke the death of the Black Knight in combat. The mission will take place in the disputed territory of Bentica, near the kingdom of Mila. The brothers felt different emotions when the 4th and 12th flag-bearers were assigned to the mission. Some felt relieved, while others felt like they had missed out on something. Dyphus immediately looked at Jean, but Jean deliberately avoided his gaze. A mining area where ancient Eversteel was supposed to be found was recently discovered in Bentica. We have received information that the Zippel are introducing the White Knight and the Kozek into the area for that purpose. Therefore, we have decided to send a Black Knight, 2 flag-bearers, and 10 Guardian Knights for the mission. The Runcandles and the Zippels fought daily in skirmishes large and small over land, minerals, natural resources, basically everything. If they fought over gold mines or common lands, the battle was waged with Guardian Knights and Magicians or through clans under their control. But when they had to fight over rare goods like ancient Eversteel or fairy traces, they clashed with troops and key assets. This time, the Zippels were sending the White Knight and the Kozek, while the Runcandles were responding with their Black Knight spy along with 2 flag-bearers and 10 Guardian Knights. The 2 flag-bearers will confront the Zippels along with 10 Guardian Knights and the Black Knight spy, and you will make sure the Black Knight spy dies at the hands of the enemy in battle. This was an incredibly difficult mission to accomplish. Assassinating a Black Knight itself was an achievement, but they had to induce a discreet death. The only reason they had to go to such lengths to kill a Black Knight was because of the clan's reputation. It wouldn't look good if it was known that they killed a Black Knight by fighting against a force weaker than the Kozek. Only a few within the Zippel clan are aware of the Black Knight spy. Intelligence tells us that Kiliak Zippel, Octavia Zippel, and 3 high-level elders are the only ones who know about it. This was the main reason the Runcandles were preparing this massive charade of the Black Knight assassination mission. The White Knight didn't know that the Black Knight was a Zippel spy. The Runcandles assessed that if the Black Knight was seen obliterating the White Knight right up until the moment of his assassination, the Zippels would no longer bother trying to make more Black Knight spies. And there was a clear incentive if everything went according to plan. It would effectively make the Zippels fall for their own tricks. And of course, after the death of the Black Knight spy, you must defeat the Zippel forces and secure the mine. Failure to achieve either of the 2 objectives will automatically result in failure for this mission. A brief silence followed. The flag-bearers were certain that this was by far the most difficult mission assigned to any of them in the past 2 years. The mission will commence on March 8th. Make sure all preparations are completed within that time frame. 4th flag-bearer and 12th flag-bearer, if you have any requests or complaints about the mission, now is the time to present them. Negative. Please tell us the name of the Black Knight spy. Dyphus and Jean spoke at the same time. Jean didn't have access to all the clan's files with his privileges as the 12th flag-bearer. He needed access permission from at least the 4th flag-bearer or higher to obtain the personal data of the Black Knights. Barton Vicina. I'll give you detailed documentation on the target, so take a look. He hadn't heard the name before. Therefore, he couldn't gain any advantage in his fight against Barton Vicina from knowledge of his past life. Thank you. This is a mission that the entire clan has put a lot of effort into preparing. I hope the 4th and 12th flag-bearers bring us successful results. That's all. You may leave. The flag-bearers left the office. It was strange. For some reason, Joshua didn't make any moves against Mary, who had recently stolen from his armory, or against Jean, the beneficiary of her theft. He simply walked out without looking at them. Luncia yawned a couple of times before returning to Rose's office. She didn't mean anything by it. She just went back to retrieve the documents she had left inside. Myo and didn't bother Jean either. Ran and Vuigo exchanged several glances with Jean and Mary, but that was it. The Tana twins awkwardly paced back and forth around Jean, as they did the last time, before returning to their rooms. Do those adorable fools try to fight against you like I do? Mary asked. Probably not. Well, it's good to know. Jean, I'd like to give you some advice. I'll be fine, thank you, Mary. No, I'm not fine, that's why. Try to work with Dyfus on the Black Knight assassination mission as much as possible. Even if it's just for the sake of the deal you made with me. Mary estimated that Jean was incredibly strong, but she still didn't believe he was powerful enough to take on a Black Knight, especially in such a complicated mission. Imagine how boring my life would become if you ever died or got injured. You see, the only thing holding me together these days is thinking about how I'll fight against you in 3 months when spring comes. Now I'm leaving for you two to talk. All right? Mary left. Jean and Dyfus were the only ones left in the hallway. Mary is right, Jean. Dyfus spoke first. What do you mean, Dyfus? I mean we should work together. I'm aware that you consider all your brothers as enemies. But this is an important matter. Even Father himself strictly mentioned that we should abstain from rank wars for the time being. So, are you offering that we train together until the mission begins? Yes. I reject the offer. Dyfus shrugged. And why is that? I'm confident that you can complete the mission on your own without me nearby because I personally believe you're the strongest among the brothers aside from Luna. Really? And I also don't think you're the selfless type to give me credit for the mission. So why should I train with you? I'd just be used as bait or cannon fodder anyway. It would be a waste of my precious time. Well, that wasn't my intention either. I just needed something to say when Mary asks me about it later. It seems you care a lot about Mary. Perhaps more than Luna cares about you. So, Jean. Dyfus paused and continued calmly. I hope you don't kill or disable Mary in those fights you'll have every 3 months. Is that a warning? No, it's just a request from one person to another. I'm sure you, more than anyone, understand what I mean. Jean and Dyfus's gazes clashed. They weren't filled with killing intent or a fighting spirit, but a mysterious tension filled the space between them. Do you realize that requests usually come with a price? Tell me what you want. Don't lower the class of the run candles. His cold words were spoken out of disappointment. Dyfus's eyebrows twitched. It's unbecoming of the run candles to make requests to the enemy. I'll turn a blind eye to this incident since I also have brothers I care about. But if you show such actions again, I'll no longer classify you as my enemy, Dyfus. Jean turned around. Dyfus remained lost in thought until Jean was completely out of sight. Chapter 283, Timar's First Tomb. 4. Actually, the Tana twins didn't return to their rooms. They hid behind the pillar at the end of the hallway to spy on Jean and Dyfus. The twins weren't curious about their conversation, but Emma had ordered them to bring Jean since there weren't many opportunities to get to know him. Emma was getting nervous because Jean never visited her. Dyfus seems very shaken by something. Don't you think so, Haitona? I agree. We should start walking towards Jean and... Wait, Dyfus is coming this way. Haitona whispered back. No, we're doomed. What if he interrogates us again for spying on him? Just act natural as much as possible. The Tana twins hid behind the pillar. Their hearts beat faster as Dyphus approached. Finally, he passed by them. The twins smiled awkwardly. Dyphus glanced at them indifferently and continued on. He didn't roast them like he did with Myo or En. Dyphus acted as if the Tana twins didn't exist because they weren't competitors, and they weren't worth paying attention to. In fact, Dyphus knew that the Tana twins had been hiding behind the pillar from the beginning. In any case, the twins felt relieved that nothing had happened, but they also felt their self-esteem crumbling. Outside the clan, they were known as the darlings of hell, but they had no presence among their brothers. Let's go to Jean. Yes. Their steps were somewhat dispirited, but they still walked fast enough to catch up to Jean, who was waiting for them on the other side of the hallway. Jean was also aware that the Tana twins were observing him. Hello, Jean. Ah, it's you too. Jean turned around and greeted them. The twins scratched their heads. What brings you here? Ah, about that. Would you like to have tea with us? The Tana twins were endearing in their own way. Sorry, but I'm busy today. Oh, really? How about tomorrow? I'll be busy for a while preparing for the mission. Oh, I see. Brothers. Yes. Maybe it would be good to see both of you acting on your own will occasionally, not just Emma's will. The Tana twins seemed embarrassed at the mention of Emma's name. If you had wanted to talk to me alone, I could have dedicated some time to you. The reason why other brothers look down on you is that you seem like Emma's puppets, not run candle flag bearers. Is it that bad? Does it look like that? Isn't it because we're weak? Frankly, you're not exactly weak elsewhere, you know? Both of them were 7 stars at the age of 21. They would easily be called prodigies elsewhere, but this was the run candles. The Tana twins were clearly the weakest among the flag bearers. Respect comes from attitude, remember that, and convey a message to Emma from me. Oh, okay. What is it? Tell her not to be anxious and not dare to call me unless it's so important that she absolutely needs to inform me. The Tana twins nodded with a heavy heart. They were ashamed that their younger brother was telling them what to do, but neither of them could say anything, nor did they have a need to say anything. They knew their position in the pecking order. As for Jean, he genuinely hoped that someday the Tana twins would be accepted by everyone in the clan. In his past life, Jean passionately hated the Tana twins, but he knew in this life they genuinely cared for him. We can have tea after the Black Knight assassination mission is over, or we could have a drink. Hey kid, do we really have to ride in that thing? Can't we just fly there? Murakan asked. No, we can't. It would take us centuries to fly there. Besides, I already told you. We have to be back in the clan by March 6th. Darn it, I'm going to vomit and get headaches again. What a hassle. Murakan shook his head. Jean and Murakan were in the armored carriage heading towards the gate of Kalen's limited express portal. We have arrived, young master. Thank you. You may return. Loyalty to the clan. Everyone on the street immediately turned their heads to Jean and Murakan as they stepped out of the carriage. The run candle flag bearers were the stars of Huffister, which meant people looked at them nostalgically even if all they did was walk down the street. Of course, that didn't apply to the sulky ones like Myo and En. The authority of the run candle flag bearers was so powerful that they could have someone killed for looking at them the wrong way. Although Jin's true personality hadn't been revealed to the world yet, most people had fantasies about his character. They assumed. The young man fought alone against the Zippel and achieved victories against them in the name of justice. And they weren't entirely wrong. Perhaps it was his reputation that made the two familiar in their eyes. Passers-by talked about Jean and Murakan as they walked. They said things like, "Is that Jean Runcandle? He's so handsome. The man next to him is the legendary cat dragon. Who said I'm a cat? Damn lunatics." Murakan suddenly yelled, causing people to lower their heads and quickly disappear from the streets. From today onwards, the rumor would spread that Jin's guardian dragon was quite obnoxious. Come on, my ears hurt. Why are you suddenly yelling? I'm annoyed about having to ride the portal gate as it is. And then those people start calling me a cat. Don't they know I can hear their whispers? Because not everyone in the world has the hearing of an 8-star martial artist. Most would assume you can't hear their whispers. Who cares? Oh, I'm so angry. Murakan was agitated for a reason. Last night, he had asked Gilly out on a date and was rejected. Strawberry pie. I heard there are many nice places to go in. Kaylin, why don't we go to all of them one by one together? We won't have to hide our identities anymore. So we can comfortably explore the city and have a drink. I'm sorry, Murakan. I think I should watch my actions until young Master Jean is fully settled and finds his place in the clan. This conversation had put Murakan in a bad mood. Become the patriarch already. I feel frustrated, he told Jean. Speak quieter. People can hear you. Don't go around saying things like that. The Great Plains of Ans were Chukon Tolder's land, right? That means there might be remnants of the Dark Magic Guild there as well. If I see any of them there, oh, they'll get the beating of their lives. I mean it. We took down the Dark Magic Guild last time. I hope there are still some left. What a horrible suggestion. There weren't many people at the Limited Express portal gate. The staff immediately called the portal guardian upon seeing Jin's flag-bearer coat. The guardian guided Jean to the seats dedicated to the flag-bearers, located in the inner area, with utmost courtesy. Sir Jean Runcandle, it is an honor to serve. You. Please tell me your destination. The nearest portal to the Ola Mountain Range. Understood, sir. What should I do with the portal usage records? Have them erased so that no one can access them. Yes, sir. Wishing you a comfortable journey. Whoosh. The portal opened once the guardian left. Kid. But why the Ola Mountains? Aren't we supposed to go to the Great Plains of Ans? I thought we were short on time. Earlier, you said we had to hurry. I want to test the guardian. Blue mana enveloped the two of them. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves at an ancient portal near the Ola Mountains. The knights standing by the gate greeted Jean. Meanwhile, Murakan spent some time vomiting. Disgusting. No need for attendance. I have come for a personal matter and don't need anyone to cater to me. Go ahead. Jean mounted Murakan and deliberately took off flying while the knights kept a watchful eye on him. They flew towards the Ola Mountains. Then they flew to various places in the area for several hours until they hid in a deep valley of the mountain range to disguise themselves with golden mouse hair dye and makeup. These products could create highly convincing disguises without much trouble. Yes, those golden mice didn't put much effort into making these things. No wonder they became so rich. Murakan, apply some of this too. People might recognize you even if you turn into a cat nowadays. He carefully folded his flag-bearer cloak and put it in his bag. In its place, he wore an ordinary robe. Both of them dyed their hair blue. I thought I wouldn't have to disguise myself anymore after you became a flag-bearer. Do I really have to do this? Murakan asked. Better safe than sorry. I almost miss my days as a provisional flag-bearer. Let's head towards the Great Plains of Ans. Jean took out the red ruby to summon Shuri. They silently rode on the gigantic feline through the mountains. They crossed the mountain range during the night and sailed across the sea by morning. Murakan didn't fly a single minute throughout the entire journey. It was nighttime again when they crossed a forest. Beyond the forest lay the Great Plains of Ans. The Great Plains were much like the vast desert of Mitra, but covered in grass. The vast fields of green grass gracefully danced in the wind. They had to ride for a full day from there to reach Valai, where Pekan Minche said the first tomb of Timar was located. Fortunately, Murakan's hopes were not fulfilled. There were no remnants of the Dark Magic Guild in the Great Plains. They did spot a couple of ascetic sorcerers in the distance. They were nothing more than ordinary magicians, but Jean had to put in a lot of effort to stop Murakan, who was fully convinced they were remnants of the Dark Magic Guild, although the sorcerers paid no attention to them. When they arrived at their destination, Shuri whimpered in exhaustion, albeit quite adorably. You did a great job, Shuri. The only people the Jean group encountered on their way to Valai were a group of nomads. But they didn't use the continental language, nor did they realize Jean was a martial artist. Valai seemed like a small hill amidst the plain. But the real reason the Valai area had a hill-like shape was that it used to be a gigantic burial mound. Murakan's eyes sparkled as he recognized it. He had been quite suspicious of Pekan's words, but upon arriving at Valai, he intuitively realized that it was indeed where Timar had been buried. "Bring out the key, kid. Have you found anything yet?" "No, Sir Joshua." The gate guardian clearly stated that the 12th flag-bearer was heading to the Ola mountain range. "We searched every nook and cranny of the mountains, but found nothing noteworthy." Jean was right. Although the portal usage records had been erased, the guardian's memory remained intact, and he informed Joshua of Jin's destination even before he asked. "Ola Mountains? Is there something related to Sadaret in that area? Or something he obtained in his days as a provisional flag-bearer? Is it a person? I need to find out what Jean is looking for there." Joshua felt frustrated because his guardian knights were unable to find any information. Just then, Joshua realized that Jean couldn't have acted so carelessly. He suspected that Jean would have expected him to investigate and deliberately fed the guardian false information. He soon convinced himself of his assumption. "Darn it! Sir Joshua? I was too impatient. Gather all the forces. Dismiss the guardian and give him a decent retirement package." "Understood, sir." Joshua took a long drag from his cigarette. Tasted bitter in more ways than one. Chapter 284. Timar's First Tomb, 5. The dawn light shone upon Valai. Murakan held the key, but he couldn't help but feel bitter. Remorse, sadness, longing, self-contempt, and powerlessness overwhelmed him. All these dark and heavy emotions pierced his heart. A friend, more precious than anyone or anything else. That's what Timar was to Murakan. If Timar desired something, Murakan was willing to fight against all odds. And if Timar were in mortal danger, he would gladly give up his own life to save him. But he couldn't. If the ancient dark dragon of over 3,000 years were to choose the most devastating memory of his life, it would undoubtedly be Timar's death. Shuri licked Murakan's shoulder. He didn't respond despite Shuri's multiple licks, so Shuri let out a mournful cry and returned to the red ruby. Murakan. Jean couldn't say much either. It wasn't normal for Murakan to be so saddened. Jean had also lost someone he cherished more than anyone in his past life. On the day he was banished from the Garden of Swords, Gilly was stripped of her aura and had to endure a punishment worse than death itself. Suddenly, Jean was reminded of what he last saw of Gilly in his past life, which made him feel distressed as well. Murakan's hand trembled as he held the key. Then he held the key with both hands and pressed it against his chest. His massive physique suddenly seemed like a withered branch, and his back began to shake. Was he crying in sorrow for his poor, old friend who had left after leaving him with scars? Jean slowly approached Murakan. The dragon seemed to need comfort. "Darn it! What the hell is wrong? Curse it all." Murakan cursed aloud. "Huh? What? Murakan? I'm referring to this key. I've infused it with tons of shadow energy, and yet, it won't budge. Now, everything wants to irritate the great Murakan, doesn't it? Well, let's see who wins this game, you damn little toy." Murakan had indeed been trembling, but not because he was sobbing. He trembled because he was infusing large amounts of shadow energy into the key. That's also why he held the key against his chest. At first, he casually infused shadow energy into the key with one hand, but once he realized nothing was happening, he started using both hands to infuse large amounts of shadow energy. "Come on, activate already. I think it has absorbed a 5-star worth of energy." Jean felt quite perplexed but soon let out a chuckle. "Stop getting so worked up. I'll send Gilly on vacation as soon as we return, so maybe you two can go on a trip together." Fling. Murakan turned his head at lightning speed. "Are you serious? Of course. It won't be anything too difficult. Finally, it's about time you repay me for raising you, brat." "Wahaha, that's right. Give her a nice, long vacation while you're at it so I can have a happy trip with Strawberry Pie and Dash." "But Strawberry Pie, Gilly might reject you too, you know? Have you ever considered that?" "What? You seem to think that Gilly would obviously accept a date with you if only she had a vacation. I wonder if you can handle another rejection. It's going to hurt, you know?" Murakan was almost furious, but instead, he decided to mock Jean. Humph. Wahaha, you know nothing. Well, on the other hand, you've been in La Ferosa since late 1797. Anyway, promise me you won't back out on the offer, since she'll surely accept me. His response left Jean mysteriously annoyed. It didn't seem like anything was going on between him and Gilly. Why is he so confident? I mean, is it true that those two are dating? Why do I care so much about these things? Why is it so annoying? And Murakan thought I just gave a response because the brat was so annoying. But what if she really rejects me? Of course, neither Jean nor Murakan could read each other's minds. Sure. Go ahead and activate the key now. Oh great dark dragon. Yes, just you wait. Murakan began infusing his shadow energy into the key again. But it still wouldn't move, no matter how desperately he poured his strength into it. At that moment, all the veins on Murakan's neck burst from the effort. Sodaret, that scoundrel. Why did he make such a contraption? Murakan tossed the key to the ground and gasped for breath. Maybe he's doing it wrong? Or maybe Pecan told us something wrong. Neither of those things are true. I've told you Sodaret used to make a bunch of these things. And Pecan can't be wrong either because this is indeed where Timar was buried. I can feel it. Then why isn't it working? Room. Murakan suddenly transformed into his true form. Jean instinctively looked around. They were in an open plain. There was nothing that could hide Murakan. Why do you think we came all the way to the Ola Mountains? If someone sees you, all the effort will be wasted. Why are you suddenly transforming? I don't think this key activates with your usual dose of shadow energy. I've already put all the shadow energy I can in my human form. Surprised, Jean looked at Murakan. What? How much shadow energy could this object possibly need? It's time to find out. Stay alert. If you see any remnants of the Dark Magic Guild, eliminate them. I told you, such things don't exist anymore. Surprisingly, it took 8 hours until the key reacted. Fortunately, nobody noticed Murakan sitting in the middle of Valai, struggling with the tiny object. Murakan squeezed out the last of his remaining shadow energy. That was when the key slowly levitated from the tip of Murakan's claw into the air. Yes, it's working. Ugh. Everything hurts. Is it done? Finally. Murakan transformed back into his human form and stood beside Jean. He seemed completely exhausted. No, he wasn't just exhausted. He looked pale and on the verge of collapsing at any moment. The key floated in the air and halted its movement. Then the two of them felt the area surrounding them suddenly darken, as if a surge of shadow energy was being released. Indeed, it was the shadow energy from the key that had darkened the world around them. The shadow energy from the key enveloped the entire Valai area in a dark semisphere. What is this? And more importantly, something of this magnitude could easily expose us to the whole world. It was also the first time Murakan had seen something like this. Jean was starting to think that all his effort to detour through the Ola Mountains had gone to waste. Just then, he felt the dark force semisphere covering Valai gradually shrinking. It was as if a giant hand outside the sphere was squeezing it downward. It became so small that the edge of the semisphere was about to touch Jean and Murakan. Finally, the semisphere turned into a tiny dot and disappeared completely. At that moment, Valai was a hill of green grass as usual, but Jean and Murakan, who had been standing there, were no longer visible. They had been absorbed into the ethereal plane formed by the shadow energy. Well, I knew I was absorbing too much shadow energy. Was it an ethereal plane? Murakan laughed. Jean looked around, scared and suspicious of the sudden spatial change. It was dark and completely devoid of everything. At the same time, it was so vast that he could barely guess the size of the place. This desolate place was Timar Runcandle's first tomb. Sodaret did so much to conceal it, and yet those Zippel bastards came here and plundered it. Murakan shook his head, barely controlling his anger. Create a flower with your shadow energy, kid. Jean had never tried anything like that before, but it wasn't too difficult since all he had to do was shape the shadow energy into a flower. Jean created an artificial flower with shadow energy and placed it on the ground. His body is no longer here, but we still need to leave a flower. Jean left the flower on the ground. They stood in silence for a minute. Both paid their respects, Murakan as a friend and Jean as a descendant. Kid. Yes. Thank you. A wind blew from a direction after they paid their respects. The wind gently carried away the flower and passed by indifferently. The rookie god of blacksmiths, Pekan Minche, said that you would meet here with those whom Timar trusted. Right? That's right. He also said that he needed something from this place to strengthen Bradamanti. I've been thinking a lot on the way here about what Timar's first tomb would be like and what you still had to gain from this place after it was completely plundered. Well, things like that. But I didn't come up with much. But now that I see this ethereal plane, I've realized something. Murakan suddenly stopped because he had a bad feeling. Meanwhile, Jean recalled the conversation he had with Pekan Minche. There's an area called Valai in the Great Ends Plains, in the central area of the plains. Go there and infuse shadow energy into this key. Then it will reveal his first tomb to you. Is there anything I should be aware of? No matter what happens there, don't panic. That's what Sodaret wanted me to tell you. Is there anything else? Nothing. I wish you luck in your battles. Jean Runcandle. For some reason, the phrase about wishing him luck had disturbed Jean. Why was he being wished luck in battle when he was going to meet someone Timar had trusted? It was hard to understand. Kid, I think there's a guardian. A guardian still resides in this tomb. A guardian? Yes, the protector of the tomb. And the reason Sodaret bothered to create a key that would only activate with so much shadow energy was because he wanted you to have enough shadow energy when you used the key to come here. Pekan hadn't told him about these things, and neither had Sodaret. In any case, the key would never have worked if he didn't have enough shadow energy anyway. But there was a problem. The person who activated the key wasn't Jean. It was Murakan. And indeed, Murakan was completely depleted of shadow energy because of it. Murakan, do you think I would have been able to activate the key with my shadow energy? No way. The great Murakan himself needed 8 hours and every last drop of his shadow energy to activate it. There's no way you could have done it with your 7-star shadow energy. So, that means I don't actually qualify to be here, do I? And you won't be able to fight if that guardian thing appears since you've also run out of shadow energy, right? That's right. But well, I doubt anything will happen. Who knows? Maybe there are no guardians to begin with. We'll find out soon enough. Murakan had just finished his sentence when a sublime voice resonated from afar. Has the contractor of Sodaret come to pay respects to Timar? Upon hearing the voice, Murakan recognized who it was and slapped his hand on his forehead. He used to hear this voice every day 1,000 years ago. This is Sildure's voice. Sildure Jizek was one of the biggest contributors to Timar founding the Runcandle clan. The great knight whose legend and records were erased by the Zipples. The guardian of this tomb was the will of Sildure Jizek himself. Chapter 285. Timar's First Tomb. 6. So, who is Sildure? Jean had never heard of his name, neither in all his clan history classes at Stormcastle nor in his cadet days because the Zipples had erased every single record related to Sildure. They still couldn't see Sildure, although they could sense a massive force of unknown capacity somewhere in the darkness. It was like witnessing the emergence of a giant sea monster from the depths of the ocean. Jean didn't need to face it to recognize the immense power of his enemy. He could feel his hair standing on end, along with a faint sense of exhilaration. Shing. Sigmund's pale sword left its sheath and gleamed in the darkness. He was one of Timar's 10 knights. He could be said to be the progenitor of the Runcandle Black Knights. His surname was Jizek, but later he changed it to Runcandle when Timar did. The progenitor of the Black Knights. How interesting. Murakan seemed completely taken aback by Jin's response. Interesting? In this situation, you're going crazy too. Right now, I'm incapacitated and unable to fight. If that guardian is an exact replica, then, whoa, there's no way we can handle this. We barely have a chance of winning. You never know until you try. Who knows? Maybe we won't end up fighting. He asked if I came to pay my respects, so perhaps he'll be more accommodating than we think. That won't happen. It's not Silduray in person. It's just a guardian created in his image. And guardians are created with the sole purpose of mutilating all intruders. The energy of the guardian drew near. Murakan was right. Its energy was clearly filled with a desire to fight. Its fighting spirit was so fierce and immense that Jean could almost feel it burning against his skin. Tell me. Tell you what? Silduray's exploits, as you remember them. 10 stars. And exceptional besides. Fortunately, he's not a swordsman like the pure-blooded Runcandles. Then I must pray that he's not a likeness of his firstborn. There doesn't seem to be a way to escape this plane, right? We either put the same amount of shadow energy into the key or the guardian shows the way. It must be one of the two. Alright, the fight is inevitable then. Let's see what happens after I cross swords with him and assess our options. Then, Jean assumed his stance. Murakan observed him and thought to himself. For some reason, this crazy kid seems to be enjoying this. To some extent, it was true. Jean was satisfied to have the opportunity to fight against Silduray, one of the progenitors of the Black Knights. However, his satisfaction didn't stem merely from his love for battle or his sheer recklessness as a warrior. Each of the trials that Sodaret had put him through was a test designed for him to overcome. Plus, he wouldn't have many opportunities to test himself against a 10-star knight. There weren't many days left until the assassination of Barton Vicina, another powerful knight and Black Knight spy. The Guardian was the perfect opponent to experience firsthand what it meant to fight a 10-star knight. And most importantly, Jean didn't believe he was as useless as Murakan thought. If things go wrong, I can always summon my La Ferosa brothers, although I'd prefer not to if I can avoid it. Finally, the Guardian revealed itself from the edge of darkness. It wore armor similar to that of the Runcandle Guardian Knights. It had a massive physique, overflowing muscles that refused to be hidden under the armor, and a sharp, intense gaze that seemed capable of cutting through steel. It wielded an impressive giant sword, larger than its own body. It was more solid than Luna's axe sword, and seemed to mock the fact that Silduray's name had never been passed down through generations. Anyone who could wield that enormous sword at will should have been part of martial arts history. The Guardian halted about 20 paces away from the two. It was a Guardian formed from the same principle as Jin's dark light calling. Sodaret had molded Silduray's soul and will with shadow energy, so that the dead could temporarily appear in the world of the living when certain conditions were met. Jean and Murakan realized this fact as they saw the Guardian. I am the Guardian of this tomb, Silduray Runcandle. Hey Silduray, don't you recognize me? Murakan stepped forward and shouted. The Guardian fixed its eyes on Jean and completely ignored Murakan. Answer me, Silduray. Answer. I am Murakan, the Dark Dragon. I don't know that useless soulless one. What useless soulless one? Get lost. My business isn't with you. Wow, the things he says. Sure, I may have lost the powers of my prime, and yes, I may be completely devoid of shadow energy right now. But how dare you say those things to me, Silduray? I was your lord's guardian dragon, Timar. Mention Timar Nim's name once more, and I'll slit your throat without warning. The Guardian seemed resentful towards Murakan for some reason. Being a perfect replica of Silduray made with shadow energy, its memories remained intact. Murakan glared at the Guardian with hatred. The dragon wanted to beat him up, but that had always been quite a challenging task for Murakan, even in his prime. For now, he didn't even have shadow energy left, so he had to hold back. State your name, the last contractor of Sodaret. I am Jean Runcandle. Silduray's eyes turned pensive. Sodaret has fulfilled his promise. Now it's my turn to fulfill the promise. Whoosh! Silduray gently swung the giant sword. The mere swing generated a strong sword wind that tousled Jean and Murakan's hair. I, Silduray Runcandle of the 10 Knights, will pass on my will to the last contractor of Sodaret according to the ancient promise I made with the Shadow God. The transmission of his testament. Its implication was simple. Contractor Jean Runcandle, prepare yourself to fight me. Guardian Sir Silduray Runcandle, please promise me one thing. Despite his polite words, Jin stared into the Guardian's eyes as if he wanted to make a demand, not a request. Speak. Murakin is currently unable to fight. Would you do me the favor of sparing his life? As long as he doesn't interfere. Thank you. That was more than enough, even though it hurt Murakin's pride. Accept the outcome of the battle humbly. Just after uttering his final word, the Guardian's giant sword flashed. It was literally a flash of light. It was the result of the giant sword's swift movement. No one would believe how fast this enormous sword could move until they saw it with their own eyes. Shik, Zaz. The giant sword clashed against Sigmund and emitted a deafening noise. The hard stone floor was crushed. The broken pieces of rock turned back into shadow energy and evaporated. The shockwave ravaged the surrounding area. Jin gritted his teeth. If he hadn't spent the past year getting used to the battle techniques of the Battle Kings or had the chance to experience Vanessa's sword, he would have been dumbfounded at the first strike. This is amazing. The Guardian's strike carried the weight of a mountain and the cutting edge of serrated obsidian. Murakin was sent flying through the air. The shockwave from the first strike sent him tumbling across the ground. Fortunately, he didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Murakin finally landed and muttered all kinds of curses as he distanced himself from the battle. The Guardian didn't bother pursuing him. The second and third strikes came at Jin. Each clash of the sword brought the excruciating pain of bones on the verge of breaking and skin tearing. But despite the pain, Jin's body distributed and withstood the blow. All my training has paid off. 10 stars. One step away from reaching the divine star. There was no way to know if the Guardian was a perfect emulation of Silduray, who was supposed to be an exceptional 10-star knight, but Jin could confidently say that these simple attacks held the power of a 10-star knight behind them. Their destructive force was on par with Vanessa's or the Battle King's. Jin was countering the attacks of this Guardian with pure sword skill alone. But I don't see any chance for a counterattack. That was the problem. He was defending so desperately that he had no time to attack. The Guardian's giant sword flickered several times per second to press Jin from all directions. The Guardian was clearly and immensely stronger than Jin. But Jin had always fought against stronger enemies. Every time he faced an enemy more powerful than himself, there was disorder with the element of surprise. His ability to respond calmly in battle came from knowing that his enemies didn't know all his cards. The photon cannon, Myulta's rune, the legend's lightning energy, shadow energy, and more. His movements consistently produced great results. But would they work against a 10-star knight as well? Jin realized the answer to the question was no when he fought through Vanessa's trial. At that time, she faced the photon cannon and legend's sword techniques as if they were nothing more than intriguing tricks. It was as if the element of surprise meant nothing to the master swordsmen who were at the pinnacle of what could be achieved with a sword. Any technique that didn't have a similar depth and mastery to theirs was nothing more than a trivial spectacle. I must use the battle god's combat techniques from the beginning. The rest won't work against him at all. Of course, lightning and despotism were certainly powerful techniques in their own right. But Jin couldn't execute them at a 10-star level yet. Using them to create mildly effective openings or illusions would only lead to his own loss. First, I'll summon Tess to buy time and use the battle god's combat technique, erosion, to create space for myself. Damn it. The dimensional gate won't open. Is it another dead realm? Jin performed the summoning to open the dimensional gate to the realm of fire, but the gate refused to open. Jin knew from experience that the dimensional gate wouldn't open in dead realms. This ethereal plane created by Sodaret was another dead realm. He desperately attempted the dark light calling with the same effect. No summoning was possible in dead realms. It seems you tried some things, but all failed. Nevertheless, I'm impressed that you haven't lost your composure. The Guardian swung the giant sword with even greater force this time. That was when Jin retreated for the first time. The difference in their abilities was becoming more noticeable. Pure strength, precision, and experience. Needless to say, the Guardian surpassed Jin in every aspect. A drop of blood trickled from Jin's lips. His mouth was cut by the impact, but his internal organs remained intact. Darn it! I had no idea this was a dead realm. Next time I enter an unknown space, I'll remember to first check if summonings work. Jean caught his breath. Although what he had saved for the worst-case scenario was blocked, that didn't mean everything was over yet. He really didn't want to use this because the mission was still a few days away. The lightning energy began to surge within his light heart. If this didn't work, the only thing left was to pray and escape. Chapter 286. Timar's First Tomb, 7. The dense lightning energy in the light heart made it seem as if a small sun was radiating its light from the center of Jin's chest. The strong white light shone through his shirt and began to cast a glow around him. And it went beyond that. As more lightning energy gathered in his light heart, it immediately illuminated the dark ethereal plane. The Guardian didn't seem to comprehend what was happening, but sensed that a great change had occurred within Jin. It must be the lightning energy. Without a doubt, it's an intriguing power, just as Timar described it. His attacks continued. The Guardian's giant sword now sent enormous waves that could split entire warships in half. Jin was completely engulfed in those blade waves and barely clung to life. It didn't seem like he would last much longer. Jin's movements had noticeably slowed down after the lightning energy began surging into his light heart. Jin was gathering lightning energy for the battle god's combat technique, which naturally affected his level of concentration. Did you think you could afford to make such mistakes in front of me? The Guardian's giant sword swung in. A vertical slash, creating an ugly tear in the air. Even the most common vertical strike of a 10-star knight was as powerful as a master's move, and Jin certainly couldn't avoid it with his sluggish movements. The best he could do was dodge it. Jin gritted his teeth and moved aside. He maintained his posture, and Sildure's giant sword struck the ground. Dodging the strike of a 10-star knight was entirely different from dodging any other attack. Simply getting out of the sword's path was not enough because the shockwaves created in the sword's movement through the air alone were as powerful as 8-star attacks. Schluck! Sheik! The shockwave cut Jin near his Adam's apple. If the cut had been deeper, the damage would have been critical. Another shockwave grazed his chest and shoulder. His blood sprayed in an arc. His coat and shirt tore and burned from the heat of the aura, revealing a luminous heart charged with lightning energy. It was radiant. Sildure momentarily squinted his eyes when he suddenly faced the light of the light heart. That brief instant was the first opportunity Jin had since the battle began. Jin chose to create distance rather than attack, but he only managed to step back once, as Sildure still controlled the distance. That single step felt precious to Jin. It didn't take him out of Sildure's attack range, but that one step allowed him to breathe away from the intense aura exuding from his opponent. It felt as if Jin had gained distance from the active volcano that was Sildure. He felt as if his entire body was being pressed by his aura just by staying close to him. It was the blessed body of the run candles that kept him moving. Now that he had earned a breather for himself, it was time to complete the battle god's combat technique. Countless lightning energy flooded his light heart, which seemed on the verge of blazing. That was the full capacity of Jin's lightning energy. It seems you have completed what you have been preparing all this time, Jin Runcandle. The Guardian smiled weakly, as if he had been waiting for this moment. In reality, he had been controlling his attacks so that Jin could complete the battle god's combat technique. Therefore, his smile held several meanings. On one hand, curiosity and anticipation regarding Jin's power. And on the other hand, his reprimand for the fact that Jin wouldn't have evaded death if this had been a real battle, not Soderet's trial. I'm almost offended. Zaz, Pum. Jin read him through his smile and replied while dispersing the sword waves. Sildure's sword waves shattered with deafening noises. Because I waited for you? If this had been a real battle, I wouldn't have faced you like this, Lord Sildure. The Guardian smiled. What Jin had just shown reminded him of the man he respected and obeyed all his life and in his youth. Timar Runcandle. That's how he was. No matter who he faced. He always faced a challenge without being arrogant and was calculating despite appearing reckless. That's why everyone around Timar saw him as a mystery. You resemble him a lot. It's not an expression I appreciate. KZZT. Something sounded as if it was being crushed inside the light heart. The dense lightning energy exposed on the surface of the light heart knotted around the heart like thick ropes, making it seem as if the heart had cracked. Jean planned to perform the 10th Battle God's combat technique. It was the final movement of the Battle God and the greatest profound mystery, encompassing all his techniques. It was the reign of the King of Legends, the initiation. When Vaughn taught Jean the 10th Battle God's combat technique, he told him that this movement was not a mere killing technique created to destroy enemies. The reign of the King of Legends was the roaring declaration of a man who had reached the pinnacle among the kings of light. The ground they stood on began to crack. It twisted violently, and cracks spewed out lightning energy like lava. The entire area was immediately covered with the devastating forces of lightning energy, making it impossible to breathe. It wasn't just a figure of speech. Anyone who couldn't shield themselves from this torrent of energy would turn into ashes within seconds. Those who could only gather to cast shield barriers would suffocate over time. And it had nothing to do with Jin's intentions. Fire never discriminates whom it burns. Only those who were worthy could survive the lightning of the reign of the King of Legends. It was a privilege granted only to those who could at least match the strength of the most powerful race ever known in the world. That's why my brothers no longer call me Timar-like Sir Sildaray. Jin's voice was different. For some mysterious reason, it sounded as if dozens of people were speaking in unison. Needless to say, there was a deep, majestic tone in his voice. His eyes and hair were now filled with lightning energy, emitting a bright blue color. If there were a lightning god revered by the masses, it would probably look like this. The Guardian thought the same. However, his superior perception was not deceived by his thoughts. Appearing transcendent doesn't mean you truly are. But I am intrigued nonetheless. 10 stars. A height where one truly understands that they are very close to being the most powerful. The Guardian knew what it meant to be transcendent precisely because he was within reach of such heights. And transcendent was a term only granted to those who had reached the divine star. Although Jean had activated the reign of the King of Legends, the Guardian could see that it was nothing more than a burst of Jin's potential. But, of course, that still shocked him considerably. I see there is less room to attack now. Let's start again. Room. Waves burst forth. From the Guardian's gigantic sword. They cut through Jin's lightning bolts as if piercing through water, but their impact was greatly reduced when they reached Jean. The lightning energy dampened their power. Similarly, Sildaray's movements were slightly restricted. On the other hand, lightning felt natural to Jean after activating the reign of the King of Legends. Unlike the Guardian, who couldn't fully unleash his power while resisting the lightning, Jin's sword movements were deadlier than ever. The reign of the King of Legends wasn't a simple movement. It was an ability that elevated other abilities. One that could turn an ordinary vertical strike into a master's move. Now, this wasn't only true for the Guardian. It applied to Jean as well. This was what Vaughn told him before leaving La Ferosa, right after mastering the reign of the King of Legends. I might have mentioned it to you last time, Brother Jean. You are a brother of the legends, our descendant, and my heir. Therefore, you must never be afraid, no matter whom you have to face. The lightning covering the battlefield moved along with the Sigmund. Jean swung his sword upward as the Guardian struck downward. Their swings were so fast that they both went after each other's afterimages. The clash of swords revealed a new dynamic in their battle. A stalemate. Who would have imagined it was a battle between a 10-star knight and an 8-star swordsman? The two swords struggled to push each other away, and it was difficult to tell which was superior. Amazing! The Guardian didn't offer clichés like compliments or show any signs of satisfaction. Such things were only appropriate when facing an opponent who was clearly inferior in terms of skill. The Guardian no longer needed to evaluate the young descendant of the clan before him. Now, he only had to accept Jean as a worthy enemy to commemorate his final battle as a Guardian. This meant he could no longer afford to be lenient with him. Just as Jean was giving his all, he had to give his all as well. Pum, pum, clang. The ethereal plane gradually descended from the shockwave, creating swirling shadow energy that scattered like sand. The chaotic scene of lightning energy, sword waves, and shadow energy was certainly worthy of being called the battlefield of great warriors. Just as Silduray remained humble, Jean also didn't let the current rhythm get to his head. I can't last long in this state. I must finish it as soon as possible. The lightning energy fiercely gathered towards the Sigmund, and for the first time in the battle, the Guardian took a step back. Jean seized the opportunity to perform the third movement of the battle god's combat technique, Retribution, to push him further back. Retribution was obviously much stronger now with the Reign of the King of Legends activated. 3 spikes of Retribution formed simultaneously and flew toward the Guardian. Supposedly, the Reign of the King of Legends required 3 stages to complete: initiation, progression, and conclusion. But at Jin's current level, activating initiation already demanded a lot from him. Therefore, overlaying another battle god's combat technique was undoubtedly an overwhelming task. However, Jean had a clear reason for using Retribution. He assumed that the Guardian didn't possess the blessed body of the run candles. Sir Silduray will have to use large amounts of aura if he wants to block the retribution performed with the Reign of the King of Legends. If both of us suffer the impact of the outburst, I'm likely to end up on the better side. Jin's assessment was accurate. The Guardian, Silduray Runcandle, had blocked all attacks so far without significant changes in his expression. But now he seemed serious, as if this attack was quite difficult for him to handle. But obviously it wasn't out of fear. It was out of a particular resolve. I will show you the legacy of your Runcandle ancestors, dear descendant. The spikes of retribution struck Silduray's shield barrier. Cracks immediately formed in the shield, and it would only take a blink of an eye for the shield to shatter completely. But that split second was more than enough. It was all Jean needed to reveal one of the supreme moves of the Runcandle sword technique created by Timar and the 10 Knights 1,000 years ago. The secret move of the Runcandle clan. Giant Sword King Jean stopped exerting more force on the spikes and inwardly gasped for breath. The Guardian's giant sword was already enormous on its own, but now it was becoming terrifyingly colossal. He had seen people extend their swords with aura countless times in training, but he had never imagined a sword so ridiculously massive. The giant shadow energy sword immediately toward the sky as if it wanted to pierce through and rise above the lightning. Chapter 287. Timar's First Tomb 8. It was outrageously enormous. Jean couldn't think of any other way to describe it. The aura transformed the gigantic sword into a tower so massive that he could barely look up to see where it ended. The blade was easily dozens of times larger than its wielder, and yet the Guardian held it in his hands as if it weighed nothing. What is this? Can it even be called a sword? Jean didn't believe he would blink, no matter what was thrown at him. But this was something that even Jean felt completely amazed by. The Guardian's giant sword was not only immensely long. Even its width was so vast that it seemed atrocious. This indescribably excessive expansion had been caused by the aura. The 3 spikes had already pierced through the shield barrier, but the repulsive forces of the giant sword prevented them from piercing the Guardian, who now smiled confidently. His descendant was showing him a satisfied face after facing the master move he had spent his entire life creating. This is the secret move called Giant Sword King. No matter how amazing my enemies were, they all had a stunned look like yours when they faced it for the first time. Jean couldn't respond. He could only look at the Guardian and his giant sword. The battle seemed to have entered a state of calm. But despite how it seemed, their energies were still desperately fighting to push each other away. Perhaps they had reached some kind of equilibrium. In the fragile balance of these two forces, the first one to lose concentration would suffer quite unpleasant consequences. Jean breathed carefully. He calmed his light heart, which had become unstable after executing retribution. Blood started to flow from every opening on his face. Giant Sword King? Undoubtedly, the denomination was accurate. No one could argue against it. There would definitely be no larger giant sword than this. As far as Jean knew, the Runcandle clan had 10 ultimate moves, 7 secret moves, and 3 profound mysteries. None of them were even remotely similar to this. After the Zippel erased all records related to Silduray Runcandle, his renowned move, Giant Sword King, was also lost along with his name. I spent many days trying to come up with its name with Timar. Don't you appreciate the beauty of its name? I'm not so sure about that. What a shame. Grewer. Aura surged around the Guardian once again. It rose in the air, transforming into several dozen cord-like forms and started to wrap around the giant sword. It helped the Guardian hold and swing the massive sword, or rather, that enormous mass of aura. Karg, the Guardian shouted. Just as Jean was covered in lightning energy after activating the Reign of the King of Legends, the Guardian's body was also becoming brilliantly white due to the aura. But the difference was that he was becoming one with the giant sword. Countless martial artists in the world claimed that becoming one with the weapon was the ultimate mastery one could achieve as a martial artist. But obviously it was a figurative expression. It had nothing to do with this abnormal sword technique that the Guardian was executing. However, Jean swallowed saliva and felt chills. It wasn't his martial artist senses or his intuition, honed through countless trials, that told him it was dangerous. It was simple. It was the visual impact. The visual terror of the ridiculous scale of things that humans certainly should not be allowed to accomplish at all. This is quite shocking. Jean was convinced. Even if historians hadn't written a single line about the Giant Sword King, it would undoubtedly have survived for 1,000 years through word of mouth alone. On the other hand, he was also amazed that the Zippel could completely erase such impactful sword techniques from history. Try this. The Giant Sword King began to descend toward the ground. It was as slow as the midday sun sinking on the horizon. It was even slower than Siren's strike that Jean resisted on the day he returned to the Garden of Swords after completing his training as a provisional flag-bearer. Despite its tremendous size, the slowness made it seem like even untrained people could move away from the giant sword. But it was impossible to escape the technique, despite its slow descent. It wasn't because the movement was beyond the principles of nature, like Siren's sword skill. It was the repulsive force that had kept the spikes of retribution at bay. That same repulsive force now pressed downward, crushing Jean like Tessa's pressure. It was as if thousands of invisible hands were pulling his body downward. As heavy even after activating the Reign of the King of Legends. But indeed, the Reign of the King of Legends was the only thing allowing him to breathe and move. Jin's aura alone wasn't enough to bear the weight exuded by the Giant Sword King. It was the same principle as the lightning of the Reign of the King of Legends, which demanded that one be at least on par with the legends to survive it. Jean tried to move away and noticed that his feet weighed incredibly heavy. It wouldn't be easy to escape the range of the giant sword even if he focused all his effort on it. In fact, it was impossible to escape its range. He had to strike back with his sword. It falls very slowly, but I have no choice but to strike back. What a terrifying secret move. How long will it take for the giant sword to touch the ground? 30 seconds? 20 seconds? Jean took a breath again. He could feel the rattling of every joint in his body as the Giant Sword King approached. Moreover, Jean was starting to pay the price for executing an incomplete reign of the King of Legends. My body is nearing its limit. The blue-tinged lightning energy in Jin's eyes and hair noticeably faded. The reign of the King of Legends was nearing its end, while the Guardian's aura grew increasingly brighter. In Sildure's days, that's what martial artists called him. A monstrous strength. Sildure of monstrous strength. Literally, a knight with a monstrous amount of brute force. Indeed, he wasn't even a pure-blooded run candle. As Jean suspected, he didn't possess the blessed body of the run candles. Yet, he was capable of performing indescribable feats. Jean looked at the sword and adjusted his stance. There are people who have reached extreme heights with just one chance in life. Yes, the fact that I was fortunate enough to go to La Ferosa never meant that I was strong enough to challenge them. I almost rushed ahead there. First of all, there was his father, Siren Runcandle. Then his older sister Luna, Vanessa, Timar, and others. These transcendental swordsmen had always seemed like a mystery to Jean. They were immense mountains. Sometimes they also served as markers or milestones in his life journey. And now, Jean achieved another milestone called Sildure Runcandle. Jean was lucky to have a second chance in life and to meet incredible people who helped him. Finally, Jean had to rise above all of that and surpass them all. With pleasure. Shwoom. The lightning energy of the reign of the King of Legends faded away. The light heart seemed empty after losing its light. Jean vomited blood after losing his activated energy. Aura backlash, multiple fractures, and internal injuries. That should have been the fair result that Jean received when facing the Guardian without what he had gained through fortunate encounters. It was impossible for the 12th flag-bearer of the Run Candles, who had not yet turned 20, to confront one of the 10 Knights of Timar Runcandle, said to be the most powerful in history. However, Jin's strength was not based solely on his return to life and his fortunate encounters. They only served an auxiliary purpose because Jin always had something much brighter and more precious than anything else. His willpower. That immeasurable strength allowed him to hold onto the sword against any adversity. If the Guardian's secret move, which made his light shine over the entire ethereal plane, was the legacy of the Run Candle ancestors, Jin's willpower was the very light carried by the clan's lineage. Soon the giant, Sword King, fell to the ground, and the Guardian had to praise the brilliant light of Jin's willpower. The swords made contact. The two willpowers that symbolized the first and the last of the Run Candles met across time and space. The time had come for a mystery to be revealed. "The transmission is complete," the Guardian said softly after completing his move. The aura spread like a tsunami before the Guardian. The giant Sword King fiercely rushed forward in an effort to tear apart the entire ethereal plane, while Jin remained at the center of it all. Jin stood like a statue after wielding his sword. He had failed. His willpower was vast, but Jin's strength was still not powerful enough to pierce through the giant Sword King. But this wasn't a battle for life, nor a slaughter to establish the obvious power difference between them. It was merely a ritual held to transmit the will. The aura ravaging the ethereal plane began to turn into dark particles. The power that could have torn Jin apart thousands of times now scattered like dandelion seeds in the wind. Jin extended his arm and felt the dark particles, the shadow energy, gently escaping through his fingers. The Guardian, who had been standing far away, also turned into a faint shadow and disappeared. "Sir Sildare?" Jin shouted his name in despair. There were so many things Jin wanted to ask him after the battle. About how the Run Candles of the past were, or why he had been erased from history. But to think that he would disappear so abruptly. The particles of shadow energy roamed like petals in the wind, offering no answers. Instead, they gathered around Jin and swirled around him as if they wanted to do something. Jin could hear faint murmurs coming from far away. The sound came from the whirlpool of shadow energy, and it was something Jin had never heard before while exerting his power. Jin focused and realized that it was actually human speech. "Is it Sir Sildare's voice?" The extremely faint voice murmured these words. "Jin, I'm sorry. I don't think I can leave many records." Jin widened his eyes. "Sadaret?" It was Jin's god's voice, which hadn't spoken to him since the moments before his return to life. It was Sadaret's voice. Jin began to shout Sadaret's name as soon as he recognized the voice. He shouted with all his might, running around through the dark particles, but received no response. "Jin, I'm sorry. I don't think I can leave many records." The same voice repeated. Very soon, Jin realized that the voice came from a very distant past. It was because another voice had joined Sadaret's in the shadow energy. "Who are you talking to, Sadaret? Jin? Isn't Jin the contractor you mentioned before after 1,000 years? Hello, Timar. Murakan and Misha have been complaining that you manifest too often and that lately you've been making them too nervous. The battle against the Zippels will begin soon. I'll be in trouble if either of those two falls ill, you know? Give me a break. Don't talk to them about Jin. Come on. I've already told you I won't. Can't you see? You barely trust me." The conversation was clearly that of Sadaret and Timar from 1,000 years ago. "But you've already chosen the contractor who will come in 1,000 years. Does that mean you think we'll win for sure in the battle against the Zippel? I mean, since you're already planning contractors for 1,000 years from now and all that, There would barely be any run candles left in the world to enter into contracts with you if we ever lost, right? Chapter 288. Fragments of the Past. Silderay 1. To hear the voice of the past. And so clearly, Jean took another look around but only saw a tornado of shadow energy. Jean had lived a total of 47 years between his past life and the present and had seen many mysterious things, but none as shocking as this. To hear voices from 1,000 years ago was quite unreal. Soderette sounded as if he had already foreseen what would happen 1,000 years from that moment. Jean felt confused. It was as if someone had put their hands in his brain and turned them around. He was about to vomit from the nausea. It also didn't seem like a third party was playing a prank on him. Jean had never heard of any spell that could record voices, and even if that were possible, who could imitate Soderette's voice? This can't be a deception or a trap, and certainly I haven't gone mad after the battle. This has to be a message that Soderette left for me. There was no other way to explain this strange phenomenon. A small sound like someone trampling on dry straw resonated in his ears. He stopped hearing the voices when he lost concentration. I must remain calm. Relax. I first need to hear the voices. Jean calmed himself down and refocused on the voices coming from the tornado. He heard the ancient conversation again. In fact, he not only heard their voices. Jean was drawn into the whirlpool of shadow energy and absorbed into a different dimension. Everything was dark and empty when he opened his eyes again. It was another ethereal plane within the ethereal plane. It was incomparably darker than the previous one. The entire area was covered in complete darkness. It was black as coal, and Jean could barely see anything in front of him. But, for some reason, it retained color. This mysterious ethereal plane should obviously feel strange to him, but it mysteriously felt familiar. He had once arrived in a similar place when he first signed a contract with Soderette in his past life. This is quite similar to that day. That was the first time Jean experienced such ethereal planes, but he didn't feel out of place back then. In fact, as the shadow contractor, he instinctively felt safe there. He knew that only those who belonged to the shadows could enter that place from the moment he set foot in it. Now he felt the same. Jean no longer felt confused. There was something different in this plane. The voices from the past were much clearer. Hey, Soderette, why aren't you answering my question? Now you're making me feel uncomfortable. Hey, Soderette, why aren't you answering my question? Hey, Soderette, why aren't you? Timar's voice resonated, and Jean headed towards the source of the sound. He looked around and saw in the distance a large bright orb of gray color. When Jean reached the orb, he observed the unfolding events with his own eyes. He could see Soderette and Timar having this conversation 1,000 years ago. They were talking inside the orb. The surface of the orb was blurry, and he couldn't see everything in detail. However, he could distinguish the shapes of the people and objects inside it. Yet everything was soaked in a dark gray that made it difficult to distinguish colors, like an old and deteriorated painting. Essentially, Jean was catching a glimpse of the world 1,000 years before his time as an observer. The man sitting at the table must be Timar. Yes, he looks exactly like the man I saw in the Great Desert. Soderette manifested in human form, but Jean could only see his back. Jean had never seen him manifest in his past life, so he found it hard to imagine what his face would look like. Jean took a closer look at the gray orb. The scene of the two sitting together felt mysteriously familiar to him, and he soon realized the reason. It's the central hall of the Castle of Storms. I can't believe it looked the same back then. The central hall of the Castle of Storms hardly differed from how it was now. Well, you know, I'm the god of swords and shadows. That means I can't see the future as clearly as AZ Mill. What? Then how did you choose the contractor who will come 1,000 years from now? That and seeing the future are two different things. Let's say I can already name one, like a god. The grand doors of the central hall opened. It was Silderay Runcandle who joined them in the hall. He wore his armor and held his giant sword over his shoulder, dressed the same as in the fight against Jean earlier. Silderay, do you really have to bring such intimidating giant swords inside the house? Sildare simply ignored Timar's complaint and greeted Sodaret politely. Sildare Runcandle faced the guardian god of the clan. And yet, he paid no attention to the patriarch's words. Hey Sildare, so what do you think about it? About what, patriarch? Sodaret tells me he doesn't know whether we would win or lose against the Zipples. He even set a contractor to come 1,000 years later, and yet, he's making excuses, acting as if he can't see what's coming imminently. Patriarch. What? Are you afraid? Timar didn't respond. Instead, he briefly exchanged a glance with Sildare. I'm just curious to hear Sodaret's opinion. Everyone is counting on you, Patriarch. Don't you realize the enormous impact of every word you speak? Please, don't ask those questions so lightly to the guardian god when there's someone else nearby. Timar shrugged. Well, I guess you're right. But you know what? I'll be honest. I'm anxious. Sildare, you must feel the same, right? I am not anxious, sir. You're lying more often these days. Even I, as a knight of the divine star, am afraid to fight the Zipples. I'm sure you and the others are much more afraid than I am. The Runcandles are undoubtedly the strongest clan, patriarch. In any case, feeling fear is not a crime, and one should be proud for not fleeing even with fear. I beg to differ, sir. Yes, you would differ, all right. But unfortunately for you, my word happens to be the rule and truth within the Runcandle clan. I have been hearing news that you have been reprimanding any clan member who shows signs of fear lately. You shouldn't do that, you know? Person can feel fear. That's nothing special. Even more so when facing a battle on an unprecedented scale. His words were not formal or strict at all, but Timar's casual and somewhat playful tone still carried undeniable weight. You are sensitive and aggressive towards clan members because you yourself feel fear, don't you? Don't deceive yourself, Sildare. You must recognize it, accept it, and control it. Carrying that atrocious giant sword with you all the time is another sign of your fear. Understood, sir. Sure. But what has brought you here? Oh, I came to report the unusual activities happening around the Zipple's first magic tower recently, sir. First magic tower. The Tower of Tales, right? Yes, Patriarch. Over 300 dragons gathered abruptly around the first magic tower, so Sarah Runcandle went to investigate with 5 others. With that strength, she wouldn't have much trouble escaping to a safe place even if she's discovered. No, since we're on the subject, maybe I should go and see. I wonder what they're trying to do with 300 dragons. Prepare yourself, Sildare. Yes, sir. Sodaret, I'll be back in a... The gray orb suddenly twisted. What's happening? Jean wondered. He shivered and inspected the orb. The display continued playing on the distorted orb, but it was so twisted that he could barely make out anything. The voices were also distorted, making it impossible to decipher. It was like a book whose pages had been deliberately torn out. But Jean couldn't do anything about it since he knew nothing about those peculiar forms of recording devices. It was impossible to know if his actions would make things worse. Time seemed slower now. Oh! Jean couldn't help but comment aloud as the gray orb returned to its original state after well, it displayed a scene from 1,000 years ago, but it was from a different time. The scene was no longer unfolding in the central hall of the Castle of Storms. Nor was it the scene of Timar and Sildare on their way to support Sarah Runcandle. What Jean could see now was a healing room from 1,000 years ago. A man was sitting next to the bed with his head hanging in defeat. It was Sildare. It seemed like a long time had passed within the orb after it became distorted. The beard on Sildare's face showed the passage of time. But Jean had no way of knowing what could have happened between the two scenes shown by the orb. Patriarch, we all had our hopes placed in you and only you. It was Timar who was on the bed. He had no visible wounds, but he was noticeably emaciated and barely breathing. Sildare couldn't help but sigh loudly and look at the bed and the ceiling as if expressing his resentment. Just because, damn it, Sodaret, you damned traitorous bastard. Is this what you meant by keeping the promise? Come out. Reveal yourself, you damn bastard, Sildare shouted aloud. A group of knights who had been outside hastily entered the room. They tried to calm Sildare, but they were no match for his brute strength. Sir Sildaray, please calm down for the sake of the other clan members. We need you to be an example for them. Please, calm down, I beg you. It wasn't the guardian god who did this to the patriarch. Please lower your voice, Sir Sildaray. Who did this to the patriarch then, if not Sodaret? What was that useless god doing when our patriarch was attacked? How dare you blaspheme against the guardian god? Sildaray. A woman entered afterward and held Sildaray by the shoulder. She was one of the 10 knights, just like Sildaray. Blaspheme? Didn't you hear the patriarch's final order? He ordered us not to resent the guardian god and to fulfill the promise we made with him. He emphasized it over and over again, even as his consciousness left him. Then Sildaray's entire body trembled, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Diana, are you telling me that you still believe in Sodaret after seeing the patriarch in this state? Whether I believe in him or not is not important. See? Even you no longer believe in Sodaret. You feel the same way I do, don't you, Diana? I know you do. What I feel is also irrelevant. Sildaray, what truly matters is that this was the order given by the patriarch. The patriarch's word is absolute. We were the ones who established the laws of the Runcandle clan. If you continue in this state, I won't let it slide, even if it's you. Accept the patriarch's order. It is the only duty and the only hope we have left. Diana waved her hand, and all the knights, except Sildaray, left the room. She gave a long hug to the immensely strong man who cried like a little child. The gray orb distorted again. But unlike the previous time, it didn't seem like it would return from its unstable and distorted state. The shadow energy forming the gray orb dispersed into particles. In fact, the ethereal plane itself was dissolving into particles of shadow energy. It took only a blink of an eye. Jean was torn from the double layers of ethereal planes and found himself standing in the middle of Valai, in the Great Plains of Ans. This was the same place where he had activated the key with Mirakan. He took a deep breath and tried to clear his mind. Then he saw two unfamiliar objects before him. One was a black bead made of shadow energy, and the other was a fragment of Sildaray Runcandle's giant sword from 1,000 years ago. Chapter 289. Fragments of the Past. Sildaray, 2. Jean tried to pick up the black bead and the fragment of the giant sword but ended up coughing up blood instead. He was in shock. It was all due to the extreme tension. Undoubtedly, the Reign of the King of Legends was an excessive technique that had to be used before completing its 3 phases: initiation, progression, and conclusion. Chills and pain ran through his spine and spread throughout his body. It was as if furious flames were erupting from his injured organs, and his fractured bones were screaming. Jean sat in a meditation position and controlled the forces within his body. He calmed the aura that was about to go against the flow and deposited a minimal amount of lightning energy into his empty, illuminated heart. Phew! The pain slowly subsided. He now felt capable of walking and running. He wasn't sure if he would be able to bring his body to its optimal condition before the Black Knight's assassination began, and he started to worry about it. But it was a small price to pay for everything he had gained by coming to the tomb. He met and fought against a progenitor of the Black Knights, experienced a final move lost in time, and caught a glimpse of the untold stories from 1,000 years ago. Those stories spoke of a manifested Sodaret and those who were the ancestors and roots of the Runcandle clan. No matter what happens there, don't panic. This is what Sodaret wanted me to tell you. Pekan Minche wasn't exaggerating when giving this advice along with the location of the tomb. The things Jean experienced in Valai and inside Timar's first tomb were, in a way, more shocking than his own rebirth. Sodaret chose me as his contractor 1,000 years ago, although I already suspected it to some extent. The contractor of 1,000 years. A contractor already decided 1,000 years ago. It reminded him of the day he met Mirakan in the Castle of Storms. Look, Sodaret, is this a joke? This is wrong. Say something. How could the promised contractor who was supposed to come in 1,000 years be nothing more than this pitiful child? I am Mirakan, the emissary of Sodaret, his friend, and the last descendant of the first being shaped from the shadows. In fulfillment of The pact made 1,000 years ago. I will be with you from now on. Speak your name. Murakan wasn't the only one who mentioned something about Jean as the contractor of 1,000 years. Clam, the mana god, had also mentioned something similar to Jean, and the same went for Misha. But Murakan, Misha, and Clam only knew that he was a contractor named 1,000 years ago. They didn't seem to know that Sodaret had named him by his name at that time. Sodaret had asked Timar not to mention Jin's name to Murakan and Misha in the untold story he observed in the ethereal plane. But why? Jean had been named 1,000 years before his arrival, and everyone who had a deep connection with Sodaret already knew it. Timar had already heard his name from Sodaret's mouth. And it seemed the same went for Sir Sildare. Why didn't Sodaret tell my name to the guardian dragons and Clam? Jean couldn't see the reason. Not even the untold story revealed by the gray orb showed any hint. If Sodaret could prepare these things 1,000 years in advance, there must be a reason for hiding my name. It wasn't just 1,000 years. Sodaret had made preparations in the legends that faded 5,000 years ago and in Clam, the forgotten god whose time was closer to the beginning of the universe. All of this just for Jean. Even the simplest calculations indicated that Sodaret's preparations for him had started long before the beginning of the human race itself. There must be a reason for it, although it's not something he can figure out at the moment. It was likely that Sodaret had left other clues and messages in other places as well. He could always find out why Sodaret had concealed his name once he reached the other clues. There were other questions occupying Jin's mind and confusing him at the moment. Sodaret named me his contractor 1,000 years ago, but in my past life, he didn't reveal any hint about it when I signed a contract with him. Contractor, it seems you sparked envy in someone's heart when you were little. You've been unable to tap into your potential all this time due to a trivial curse. But perhaps it was precisely because of that I was drawn to you. Now you will become an unparalleled sorcerer, contractor. I will enjoy watching you. The fact that he already knew and had named Jean before their encounter contradicted what he said back then. In fact, Sodaret went on to reveal to me that he was a god of the sword and shadows, unlike what was known about him in the world. But he didn't tell me why he abandoned Reincarnation. Suddenly, Jin's heart started beating faster. He remembered the second untold story he saw in the ethereal plane. Timar was slowly agonizing in his bed, and Sildare was furious, calling Sodaret a traitor. Traitor. It was true that Sodaret had never sided with the run candles after Timar. He often signed contracts with magicians, mostly Zipples, which led people to believe he was a god of the Zipples. If he had betrayed the run candles, what was it for? If he didn't betray us, why did Sodaret abandon the run candle for 1,000 years? To the point of becoming a god of our sworn enemy. Actions were always based on objectives. That must hold true for both gods and humans. The fact that Sodaret left the run candles, and then returned, chose Jean out of all people, and all the other actions that were difficult to comprehend. They had to be necessary choices made toward a specific end. It was very likely that Sodaret's divine powers were what brought him back to life upon birth. What did he want to gain from it? Jean had long stopped asking himself this question, especially since he deemed it irrelevant. Regardless of the unknown purpose for which Sodaret brought him back to life, Jean decided to follow his own desires and will. As a result, he naturally began to yearn for the throne of the run candles and the downfall of the Zipples. The desire to surpass his father and become the greatest martial artist in the world ignited within him. He never doubted for a second that he could make that future a reality. At least until today, when he caught a glimpse of the ancient tales of the run candles in Timar's first tomb. The untold story I witnessed in the ethereal plane showed that even Timar himself feared the power of the Zipples. I don't know if Timar lay in bed before or after the war, but what I do know is that he ultimately lost. Not even the divine Star Knight who led the greatest swordsman clan in history could break down the walls of the Zippel clan. The Tower of Tales, where it was said that 300 dragons had gathered, still stood to this day. In comparison, several parts of the Run Candle's history were erased, and they even lost their powers as swordsmen. The power difference between the two clans was greater now than in the time of Timar's defeat. The fact that Sir Sildaray mentioned betrayal also bothers me. Timar seemed to have trusted Sodaret until the end, but was his trust rewarded? Timar had no place in the Runcandle crypts, and not a single history book in the world spared a line for Sildaray. So far, it was safe to say that they hadn't been rewarded for their faith. There were too many questionable elements about Sodaret. All right, that's enough. Jean halted his train of thought as if he were cutting it with a sword. He felt that the endless anxiety and baseless suspicions would lead nowhere. At least from what he had seen through the gray orb, there was no clear evidence of Sodaret's betrayal, and the two stories were connected in a very unnatural way, like a book missing crucial pages. The recording device that Sodaret had left in the ethereal plane was somewhat damaged. The way it played distorted landscapes and speeches seemed certainly irregular. In the distorted landscape, there might be decisive evidence about the situation of that era. Even if Sodaret had truly betrayed the Runcandles, and even if that remained true to this day, there's no reason to be disappointed in him. Timar's defeat is not my defeat. If the Runcandles of that time were stronger than the Runcandles of today, I just have to make the clan surpass their strength after becoming their patriarch. Sodaret, Timar, and the Runcandles of that time. Regardless of what had transpired between them, Jean decided to uphold the values he had set for himself, just as he had done until now. This would be his guiding principle, regardless of the secrets of Sodaret and the Runcandles that Jean would discover in the future. He heard the rustling of grass behind him. Jean turned around and saw Murakan running towards him, his brows furrowed horribly and injuries covering his body. "Hey, kid, are you all right?" "Ah yes, I almost forgot about you. Where have you been all this time, Murakan? I wanted to find you right away, but I forgot because I was lost in my thoughts." "You forgot about me? The great Murakan? Well boy, Sildaray must have really knocked some sense out of you. I didn't expect to hear such bothersome nonsense from you. You won't feel so bothered once you hear what I saw there. You'll have to agree with me." "What was it?" "I was sucked into another layer of the ethereal plane after the fight with Sir Sildaray ended. There, I saw some people from 1,000 years ago, through a recording device that Sodaret left there." "A recording device?" Jean explained the content of the device. Took him some time. He described the conversation between Sodaret and Timar, Sildaray's fury, and Diana's consolation. But Jean omitted the part where Sodaret had known Jin's name all along. It wasn't for any particular reason, except for the fact that as Sodaret's contractor, Jean had no reason to go against the will of his god at the moment. Murakan was completely surprised at first, but soon he listened attentively to Jin's description as he walked down the path of memories. Everything Jean recounted seemed to correspond to memories that he cherished, whether good or bad. But wait a minute, Sildaray, that guy, he must have hit his head or something. It was already quite ridiculous when he called me a useless soulless, but how dare he call Sodaret a traitor? Well, if only I could kill the dead once again. He showed me an amazing secret move. I was tempted to learn it. He was quite an impressive guy, at least in terms of his strength as a knight, although I have no idea why he turned out to be such an idiot. In any case, this is left behind after Sodaret's ethereal plane shattered, right? Murakan pointed to the black beads and the fragment of the giant sword on the ground. Yes, it was supposed to be the ingredients for reinforcing Bradamanti, so I guess this is it. I think it only applies to the fragment of the giant sword. I haven't seen this black bead before either, but it's not something that belongs to a blacksmith. I'm sure of it. Really? How can you be so sure if it's the first time you've seen such an object? I'm sure you also perceive that the bead is filled with shadow energy. It has the shape of a seal, much like the mirror we obtained in Colin. It's supposed to be an object made for the purpose of hiding or suppressing something. I better show this to Misha. The mere mention of Misha made Murakan frown. Jean chuckled at seeing it and summoned Shuri. Let's head back for now, Murakan. Chapter 290. Power and Reverence for Power 1. The Volta mansion was under repair. Workers were scattered everywhere around the once dilapidated mansion, which seemed like a strong wind could bring it down entirely. The landlord and members of his clan couldn't help but shed tears from time to time, overwhelmed with emotion that such a dream had become a reality. Even some of the former residents who had left the area due to famine were starting to return home. Finn Blanche, the Volta clan's butler, helped in distributing food to the servants during the day and devised budget plans to utilize the run candle relief funds with the Lord at night. Petro had followed Jin's orders to provide ample support without going overboard. But even that was more than enough to uplift this small territory and allow it to plan for the future. Therefore, Finn Blanche was content. In truth, he had never been as happy in his life as he was now. All of this is thanks to you, Sir Jean. I have never seen the people of this land so happy and joyful ever since I became the Volta clan's butler. Finn brought out a freshly brewed cup of tea and smiled. Once the repair of the Volta mansion is complete, the workers from Tychon will build a new house for you. They will construct a soundproof forge in its basement. If there's anything you want to add to the house, let me know. Oh no, Sir Jean, I couldn't ask for anything. I am already grateful enough to have a separate house for myself. Thank you, sir. No, I should be the one thanking you. Jean drank the tea, but Murakan frowned, annoyed. In fact, he had been irritated throughout the entire hour they had spent at Finn's house. Hey, Pecan Minche, show yourself already, that mustache demon. How long are you going to make me wait? Pecan hadn't shown up yet. Moreover, Murakan was furious because Pecan hadn't warned Jean of all the dangers in Timar's first tomb during their initial encounter. About that, I'm sorry, Lord Murakan. I may be your contractor, but I don't have the power to summon him at will. Worried, Finn spoke and scratched his head. Pecan only appeared 3 hours later. Murakan's patience was wearing thin. Finn's eyes rolled back, and his body started to tremble. Was the sign of a manifestation. You work. Soon, they heard Pecan's voice as the whites of his eyes began to emit light. Oh well, you never stop chattering, do you? Greetings to you, Pecan. Oh hi, how was the journey, Jean Runcandle? By the way, Murakan, you're as slow as ever, aren't you? Don't tell me you didn't realize I was trying to avoid having to talk to you. What? You were avoiding me? Why? Pecan then widened his eyes and glared at Murakan. Have you forgotten how much you annoyed me when I worked with Balisada and Bradamanti? You would come to me every day to insist on their completion and mock me, saying that my mustache would grow faster than the speed at which I built the sword. What are you talking about? When did I say those things? Murakan made a face as if he couldn't remember. Well, don't you remember? You probably don't even remember how many times Quicantle and Timar had to come to me behind your back to apologize on your behalf. You have no idea how many times I considered abandoning Balisada and Bradamanti because of you. Pecan barked. Jean clicked his tongue. At Murakan. Seems like it was your fault. That's not all. The whole time you stayed in my forge and voiced your complaints, you would grab and hit any dragon that crossed the skies of my city. Do you know how terrified the other blacksmiths were? They all came to complain about you. What's all this about? Your forge was in a backward village in the south of Vilmer Kingdom. That place is too far from Stormcastle, and it wasn't even my territory. Why would I hit the dragons passing through that area? Where I am is my territory. Wasn't that what you used to say all the time? It suddenly reminded Jean of what Murakan said about the waters of Vermont when they were heading to meet Quicantle. Anyone who entered my territory was defeated before any questions. That's how things worked back then. In reality, Murakan had an incomparably unpleasant personality in his prime. He was boastful, arrogant, and insolent to the extreme, but he was also fierce and powerful beyond description. That's how everyone remembered Murakan in his prime. He was so infamous that even Latrie, who had never known Murakan back then, feared him based on the stories alone. It was no secret that most dragons had a bad temper. But at that time, Murakan was certainly a level above the majority. Pecan was fuming with anger. Thinking about all the things Murakan had done in the past infuriated him. You had such a bad reputation that bards used to make songs about how the village of blacksmiths in Vilmer Kingdom was filled with the screams of dragons every day. A strange rumor started spreading. and people even criticized me for being a power-hungry blacksmith who relied on the power of Timar and you. Murakin could only blink confusedly for some time. About that, Pecan, if I truly was like that, then I apologize. I'm sorry. Pecan trembled and met Murakin's eyes. But he was thinking, apologizing? Is that something Murakin is really capable of saying? Really? What did you just? Murakin interrupted. I said I'm sorry. To be honest, the only thing I remember from everything you said was teasing you about the mustache. But given the things I used to do back then, I guess they're all plausible. Are you really Murakin? Really? I think something happened to my memory during my 1,000-year slumber. I also lost much of my powers, as you can probably see. In any case, if I have offended you, I apologize for it. Murakin was about to bow his head. Jean was taken aback and immediately grabbed him by the shoulder. Pecan was completely dumbfounded but also held onto Murakin's shoulder. No need. Come on, Murakin. We were so close, you know? I was just complaining because I was annoyed. Now you're making me feel bad. Now, Pecan seemed more remorseful than Murakin. Pecan Minche? Yes. Was I an evil dragon 1,000 years ago? That was the core of Murakin's pride. Although he was the most powerful and arrogant dragon, he prided himself on never having done anything to be classified as an evil dragon. No, you weren't an evil dragon. You never harmed humans and you used to play with the children of the village. Oh, and do you remember? Ellie, when that girl was kidnapped by the Zipples, you rescued her. Oh, damn it. Why am I justifying your character? I met Silduray in the tomb, and he insulted me, calling me heartless. I thought that idiot had gone crazy, but seeing your reaction, maybe I was the one with issues. All the memories I have of Silduray, or of you, are good ones since you were all people of Timar. Jean had never seen Murakin act like this. As for Murakin, he truly didn't remember. Part of his memory that led him into slumber was blurry, and he was aware of this fact. However, he didn't believe that the fuzzy parts of his memory were important since he would have remembered them if they were. But all the people he recently met who knew about his past or spoke like them, such as the Kinslow leader, Silduray, and Pecan, gave him the impression that something had gone wrong. Look, Murakin, you're not an evil dragon. It's true that you pressed and rushed me back then, but you had good reasons for it. You needed Timar's sword to be completed to fight against the Zipples. Pecan shrugged and continued. And it's also true that you regularly beat up dragons. But the intrusion into their territory gave enough reasons for it, and in fact it was necessary for security reasons since I was forging Timar's weapon at the time. Back then, 90% of all dragons in the world belonged to the Zipples. Murakin lifted his head. Everyone knew that you made many sacrifices for the Runcandle and Huffister clans. I complained because I was glad to see you. Don't make me feel bad now. Yes, I knew something was wrong. Both you and Silduray have no reason to hate me, but you confused me by saying those things. Silduray didn't say anything to you, right? He called me heartless. Can you even imagine that? That courteous guy did. I haven't seen Silduray since I created the giant sword tamer for him. He probably complained like I did. Silduray went further and even called Sodaret a traitor. Apparently, the boy saw him say it in the past through a recording device made with shadow energy. Jean described the recording device for a while. Pecan's eyes widened in surprise. I didn't know such devices were there. The only thing Sodaret told me was that there would be a guardian formed from Silduray's will. That's why I wanted to reinforce Bradamanti with a fragment of Tamer, the giant sword from that place. Just as Murakin thought, the shadow energy account was not an object for forging. Pecan took a good look at the account and confirmed once again that Sodaret hadn't mentioned anything like that. Above all, I can't comprehend why Silduray would call Sodaret a traitor. Didn't that guy respect Sodaret more than any other knight of the 10? He was also extremely courteous to you. Pecan, were you alive after I fell asleep? I lived for about 3 years after that. Or was it 5 years? Did Sodaret do anything against the Runcandles during that time? Or something of the sort, although Quicantle and Misha didn't tell me anything about it. Oh, it seems you also met Quicantle. I'm glad to know she's still alive. But no, not that I know of. You all know this. But the Run Candles made a pact after losing to the Zipples. If you and Timar had led the battle unharmed. Pecan paused and observed Murakan's reaction. He was well aware that what had happened back then was a great scar and humiliation for both of them, and for the Run Candle clan. Forgive my mistake. I'm sorry, Murakan. First, you accused me of being evil, and now you apologize. Mustache, maybe you became a god, but you still lack class. Anyway, I think we'll have to find the rest of Soderet's recording devices if we want to figure out why Sildare said that. Pecan, do you have any more keys from Soderet? Jean asked. Pecan shook his head. That was all I had. But I know who has the key to the second tomb. Additionally, there will also be a guardian in the second tomb, and an ingredient to reinforce Bradamanti. Who has the key? The key to the second tomb was held by the most surprising figure of all. Almango, the god of clams. Chapter 291. Power and reverence for power, too. The god of clams has the key to Timar's second tomb? This is ridiculous. Timar's own guardian dragons, Misha and I, knew nothing about it. Sure, I can understand you having one mustache, but what was Soderet thinking, entrusting such a precious item to such a useless god? Murakan seemed quite annoyed by the news. I couldn't tell you that. I'm just telling you what Soderet told me. Do you know where he is? No idea. Well, now we'll have to start looking for him. Murakan muttered to himself, irritated. But Jean silently celebrated when he heard the name Almango. This god was someone they didn't have to put much effort into finding. Murakan, the contractor of the god of clams, is in Schutzeren. We discovered that while testing the compass mechanism. That's strange. But it seems to serve the purpose of showing the divine contractors. A red dot appeared in the kingdom of Schutzeren 3 days ago, and they just published a small article that someone contracted with the god of clams there this morning. God of clams? What was his name? Almango? Alongo? Anyway, does he also mark those useless deities with a red dot? Even that powerless guy isn't worthy of being called a god. That had been the conversation Jean had with his Tycan companions right after seizing the compass. It was very likely that the contractor of the god of clams was still in the kingdom of Schutzeren. Oh, yes, I remember. Murakan. Yes. I'll head to the clan's house. Go to Tycan and have Sir Kashmir send people to Schutzeren to secure the precise location of Almango's contractor. Right now. Take your time. You can spend some time with Pecan before you leave. I just need to have that information by the time I finish the Black Knight assassination task. Understood. Hey, Mustache. I have something to ask you. I heard that you used a power to control metals. You formed swords or something, right? Is it a divine power from the god of blacksmiths? Of course, how could I use such powers without being a god? What an obvious question. It's just that there's something that bothers me. You know about the Kinzalo, right? That strange bastard who supposedly leads them also wields a divine power to control metals. Murakan then went on to describe the conversation he had with the Kinzalo leader, his appearance, and the power he wielded. Pecan shrugged. It's strange. Divine powers are exclusive to the god of blacksmiths. Is it my predecessor, Growler? No, Growler is dead, and his powers were undoubtedly transferred to me. If you encounter him again, bring me some of the metals he uses. Can you find out anything about him? I'll take a look. If it's about metals, this Pecan Minche can find out things about it. Who knows? We might find some clues. It was nighttime when Jean returned to the Garden of Swords. It was March 4th, 1799, and there were still 4 days left until the mission began. Barton Vicina was not at the Garden of Swords. He was supposed to wait at his private residence and meet the rest in the mission area. Bentica. I wanted to have a conversation with him before the mission started. If possible, Jean told Gilly. I suppose you mean the target for elimination, Barton Vicina, young master. Yes. Gilly, you don't know him either, right? No, young master. I haven't even heard rumors of his martial arts feats. Barton Vicina is likely a false name. He must have used a different name in his prime. You're right, Gilly. Jean was in his room, reading the file that Rosa had given him about Barton Vicina. His real name is Ragaf Clever. Apparently, he is the older brother of the strongest martial artist in the Clever clan, Lance Clever. Wow, was it Sir Ragaf? Gilly had known him before. Before becoming your nanny, I once participated in a martial arts tournament jointly organized by 25 martial arts clans of Huffister. Only those under 20 years old were allowed to participate in the tournament. At that time, Sir Ragaf presided as a judge, and I received my trophy from him after winning the tournament. That was more than a decade ago. What was he like back then? Jean asked. Nowadays, people consider Sir Lance Clever the strongest in the Clever clan, but at that time, Sir Ragaf was clearly the stronger of the two. He was the obvious successor to the patriarchate of the clan, but he suddenly passed away 3 months after I won the tournament. I was told it was due to a mysterious high fever. That's what they told Gilly. In fact, she had even attended his funeral as a flag-bearer of the McLaurin clan. But in reality, Ragaf was already being prepared for training to become a Runcandle Black Knight at that time. As a result, he was declared dead and received the black helmet of the Runcandles instead of becoming the patriarch of the Clever clan. In fact, this file says that the Clever clan is unaware of this fact. They actually believe that Ragaf Clever had died. Of course, there were some in the Clever clan who were aware of Ragaf Clever's appointment as a Black Knight. Several of them had known, but none of them were alive anymore. There was a list of people from the Clever clan who had learned of Ragaf's appointment as a Black Knight. To the right of their names was written the ruthless phrase, "Killed for security." In other words, no one in the Clever clan currently knew that Barton Vicina was Ragaf Clever. Jean brought his hand to his forehead. Not only did we steal the successor of an allied clan, but we also killed everyone who knew about this fact. In fact, the Clevers pledged their unquestionable loyalty to the Runcandles to this day, completely unaware of what had happened. A bitter taste lingered. It's understandable why Ragaf Clever betrayed the Runcandle clan. From his perspective, we had the entire Clever clan as hostages. He probably had no choice but to become a Black Knight. I didn't know that's how the clan appoints Black Knights. Jin's gaze lingered at the bottom of the last page for a while. His father, Siren Runcandle, had approved it with his signature. Obviously, Siren would have given his direct order for the mission as the Patriarch. If it was not outside his direct order, he would still have been aware of it. It seems like I don't understand. If this turns out to be true, I will be quite disappointed. Are you saying you're disappointed in the clan? No, not in the clan. In my father. The clan is definitely capable of doing such things. In fact, it is capable of doing much worse. Jean closed the document folder and continued. Undoubtedly, father is a cold-hearted person, but he's not someone who plays dirty, not in the way I know him, at least. Besides, he is not a powerless person who needs to threaten someone to submit. So why? I don't understand why he had to take Barton Vicina in that manner. Gilly agreed with Jean but was not in a position to judge the patriarch, so she bowed her head instead. Jin's eyes gleamed in the lamp's light. Barton Vicina. I'm sure I'll find out something when I meet him. Gilly. Yes, young master. I will go to the Holy Kingdom tomorrow and receive treatment until the mission begins. Gilly sighed upon hearing that. I thought nothing would happen since Mirakan was with you, but to think you returned with so much internal damage. I'm upset that you have troubles in both body and mind just before the mission. Don't be upset. I will carry out the mission with Dyphus anyway. I am likely to succeed even if I don't unleash all my abilities. The assassination of the Black Knight was a very important mission and could be called a critical mission. Mother would have assigned someone who can guarantee success regardless of my involvement. She would have chosen her best option, given how important this is. And that choice was Dyphus. As Jean said, Rosa didn't assign Jean to the mission to put him in a tight spot. She assigned him to see how her second son treated the youngest. Dyphus was still at a 9-star level, but as a pure-blooded Runcandle, he could always deliver unexpected results against a 10-star knight. The fact that Dyphus had to bring the Black Knight to his death in a battle against the Zippel only facilitated the achievement. The White Knight didn't know that Barton was a Zippel spy, and Barton also wouldn't know that he had been discovered. However, you will still have to face a Black Knight. I fought against one of the top 10 knights in the Runcandle clan's strength and came back alive, remember? Don't worry about me. Just have a good time with Murakan while I'm away. Isn't Murakan joining the mission? No, it won't serve to bring my Dragon Guardian to my first mission. If I did, the clan elders would endlessly criticize me. In fact, even the cadets might think I'm a coward. Ugh, that might be true since they don't know what you're really like, young master. Although I've expressed my concern, I know you'll prove yourself right as always, young master. Jean smiled. Ah, and one more thing. You should take a leave of absence when this mission is over, Gilly. What? A leave of absence? Why all of a sudden? You've been facing battles since you came back, young master. Why are you telling me to take a leave of absence at this moment? It's not because of that. Murakan seems desperately eager for a date. That's why. Jean didn't dare say it. Take a leave of absence. Soon you'll have many things to worry about, so forget about things in advance. Besides, it's customary to send nannies on leave right after flagbearers are appointed as knights. Gilly was about to refuse once again, but Jean shook his head first. I think it's also important for you to have some private time for yourself, Gilly. You should go out and treat yourself once in a while, or just spend some quiet time for yourself without thinking about things. All right. Gilly had sacrificed her youth for Jean. Not only that, she was also willing to give up the rest of her days. She always said it was a choice she made for herself, and she truly believed it. But Jean always felt deeply indebted to her. He just never showed it because she didn't want him to. I want you to know that I'm always grateful to you. I feel the same, young master. Jean secretly entered the Holy Kingdom because revealing his treatment would expose his weakness to the clan. Lonnie and her loyal aides treated Jean with their best efforts for the next 2 days. There were at least 2 saints beside Jean for the next 48 hours. Jean had never received such luxurious treatment in his entire life. Thanks to their efforts, Jean was almost in perfect condition when he returned to the Garden of Swords. I won't be able to execute the reign of the King of Legends, but this is more than enough. Anyway, Rosa didn't know about the reign of the King of Legends. Therefore, it was not a necessary element to complete this mission because Rosa believed Jin's prowess was somewhere at the middle to upper level of the 8 stars. Dyphus and 10 Guardian Knights stood before the designated portals for flagbearer missions. Jean didn't recognize any of the Guardian Knights. Half of them would be promoted to Execution Knights after this mission. You've arrived, 12th flagbearer. Dyphus didn't turn to look at Jean. He was cleaning his giant sword, Bolgar, with a cloth. Hello, 4th flagbearer. I'll kill you if you get in my way. I hope you don't disappoint me. I'll explain the mission now if you follow me. Dyphus didn't offer such warnings or advice. In essence, he didn't leave the Runcandle class, just as Jean advised him a few days ago. On one hand, it was his acknowledgement of Jean, and it was also for Mary's sake. That terrifying boy. That was the updated definition of Jean that Dyphus had in his mind since that day. That's why he had to think. If given the chance during the mission, would it be better to kill Jean? Or should he let him live so he could constantly pressure Rosa and Joshua? Dyphus couldn't make up his mind. Let's get going, Dyphus said, burning the cloth with his aura and letting its ashes scatter in the wind. Chapter 292. Power and Reverence for Power, 3. It was March 8, 1799. The Runcandle swordsmen gathered to kill Barton Vicina arrived in the disputed territory of Bentica, where it was still winter. The sky lacked moisture. The winds from below blew fiercely and sliced through the ground's surface. It was a vast expanse of land and rocky mountains. But despite the harsh land conditions, it had been constantly disputed through skirmishes and confrontations for centuries due to its resources. There were large holes all over the land. They looked like hollows, but as one approached them, it could be seen that most of them could fit entire ships. They were the traces of mining. The area was mysteriously abundant in underground resources and provided its conquerors with lucrative income. But this was the first time ancient Eversteel was discovered in the area. The discovery of the mystical resource had always sparked conflicts between factions. That was why the Run-Candle Knights and the Zippel Magicians were gathered here today. In the distance, there was something that shone its light like the sun. The gigantic Zippel battleship, Kozek, unleashed its full power. The White Knight, I'll have to face the power of that annoying battleship once again. They could also see 5 red dragons flying at a short distance from the White Knight, like a fleet's convoy. The enormous ship and the 5 dragons made the vast sky seem to have no space for anything else. Meanwhile, Jean saw the back of a solitary knight standing up against their full might. Is that Barton Vicina? A cape fluttering in the wind, a sword partially visible behind the cape, and a black helmet. Barton looked imposing as he stood alone against the Kozek and the 5 dragons. They were several hundred meters apart, but they were already within reach. It almost seemed like he could bring down the red dragons and destroy the Kozek at any moment. A Black Knight of Run-Candle. Only 10 individuals in the entire clan were granted the privilege of wearing the black helmet and being called a Black Knight. The energy emanating from him convinced Jean that Barton was undoubtedly worthy of wearing the black helmet. The only issue was that he had become a traitor. If only Rosa had asserted that he was a spy, Jean would have privately investigated to confirm it. But since Siren didn't deny his condition, it was clear that he had to be a traitor. The fact that they had to kill him made Jean uncomfortable. What he had read in the dossier was reason enough for Barton to resent the Run-Candles. There was no room for doubt, but Jean hoped to have the chance to talk to him before finishing him off. You've arrived, 4th Flagbearer. Barton was the first to speak as Jean, Dyphus, and the Guardian Knights approached. The voice escaping from the helmet was somber and coercive. His words were courteous, but he didn't bother to turn his head. Flagbearers were not exactly above Black Knights in the chain of command. Dyphus positioned himself beside the Black Knight. Sir Barton, I didn't think the 12th Flagbearer would participate in this mission. Was it Lady Rose's decision? Barton eventually turned around and spoke while inspecting Jean. Jean immediately read his feelings through the straightforwardly spoken words. Disappointment. He seemed offended by the fact that he, a Black Knight, had to carry out a mission with Jean, who had just been appointed as a flagbearer. Dyphus nodded. Yes, it was Lady Rosa, Sir Barton. This is going to be a quite dangerous battle. Please keep the 12th flagbearer safe. 4th flagbearer. Well, you'll see that he won't need such protection. I can't disagree if you say so, 4th flagbearer. But keep in mind that I also have little room for maneuver against those things. I'll keep those words in mind. Barton's tone was imposing, but Dyphus didn't seem offended at all. In fact, he followed the Black Knight's words as if it were standard operating procedure. And Dyphus was right to do so, aside from the fact that Barton was a spy. Many more flagbearers didn't make it to the crypt after their death, but Black Knights almost always ended up consecrated there as long as they didn't commit high treason or the like. In that sense, Barton wouldn't end up in the crypt. 4th flagbearer, take the center of the battle line with me. The 3 top Guardian Knights will form the infiltration group. The rest of you 7, eliminate those who leave the battlefield. Loyalty to the clan. Loyalty to the clan. Never head toward the center of the battle line even if you find yourself in unexpected or emergency situations. You're more likely to get swept away and die there. We will remember, sir. Barton didn't give any orders to Jean. He acted as if Jean didn't exist after his initial mention. Setting aside the betrayal, Barton might consider it quite offensive to carry out a mission with me. Not only am I young, but I also challenge the authenticity of the clan. Jean didn't react to Barton's treatment. Shouting and accusing him of leaving him out would only make him look pitiful, and Jean didn't truly feel offended. It didn't even make Jean feel bad for Barton. In fact, he felt that they cared for him, despite Barton's original intention. You can die, flee, or fight. It sounded like Barton was telling him to do as he pleased. That's all. Take your positions. The Guardian Knights immediately dispersed at Barton's command. The 3 assigned for infiltration stayed behind to put fabric masks on their faces to avoid being identified. Kozek and the Red Dragons approached swiftly. They were still at a distance, but the red dragons unleashed shield barriers simultaneously, creating a large sphere in the sky. Barton, Dyphus, and the infiltrating Guardian Knights unsheathed their swords in response. The battle began. The reason the red dragons unleashed shield barriers was to buy time for Kozek to activate its weapons. Good luck in the battle, fourth flagbearer. Barton flashed his eyes and lunged forward. Each step he took sent rock fragments flying, and a gigantic sail-shaped blade wave was already forming above his aura-infused sword. Dyphus charged after him as the infiltrating Guardian Knights advanced, trying to predict where the remnants of blade waves and cannon blasts would fall. Dyphus and Barton were the only ones who could continue the battle amidst all the falling debris. Or at least that's what Barton thought. Perhaps I should stay back for now. Jean decided to withdraw from the battle for the time being. The first reason was that there was no reason to waste his energy, especially since he wasn't in perfect condition. The second reason was to keep his powers hidden from Barton until the last moment, if possible. It will be troublesome if Barton learns about my powers too soon. It could raise suspicions, prompting him to try and confirm various things. Securing Bentica was Barton's mission and Barton's alone. He still had no idea that the flagbearers and Guardian Knights were here to eliminate him. If he had known, he wouldn't have targeted Jean. Therefore, Jean had to conceal his abilities for as long as he could. The best scenario would be to repel the Zippel with only Dyphus, Barton, and the Guardian Knights without his own involvement. All he needed to do then was to kill Barton in his exhaustion before the enemies realized the plan or led him to his demise at the enemy's hands. But it was likely that at some point he would have to intervene, whether to secure victory, change the course of the battle, rescue the knights, or something of the sort. The second best option was to be defeated by the Zippel and assassinate Barton while they retreated. In that case, they would have to surrender Bentica to the enemy, but it would probably be Dyphus who would bear the responsibility for it, not Jean. Either way, I have nothing to lose in this mission. Likewise, I have nothing to gain. Whether it succeeds or fails, all the credit and blame will fall on Dyphus. Mother assigned me this mission to use me as efficiently as possible, quite literally. Jean only had to secure what was beneficial to him, as always. In that sense, thanks to Barton dismissing Jean without paying much attention to him, Jean had the opportunity to formulate a convincing plan. No matter who wins, whether it's the Run Candles or the Zippel, Dyphus and Barton will be weakened. If I then have the chance, maybe I can even eliminate Dyphus as well. Eliminate? That didn't necessarily mean killing him. Jean wanted to instill fear in Dyphus so that he wouldn't dare challenge him again. There was no need to kill Dyphus just yet. It would be foolish to eliminate someone who could put pressure on Joshua. You can still do a lot for me, Dyphus. Jean smiled and shifted his gaze to the combat. It was time to enjoy the battle. Crewer. Kozek spewed a concentrated golden fire from its mana cannon. Jean had experienced its blast in Colin. If allowed to hit the ground unobstructed, it could easily bring down the foundations of the entire area. Fortunately, it wasn't as powerful as in Colin. The Zippel certainly didn't value ancient Eversteel as much as they did the mirror. Therefore, the magicians on board the ship weren't as skilled as the magicians in Colin. Shockwaves from Dyphus and Barton's swords shot up into the sky. The two powers collided, creating a deafening noise and shockwaves, instantly painting the empty sky in vibrant colors. Fragments and debris began to fall. Each debris particle that fell was as powerful as a strike from a 6-star martial artist. Such particles fell and covered the entire battlefield. From a distance, it looked quite similar to what had happened in Colin. But at that time, Talaris couldn't unleash his full strength against the Zippel because he had to protect the natives of Colin. Now, the Runcandle Knights had no reason to hold back. It didn't have to be a battle of blade waves and cannon blasts like in Colin. After Barton fired his blade wave, he didn't care if the second cannon blast hit the ground. The same went for the Zippel. Some of the Night-White magicians aboard Kozek mounted the red dragons and positioned themselves in the sky. The magicians began casting high-level destructive spells like hell winds and ice-cutting blades, while Barton and Dyphus continuously leaped toward them. Barton Vicina, truly a beast, jumping, propelling the body into the air. Obviously, it limited movements compared to moving on the ground. But Barton moved freely in the air as if he were flying, unleashing blade waves in midair. He used the recoil after firing the waves as a means of propulsion. To everyone's surprise, none of his waves went to waste. They flew toward the enemy shield barriers and crushed them. Dyphus was doing something similar. However, it was clear that he was trying to use his aura more efficiently since he didn't possess the aura of a 10-star knight like Barton. The two of them constantly leaped from the ground to the sky, reaching all sides of the battlefield until, boom, an unexpected explosion erupted. Fortunately, both Barton and Dyphus managed to avoid any damage, but they couldn't avoid losing momentum and falling to the ground. At that moment, Jin's eyes lit up with understanding. Dyphus and Barton also recognized the spell that had targeted them. Immediately, they started scrutinizing the dragons. They had to find the sorcerer who was casting the spatial explosion. In their understanding, the only sorcerer capable of casting the spatial explosion in the whole world was supposedly Kiliak Zippel. Jin, on the other hand, was able to guess who had cast the spatial explosion. Midder Elner. It's him. Jin remembered the troubles caused by the spatial explosion in Colin. Jin immediately started looking for him. But a few seconds later, Jin realized that it wasn't Midder who had cast the spatial explosion. His white hair was highly recognizable, even from a distance. Baradin? He was riding a red dragon, gazing at the Run-Candle Knights with red eyes that gleamed like embers. Chapter 293, Power and Reverence for Power. 4. How was he supposed to know he would be in Bentica? It was hard to see his face due to the distance, but it wasn't hard to recognize his friend. Jin's heart began to pound, even though he hadn't landed a single sword strike. His instinct told him that Baradin wasn't his usual self. Suddenly, he remembered the last conversation he had shared with Baradin. "What are you going to do now?" Jin had asked. "About what?" "Leaving the Zippels." "Ah, that. I suppose it won't be easy. The only realistic way to do it is to wait until you become a flag bearer and capture me as a hostage. But that could easily lead to a full-blown war. Plus, you never know how much your brothers might torture me. The Run-Candles and the Zippels fight each other all the time, regardless of you." "That may be true, but Jin, I also have my share of responsibilities. If my clan is going in the wrong direction, I should be the one to stay and correct it, don't you think? I will restore everything. I will make the Zippels the clan I have always been proud of." It seemed like time had stood still. Baradin's words echoed in Jin's mind. "I will stay and correct the clan." Jin didn't trust Baradin's determination. The evil empire that hadn't fallen even once in the past 1,000 years had gone too far to be corrected. The only way to set it right was to bring it down. But it was so vast and sturdy that bringing it down seemed like an impossible feat. More than half of the world was under Zippel's control. Their alliances were strong, and countless people depended on Zippel's magic in their daily lives. The most powerful clan in the world outshined the others by such a margin that even the alliance of the rest of the world couldn't guarantee its downfall. That was the Zippel clan. That's why Jin hoped that Baradin would run away, to live his own life far from the clan. "No, if I were you, I would leave the Run-Candle clan as soon as I was forced to live a life where my own will is gradually taken away without my knowledge," Jin had said. Giant blade waves and Kozek cannons clashed with each other, and the collision of both forces created energy debris that covered the sky. Baradin's red eyes flickered and trembled in the dark battlefield sky. "He's not in his right state." Jin repeated the phrase to himself as he gritted his teeth. Living a life with altered memories that slowly robbed one of their own personhood. Who would want such an existence? Baradin looked like a madman as he entered the battlefield with divine fire powers evident in his red eyes. He seemed like a monster desperate to kill his enemies. Boom! Blam! Bam! Spatial explosions erupted everywhere they met Baradin's gaze. "You resisted your clan until the very end. It's impossible that you came to this battlefield willingly." Encountering Baradin on his first mission as a flag-bearer was something Jin hadn't foreseen. But it had to turn out this way with Baradin in this state. Jin wanted to curse the situation. He wanted to grab Baradin and leave the battlefield so he could do something to bring his friend back to his right state. It was impossible being realistic. Succumbing to fury wouldn't improve the situation at all. For now, I won't be able to bring Baradin back to his right state anyway. It's probably impossible. It was necessary to control his anger and make an objective assessment of the situation. Of course, Jean still worried about him, but he also had another thought. Baradin is not a child either. It wasn't Jin's place to sacrifice himself to save Baradin, as if he were a child in need of rescue. That was the challenge Baradin had to overcome on his own. Jin's role was to extend his hand if Baradin asked for help. It was Baradin's decision to fight against his own clan, so Jean had to respect that decision as a friend, at least until it became evident that Baradin was completely shattered. Jean quickly calmed himself. His state of calm was evident in his eyes. First and foremost, Baradin's introduction to the battlefield quickly changed the tide of the battle. It was the spell resembling a divine power that Baradin was casting, the spatial explosion. The run candles had only two individuals who could deliver real blows to the flying Kozaks and red dragons. They were Dyphus and Barton. They could use their sword waves to soar into the sky and attempt attacks against them. But due to the spatial explosion, Dyphus and Barton couldn't move in the air. Not even a 10-star knight and a 9-star knight with the run candles' blessed bodies could avoid a spatial explosion in the air. It was nearly impossible. Baradin used this fact to his advantage, disrupting their movements. Therefore, the two could only respond to the Zippel's threat by firing sword waves from the ground, leading to a unilateral bombardment from the Zippel clan. Baradin's spatial explosion was nowhere near as threatening as Mitterelner's spatial explosion. But this single spell was able to keep the two transcendent swordsmen on the ground. Dyphus must be quite confused now. He's probably in shock seeing Baradin or the fact that someone other than Kiliak can use spatial explosion, and he must think Barton must have informed the Zippels about the Bentica mission. As expected, Dyphus was quite confused. Though he didn't make it obvious to his enemies, Jean could still see through him. In reality, Barton probably would have informed the Zippels before the mission began. He would have let them know that he was assigned to the Bentica mission and advised them to take appropriate measures if they wanted to preserve the ancient Eversteel. And the appropriate measure came in the form of spatial explosion. If the Zippels deployed too many forces to protect the land against Barton and Dyphus, the run candles would probably send an equal number, thus nullifying the purpose. But what if they could simply deter Dyphus and Barton's aerial capabilities with spatial explosion? While the run candles had only 2 swordsmen capable of aerial combat, the Zippels deployed 5 dragons and even the powerful Kozak, on which it was unknown how many of the supposedly more elite magical troops of the Zippels, the White Knight, were aboard. As strong as Dyphus and Barton were, the battle was completely against them if aerial combat was denied. The Zippels played this well. If the run candles and the Zippels simply fought with a greater number of forces, spatial explosion alone wouldn't have been enough to change the course of the battle. This was only possible if there were other knights who could cover Barton and Dyphus from spatial explosion. But the 10 Guardian Knights who joined the mission were not capable of such things. The infiltration group was blocked and couldn't advance further toward the enemy. The Guardian Knights positioned to kill anyone who left the battlefield were now being pursued by the dragons. Damn it! Why is Baradin Zippel using Kiliak's powers? Sir Barton, I will try to create an opportunity. You should take him down from a distance. 4th Flagbearer, how do you propose to create this opportunity? The White Knight magicians are concentrating their defenses on Baradin. I can tear through those useless shield barriers anytime. I'm not questioning your skill, am I? 4th Flagbearer? It's too dangerous. Now that we're blocked from the air, we'll have to risk a lot if we really want to proceed with this. So you suggest we turn around without even trying? Try to be rational, 4th Flagbearer. I don't want to leave a record of my failure as a Black Knight either. But the enemy's tactical advantage is too effective. What did you say? Is ancient Eversteel worth more than the life of the 4th Flagbearer? Confirming Baradin's use of Kiliak's powers is a significant gain in itself. Countless fragments and spells rained down in the midst of their conversation. Dyphus and Barton were able to constantly keep themselves away from the spatial explosion, thanks to their superior senses. However, the rest of the Guardian Knights couldn't do the same. Spatial explosion was extremely noticeable, as it had the capability to kill without the slightest indication. One of the Guardian Knights screamed. His arm had suddenly exploded. The spatial explosion originally aimed for his head, but the Guardian Knight instinctively moved aside and ended up losing an arm. Even Dyfus and Barton had to sharpen their senses to the maximum if they wanted to dodge the spatial explosions. To make matters worse, Baradin's spatial explosions were launched with a triple simultaneous release, meaning 3 explosions occurred at once. Dyfus and Barton could protect the Guardian Knights from all other attacks, such as Kozak cannons, spells, and dragon breath, but spatial explosion was an exception. It was only a matter of time before the rest of the Guardian Knights were incapacitated by the spatial explosion. 4th Flagbearer. What is the role of a Runcandle Flagbearer? It is to lead and protect the clan knights. Will you lead them to useless deaths just to keep your mission record clean? Make the call. You filthy traitor. I know what you're thinking. Dyfus had to restrain his anger that was dying to escape his lips and shook his head. If it had been any other Black Knight besides Barton, Dyfus would have easily agreed with his recommendation to retreat. After all, he was right. But Barton was a spy, and Dyfus's mission was to secure Bentica and eliminate Barton. As you say, Sir Barton, ancient Eversteel certainly doesn't hold much value. But Baradin's head does. We can't go back empty-handed. We'll take Bentica and the head of the Zippel successor. Then I will be the one to give the order to retreat. Sir Barton, you may be the 4th Flagbearer, but you have no authority over mine. This is your last chance. Give yourself the order to retreat. If you don't comply, I will fulfill my duties as a Black Knight and leave the area with the rest of the knights. You will be responsible for any casualties that occur in the process, 4th Flagbearer. Why are you saying that? Do you think we would have another opportunity to kill the Zippel Patriarch successor? As Dyfus contemplated his next move, he thought of the one person who hadn't yet joined the battle. Jean Runcandle, his younger brother. If it was Jean might have a brilliant solution to turn this disastrous situation around. He had a hunch that Jean would, and though thinking about it was humiliating, things were pretty dire for Dyfus. Damn it! How did I let things get like this? Humiliation is not the problem now. I must kill Barton. Right here, right now. I must do it. Jean continued to watch them from afar on the battlefield. He couldn't hear Dyfus and Barton's conversation due to the distance and the explosions, but it wasn't difficult to see how things were going. Barton would have suggested retreat. It would be foolish to risk the lives of Dyfus and the Guardian Knights in the face of the threat of a spatial explosion just to obtain some ancient Eversteel. But Jean wasn't going to let Barton get away with it. First, I must neutralize the threat of the spatial explosion. Jean made his decision and began to walk toward the battlefield. Chapter 294, Power and Reverence for Power 5. I clearly gave you the opportunity to give the order to retreat, 4th Flagbearer. I am disappointed. Barton spoke with a cold look on his face. There were more casualties. The Guardian Knight who lost his right arm was surrounded by magicians and was at risk of dying. The infiltration group attempted to save him, but their approach was deterred by a spatial explosion. Do not expect me to speak in your favor, 4th Flagbearer. All Guardian Knights, retreat. Barton was about to shout those words when he felt Jean approaching. 12th Flagbearer? Sir Barton, I apologize for the delayed support. I stayed on standby because I did not receive any orders. You should have stayed on standby. This mission has failed. We must retreat, so return to your position. What is the reason for the retreat? Jin's provocative question made Barton's eyes dangerously gleam. So, you dare to show me your attitude because you too are a flagbearer, is that it? That was the message his eyes conveyed. On the other hand, Dyfus felt a strange sensation. It was a mix of anticipation for the possibility of Jean offering a brilliant solution and the humiliation of his own powerlessness. It is due to the spatial explosion. We have lost all aerial capabilities because of that spell. We cannot continue the battle, Dyfus responded. The three took a step back as Baradin triggered a spatial explosion between them. It clearly seems dangerous. Jean looked up at the sky. Baradin did not react upon seeing Jean. He simply continued forward, flying across the battlefield on a red dragon and spraying spatial explosions all around. Jean, on the other hand, maintained his composure. "Do you have any solution?" Fourth flagbearer stopped playing dumb. What could the 12th flagbearer do in this situation? "I can suppress the spatial explosion." Jean cut Barton off abruptly. Dyfus could not believe what he was hearing. Barton shuddered and turned his head. "What do you mean by that, 12th flagbearer? Can you be held accountable for your words? If the spatial explosion is suppressed, can you continue the mission?" Jean looked directly at Barton and asked. Barton concealed his dilemma. He remained silent for a moment but soon nodded. "If that is possible, execute it immediately. The Guardian Knights cannot hold on any longer." As far as Barton knew, the spatial explosion was impossible to neutralize. If this young brat could neutralize it, then all those martial artists who challenged Kiliak and ended up having their bodies explode all these years would have lost their bodies in vain. But Barton couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling that Jean might succeed, as Jean had proven himself through various adversities and miracles since his cadet days. Barton was the only spy of the Runcandle clan who reported directly to Kiliak. And yet, he didn't even get to hear how the Zippel restrained him in Bentica. So when he saw the spatial explosion, he thought it was a brilliant tactic because no other spell could be more fitting to provide a reason for retreat. It also shocked him horribly that Kiliak had shared his divine fire powers with Baradin. If the 12th flagbearer manages to neutralize the spatial explosion, the plan will be compromised. If the tide of battle changes significantly, he probably should guide the Zippel to retreat instead. Barton formulated his plans. Meanwhile, Jean began casting spells. Whoosh! Blue flames extended from Jin's hands. All the magicians in the air focused their gaze on Jean. They could feel the unique strength of the blue flames. Gah! It was Tess, the master of the fire realm. Tess burst through the dimensional gate and screeched. Now he was much larger than before Jean crossed La Ferosa. He looked like a dragon as he flapped his gigantic wings, but the force he carried was incomparable to the measly red dragons surrounding him. Tess's strength had grown due to Jin's increased mana. The magicians had no time to react. The pressure of the blue flames already covered the sky. 1,000 veins of blue flames writhed above their heads, creating a circle so large that it immediately encompassed the entire battlefield. The air became heavy. It was not just a matter of expression. The battlefield was literally pressed down by the pressure of the flames. The dragons struggled more to flap their wings, and the magicians had to control their breathing and release their mana. On the other hand, the Guardian Knights did not have to fight against the weight of the pressure. Tess could perfectly control every tiny ember of his blue flames, which now spread across the entire battlefield in a way that ensured Jin's friendly forces suffered no harm. But from there, enemy units, Kozek seemed unaffected despite being exposed to the pressure more than any other unit. "It's done, Sir Barton. Let's proceed with the mission." Barton didn't have to ask Jean what he meant. Tessa's introduction immediately stopped the spatial explosions. Barton wasn't a magician, but he could tell that it wasn't the sudden introduction of the Phoenix that made Baradin stop casting spells. It was the region of the absolute blue flames. No flame from Shainu could penetrate them unless it was launched by Kiliak Zippel himself. Indeed, the region of the blue flames posed no restriction to other ordinary flame spells that did not derive from the powers of Shainu. Similarly, Tessa's flames couldn't target Baradin either. Anyone, even those unaware of the fire and Shainu realms, could tell that the blue flames did not extend towards Baradin. The debris falling from the clash of sword waves and cannon fire turned blue under the pressure flames. Fourth flagbearer, please retrieve the wounded Guardian Knights. And as for Sir Barton, Jean looked up and located Baradin. The red dragon carrying him flew toward Kozek. Tessa's appearance deactivated his spatial explosions, which in turn made it impossible to ensure Baradin's safety outside of Kozek. Baradin did not turn his gaze towards Jean. There was an empty hatred in his eyes, still shining in red. Make sure not to lose Baradin Zipple. This is the last chance we'll have to cut his throat. Barton had only one option left: to attack Baradin Zipple with all his might. Any hesitation would be an acknowledgement of his own betrayal. For now, he had to leap forward with everything he had. None of the Zipples present on the battlefield were aware that Barton was their own spy. Sir Barton would never kill Baradin, although he would pretend to give it his all. This was the reason why Jean had Barton take the lead against Baradin, and not Dyfus. Securing the lives of the Guardian Knights was assigned to Dyfus, who genuinely fought for the run candles. And securing Baradin's life was assigned to Barton Vicina, who fought for the Zipples. Protect the young master. Stop the Black Knight. It was almost impossible to stop a 10-star knight leaping in the air without the ability of spatial explosion. All sorts of attack magic fell like a cascade, but Barton deflected their efforts and secured his path of attack with nothing but blade waves. The faces of the magicians turned horrified as they saw Barton soar in the air with blade waves. But even Barton couldn't reach Baradin in a straight line, through the shortest possible distance. It was no easy task to follow the flight course of his red dragon, and the magicians fought more desperately as he approached. All Phoenix contractors, summon your phoenixes. Groups 1 and 2, take down Jean Runcandle. The rest, block the Black Knight. He must not reach the young master. A commanding magician aboard Kozek shouted, causing several dimensional gates to open in the sky, to the sky of Bentica, currently plagued with blue flames, blade waves, countless spells, and falling debris from the mixture of all these energies. About 30 phoenixes joined in. Energies of various colors swirled together, making the sight blurry. Magicians without enhanced vision could not see anything beyond the barriers of their shields, and the Guardian Knights did not dare to brandish their swords. Gah! Geok! Tess cried out towards the newly summoned phoenixes. If Murakan were here, he would have mocked them, saying that humans were foolish enough to summon phoenixes to attack the master of the fire realm. Jean chuckled. This made no sense. The magicians only saw Tess as the most powerful phoenix. Not many were aware that Tess was the sole absolute sovereign of the fire realm. This was something only the gods who had been in the fire realm or those close to beings of such status knew. Unfortunately, none of the White Knight magicians aboard Kozek were such figures. There were also several renowned phoenixes among the summoned ones, but they could only roam the sky, unable to follow the will of the magicians. It was clear that they were afraid. That's why all the phoenixes from groups 1 and 2, which were supposed to attack Jean, ended up heading towards Barton. Given the urgency of the situation, the magicians had no time to investigate the phenomenon. This was what Jean wanted. The 30 phoenixes would serve the purpose of making Barton's false threat seem real. If all went well, Barton could receive a good amount of damage and fall to the ground. Barton was covered by the flames of the phoenixes and was completely blocked from view. Similarly, the flames also covered Baradin, making him disappear from sight, and only the wing or tail of the red dragon briefly appeared and disappeared from time to time. Amidst all this chaos, Kozek prepared to fire its cannon. It was aiming at Tess. Fourth flag-bearer! Jean shouted loudly, causing Dyfus to immediately turn his head. He had just returned to his position after taking the wounded Guardian Knights away from the battlefield. Jean pointed at the cannon with his finger. He gestured for him to take it out. It was not something a 12th flag-bearer should ask of a 4th flag-bearer, but Dyfus rushed to defend against the threat without complaining. He knew that neither Barton nor he were the targets of this operation. Jean was. He didn't want to admit it, but it was true. Dyfus was not someone who made foolish decisions out of ego. Anyway, how did you neutralize the spatial explosion? Was it Tessa's power? Why didn't you get involved immediately if you had such powers? It sounded like he was complaining, but in reality, Dyfus had never appreciated his younger brother as much as he did today. Jean responded coldly. Shouldn't you say thank you first? It's just that I wasn't accustomed to these scenarios. Thank you, and I mean it. Keep blocking the cannon fire until Sir Barton returns or falls to the ground. The spatial explosions will start again the moment Tess is summoned after taking a hit from that cannon. Dyphus nodded. Jean assumed a stance and prepared to cast another spell. Now was the time to turn the tide of the battle. And to think that the first time he would cast this spell would be against the Zipples. The decimating flame orb of the dark sky. The final version. Jean was preparing to cast Ryal Zipple's legacy. Chapter 295. Power and Reverence for Power, 6. It almost seemed like Bentica itself was melting under the heat of a dozen different flames. The sky was completely painted red, and it was impossible to see what it had looked like before the battle began. The red dragon carrying Baradin continued flying towards Kozek, constantly evading Barton along the way. Dyphus raised his giant sword. Kozek's cannon was fully charged and golden in color. Zing! The ominous sound of compressed mana pierced through the sounds of the battlefield. An explosion roared out of the cannon. Dyphus shouted in response. His giant sword, Bolgar, released a dazzling wave of light in the form of a blade wave. It collided with the cannon shots and showered the area with debris, creating punctual shadows on the ground. The magicians joined in with Kozek's fires and unleashed their attacks on the ground. The White Knight Phoenixes screamed in fury as they tried to deter Barton's movement. The sky was in chaos. Barton's sword waves stood out among the flames, magic, and cannon fire. However, the sword waves constantly failed to reach Baradin. Dyphus had to restrain his anger at the pretense of the traitor, but Jean didn't complain. Kish! Blam! Dyphus frowned as he struck the falling debris towards Jean and Tess. The impact of the previous cannon shot had not yet subsided, but Kozek was already preparing to fire the next round. By the way, how do the Zipples create such monstrous weapons? Oh, Jean, I have a question for you. What is it? The traitor would never kill the Zipple successor. I think you should have told Sir Barton to take care of friendly forces and assign me to kill Baradin instead. As you said, this was the last chance. Dyphus was aware that Jean had spent a night drinking with Dante and Baradin at the Arena of Cosmos in his days as a provisional flag-bearer. Dyphus had investigated Jin's past after his identity was revealed, and there were some nobles from Bellardo who had been present at the finals and knew that the three young men had drunk together. Of course, Dyphus didn't believe that one single incident was enough to assume that Jean had formed a bond with Baradin. However, it was hard to understand why Jean had assigned the task to the traitor Barton. It seems you question my motives. Why did you follow my orders then, fourth flag-bearer? Because I briefly lost composure, and the Night Guardians were in danger of death if I hesitated. Fourth flag-bearer, what is the mission assigned to us? What? The elimination of Baradin is not part of the objective of this mission. Surely, it would be better if we could bring Baradin's head with us, but securing Bentica and eradicating the traitor are the key objectives. Dyphus kept his gaze on the cannon and didn't turn to look at Jean. The reason I assigned Sir Barton to attack Baradin was based on the assumption that he is more likely to get injured if he pretends to attack Baradin without actually doing so. Because it would be easier to kill Sir Barton later. Does that explain enough? Dyphus nodded. It wasn't entirely satisfactory, but it was certainly acceptable. Kozek fired its golden mana cannon once again. The entire battlefield was filled with cannon shots, blade waves, and falling energy debris. The infiltrating Night Guardians couldn't bear the heat of the battlefield any longer and retreated to Dyphus' position, and Barton seemed like he would soon fall from the air as well. We have secured the young master, the magicians shouted as Baradin's red dragon reached Kozek. Baradin fired his spatial explosion at Barton once he boarded Kozek. Tessa's flames didn't cover the entire battlefield. Clue! Barton began to fall. He could no longer go against the premise that humans couldn't fly. But even as he fell to the ground after taking the full impact of the spatial explosion in his chest, he managed to slash 2 red dragons and over 10 magicians in his descent. Enemy bodies splattered and plummeted along with the debris. If Jean and Dyphus weren't aware of his betrayal, they wouldn't have even realized that Barton had purposely missed Baradin. Now that Baradin was safe, the Zipples had no reason to hold back. Tez posed a great limitation on the use of the spatial explosion, but now it was only a matter of time before they gained the upper hand. Attack Jean, Runcandle, and Tess. The Runcandles can't do anything without those two. The Zipple Phoenixes began their descent. They still refused to attack Tess. Therefore, they went for Barton, who had fallen to the ground. There were cannon shots, spells, and dragon breaths in the air. The phoenixes unleashed their flames on the ground. The battlefield was reaching the climax of chaos. However, Jean finally finished casting a spell he had been preparing. Fourth Flagbearer, the tide of battle will change from now on. Dyphus turned and looked at Jean in response. His eyes widened in surprise. Jean had a grotesque appearance. His whole body was completely covered and painted in darkness by the shadow energy. Jean. First, I will secure Bentica. Once Kozek withdraws, pursue it with Sir Barton and find a suitable moment to fall back. Fall back? What the hell are you talking about? Dyphus was about to ask out loud. Although they only intended to give it their all, neither Barton, the Black Knight, nor he could bring down the enemy's gigantic flying ship. But there was Jean, claiming that he would make it fall back as if it were no difficult task. Wait! Why is the sky so dark? The sky was growing dark. The sky that had moments ago displayed dazzling colors with cannon shots and spells was now completely black as coal. The same color as Jin's body, which was covered in shadow energy. This was the conversation Jean had with Murakin during his first lesson on shadow energy. That the sky would turn black was something natural. For a magician, releasing their magical energy is an act that connects their magic with the one already present in nature. And what did I say was the purpose of such actions? Mana replenishment and strengthening their magic, Jean had said. Yes, you replenish the lost mana by using the forces of nature and increase the power of the next spell. The same goes for releasing your shadow energy. However, there are some differences. What kind of differences? When you release your shadow energy, you don't connect with nature. You connect nature to yourself. It had connected to Jean, who released his shadow energy. It was darker than night. Not even moonless skies devoid of starlight could seem darker than that. Dyphus wasn't the only one bewildered. Upon noticing the dark sky, even the magicians briefly halted their attacks in surprise. Everyone seemed confused, but they could all feel it in their instincts. Something dangerous was about to happen. There was a good reason why the spell based on the flame orb came with that descriptor. The legacy of Ryal Zippel was based on the powers of Sodaret. It didn't take long for everyone on the battlefield to realize that the dark energy covering the entire sky was shadow energy, and there was only one person here wielding shadow energy. Both the run candles and the Zippels reacted in the same way. The commanders of both forces immediately gave decisive orders. Deploy shield barriers and take down Jean Runcandle. All Runcandle knights, gather around the 12th Flagbearer and protect him. Meanwhile, Jean calmly gazed at Kozek. He wanted to see the face of his friend, who stood at the helm of the ship with his pale hair flowing in the wind. Their gazes met in the darkness of the battlefield. Baradin chuckled with madness. His eyes gleamed redder than ever. Certainly, he wasn't laughing because of his memories. Jean contemplated Baradin's twisted smile as he unleashed the decimating flame orb of the dark sky, the final version. I hope he doesn't get gravely injured. A hole opened in the sky like a giant beast opening its jaws. Then, a massive fireball emerged from the hole. The fireball was much larger than Kozek. It almost resembled the sun itself. Jin's body levitated in the air, as if drawn by the gravity of the blazing orb. The runes left by Ryal Zippel swirled around Jin's body. The runes left Jin's body and left glowing trails all over the battlefield. One of the mages saw the shining runic character flying towards him and unconsciously reached out his hand towards it. At that moment, the commanding mage remembered what he had read about the decimating flame orb of the dark sky and shouted in panic. Stay away from those runic characters. They are the marks of... The runic characters, shining like beautiful petals, were target marks. Marks that the giant orb in the sky would apply its punishment to. The commanding mage couldn't even finish his sentence. The fireball began to rain down a fiery deluge with countless flame tendrils, making it impossible to anticipate their trajectory. The flames assaulted the floating runic characters. At each point marked by the beautiful shining rune, someone was scorched, Someone screamed, and ashes flew. "Shoot down Jean, run candle." The commanding mage's order couldn't be carried out because all the mages could barely erect shield barriers against the ultimate spell they had never experienced before. But even those barriers meant little. Partly because each flame tendril had power close to a 10-star spell, but also because the shadow energy covering the sky was crushing their shield barriers. Shadow energy didn't just serve to change the color of the sky. Just as the flame orb spewed fire, the shadows extended through the veil of shadow energy to shatter the shield barriers. This is madness. Is this really the power of magic alone? And is this supposed to be Jin's spell? Dyphus could only swallow his saliva as he looked at Jean, who levitated in the air. It was impossible for him to understand a spell that not even the mages could comprehend. He could only think that Jin's spell was closer to divine power than a magical spell. Suddenly, he was reminded of the enemy leader, Kiliak Zippel. Dyphus had encountered him once 10 years ago. The last time he felt like this was when he faced Kiliak's prowess back then. The fact that Jean reminded him of that experience sent chills down his spine. The flames grew more intense. More than half of the mages flying outside Kozek were already dead. The number of red dragons was decreasing horrifyingly fast. The tide of battle had changed in an instant, but the mages who had read the records of Ryal Zippel knew it wasn't over. This was only the beginning. If the flame orb stopped raining fire and detonated, it could mean the destruction of Kozek. "Young master, we must retreat. We are unable to handle this surprise attack." Baradin shook his head at the words of the commanding warlock. The dark emotions rippling behind his vacant eyes were hard to read. "Young master." Baradin took a step forward as if captivated by Jin's flames, which were engulfing the entire battlefield. He too was forming flames on his hand. The flame was more than just red. It was menacing and ferocious. Decimating flame orb of the dark sky, the first version of the Demon Empress, was another spell left in the legacy of Ryal Zippel. Baradin's staff pointed towards Jean. Chapter 296. Power and Reverence for Power 7. Jean focused on Baradin's staff as he controlled the flames. Clearly, the staff was aimed at him. For some reason, the staff seemed to exude both a murderous intent and intrigue. Baradin smiled, as if finding the situation exciting. Jean decided not to dwell on bitterness over the situation. In any case, the person pointing the staff at him was probably not the real Baradin, despite taking on Baradin's form. Furthermore, Jean was convinced of another thing. The Zippels would never let Baradin remain in that state. If the Zippels needed puppets for battle, they had plenty of others. It didn't have to be Baradin. Surely, he would be himself most of the other times because they couldn't afford to have a bloodthirsty maniac crazed for battle as their next patriarch. Jean thought that Baradin might have been manipulated in his past life as well. Those unsettling bastards. The shining runic characters floated towards Kozek. All the mages realized that the runic characters were target marks of the flame orb. They panicked and pointed their staffs towards the runic characters. They used all sorts of spells to drive away the runes. But the characters were too small and constantly moving, making it nearly impossible to shoot them down. Some managed to hit them, but it had no effect on the runic characters. They simply pierced through the spells like a breeze and continued floating upward. Several dozen runic characters abruptly embedded into Kozek's hull. An equal number of fire tendrils extended from Jin's flame orb. The chains of flames wrapped and coiled around Kozek like a snake, horrifying the mages. It looked as though multiple snakes were squeezing a single prey. It immediately created small fractures all over the hull. The mages aboard screamed from the sudden impact. It seemed like the flaming chains could crush Kozek as if it were nothing. The surviving red dragons charged at the flames holding the hull. But the red dragons couldn't do anything. They tried to bite the chains, but instead, their bodies were pierced by other flame tendrils or their necks were sliced. Jean looked at them with cold eyes. "Turn the ship around." "The ship is stuck, sir." To think that Kozek could be incapacitated by a single man, the 12th flag-bearer of the Run Candles no less. No one here had imagined such a scenario. Every single one of the 30 summoned phoenixes had been invoked. That meant the summoning mages were all dead. Tez let out a loud screech and unleashed her breath towards Kozek. Now that the pressure blue flames joined Jin's flames, Kozek shook violently as if it would shatter at any moment. The Guardian Knights could only watch Jin and Kozek, unsure of what to say. Even Barton, the traitor, widened his eyes in shock. Is this the power of the 12th flag-bearer? He could barely believe what he was seeing. Even he couldn't neutralize Kozek in such a manner, despite his 10-star prowess, regardless of Kozek's operational efficiency at that moment. At this rate, the Zippel mages will be completely annihilated. In fact, I can't even guarantee Baradin Zippel's survival. Assisting the Zippels in securing Bentica was out of the question. He had to do something to ensure that Kiliak Zippel wouldn't be disappointed. First, Baradin Zippel seems to be attempting something. I'll see what he does and try to devise a way to work with him. Jin shouted and elevated the mana and shadow energy of the flame orb. At the same time, Baradin's staff turned completely red. He also completed the casting of the decimating flame orb of the dark sky, the first version of the Demon Empress. The runic characters left by Ryal Zippel also escaped from Baradin's body. They intertwined with Jin's runic characters and initiated a new series of flames. The first version took the form of a giant flame orb, much like the final version. A mana-made flame orb stood in front of Kozek like a shield. It was smaller than Jin's but contained more mana. Blood dripped from Baradin's lips. His body couldn't handle casting such massive spells right after his continuous use of spatial explosion. He was showing signs of mana reflux, but it seemed he felt no pain. Baradin was pouring more mana into the flame orb. Even as he coughed up blood, his eyes rolled back. In the end, Baradin let out a laugh after completing his decimating flame orb of the dark sky, the first version of the Demon Empress. It seemed like there were two suns in the air. Baradin seemed extremely pleased by this fact. He couldn't take his eyes off the flame orbs. But unlike Jin's final version, Baradin's first version was a spell that moved toward its target. The first version flame orb descended toward the ground. It appeared as though the orb was falling slowly, but it was the enormous size of the first version flame orb that made it seem that way. It was actually traveling at great speed. Would Kozek collide with the powers of the final version first, or would the first version flame scorch Jin first? Everyone else could only watch in despair. Jin maintained his calm gaze while Baradin showed total delight. It seems everyone needs to go back to studying magic from scratch. Jin's words were not directed at Baradin. He was referring to the Zippels. They must be controlling and manipulating Baradin's mind through magic. Jin thought it was terribly ineffective. Losing reason and logic during battle meant fighting blindly. What was the point of turning Baradin into a battle-crazed warrior if his mental control was so unstable? Baradin was attacking blindly, unaware that his own body was deteriorating due to reflux. Whoosh! The shadow energy enveloping the sky began to dissipate, and Jin's body also began to regain its color. The energy dissipated into countless shadow energy particles. Jin's flame orb absorbed all the particles and gradually darkened. It took only 3 seconds for the flame orb to absorb all the shadow force that had filled the sky. The first version of Baradin's flame orb still had a long way to go to reach Jin, but the final version was ready to explode. Bastards! Ting! A pure white light suddenly emerged from the center of the flame orb, which now looked like a dark sun. The light was thin and long, as if it had been bisected by a blade. Soon, the explosion began with an unexpected earthquake. The shockwave from the orb detonation in the air shook the ground. It also caused the ground to open up. The corpses of the red dragons and the mages were thrown along with the rocks. But the sky showed an even more horrific scene. The clouds ripped apart as if a pair of giant hands were tearing them. The sky distorted due to the multiple overlapping shockwaves. Kozek shook from the explosion, like a defenseless buoy. Never before had a Kozek looked so pathetic in its entire history. The Zippel clan's last battlecruiser was powerless to defend itself against the attacks of the 12th flag-bearer of the Run Candles. The explosion destroyed the rear cannon of the ship. The shield barrier protecting Kozek now seemed like shattered glass and could no longer fulfill its function. In fact, even the fire chains holding Kozek were still in place. It almost seemed like they could bring down the entire Kozek. Victory was completely on their side. But Dyphus couldn't relax just yet. Jean! Baradin's flame orb continued to descend towards Jean. Jean fell to one knee and gasped for breath. The decimating flame orb of the dark sky, the final version of the Demon Empress, was an overwhelming spell for him at that moment. Much like the reign of the King of Legends. Baradin's flame orb approached as Jean desperately gasped for air. Get out of its way now! Dyphus could see that Baradin's spell was of the same type as the one Jean had cast. He couldn't even guarantee his own survival if he faced that spell. However, he couldn't go help Jean due to the shockwave. The Guardian Knights could only brace themselves in a fixed position by stabbing their swords into the ground. Barton pretended to protect the wounded knights and didn't help Jean. To Barton, Jin's death was the best outcome he could hope for. Then he could wait for Kozek to retreat and kill Dyphus and the rest of the Guardian Knights before returning to the Garden of Swords. That treacherous bastard! Dyphus clenched his teeth. He could clearly see what Barton was thinking. Dyphus had also thought about killing Jean before reaching Bentica, but he no longer considered it. Jean had to survive for now, if only for the sake of the Runcandle clan. Get out of the way! Jean raised his head as Dyphus shouted again. He didn't do it to look at Dyphus. He did it to see Baradin's flame orb, which was now right in front of him. It was true. He had no power to dodge it. I remember he cast it in the Holy Kingdom. Back then, he did it to protect me. That day, Baradin attempted to cast the first version of the decimating flame orb of the dark sky but was defeated by Jean and suffered mana reflux. If Jean hadn't done it in an effort to stop him, Baradin would have become a Zippel who killed his own clan members for a Runcandle. Baradin had such determination in trying to cast the flame orb back then. Stop! Jean, Dante, you go ahead. I'll be the one to stop them, Baradin had said. All right, we'll go ahead, Baradin. Jean, if we escape alone, what will happen to Baradin? But in return, let's say you were horribly defeated after trying to stop me. But now, there was no way he could perform well under mental control. Baradin suddenly leaned forward in a falling motion. Mana backlash. Although Jean couldn't punch Baradin's chin like before, he knew the reflux was imminent since Baradin cast the flame orb. It was impossible for Baradin to launch the first version of the flame orb in his current state. Even if he managed to, he would never be able to sustain it until it reached its target. The flame orb diminished rapidly, and it was only an arm's length away from reaching Jean. Baradin collapsed and screamed. He vomited blood, and all the capillaries in his body burst. Convulsions shook his body. The enormous flame orb shrank to the size of an egg in the blink of an eye. Baradin lost control of his mana. The mana dissipated into the air in vain. The flame orb that managed to reach Jean was no different from what he had seen in Samuel. It made small pew sounds and caught the attention of everyone present on the battlefield. Jean reached out and grabbed the flame. 1 second later, Jean turned his gaze to the black ash in his palm. Dyphus was dumbfounded. Did this mean that Jean already knew from the beginning that Baradin's Zippel spell would fizzle out due to mana reflux? In the sky, Jin's flame orb continued to ravage Kozek, but its power was noticeably weaker than before and began to allow Kozek to turn in its direction. Fourth flagbearer, pursue them. They'll start escaping. Jean spoke as he wiped the ash from his palm. I've got it. Sir Barton, let's go. Dyphus shouted as he grabbed Barton by the shoulder. Chapter 297. Power and Reverence for Power 8. The chains of fire restraining Kozek swayed dangerously. They trembled and showed signs of breaking soon. Kozek was the ultimate weapon of the Zippel clan. As impressive as Jean was, he alone wouldn't be able to bring down the entire ship. The fact that he had cornered Kozek was a feat that exceeded all expectations. The Zippel expected an easy victory when they deployed their forces here following Barton's warning. The clan thought they would easily push back the Runcandles since they had Kozek and the space explosion. And yet, here they were, retreating from the battle against just 2 Runcandle flagbearers, a Black Knight, and 10 Guardian Knights. Increase Kozek's speed with all your might. All healing magicians. Tend to the young master. Over 40 elite magicians and White Knight members died, and the 6 red dragons were massacred. On the other hand, the run candles didn't suffer a single casualty. There were some seriously wounded guardian knights, but they could easily heal once they managed to return. All of this was possible because Jin had joined the battle. A drop of blood dripped from Jin's lips. Cold sweat continuously fell from his pale face. I overdid it. Jin had already sustained a major injury in his fight against Sildare before joining this mission. He received intensive care in the Holy Kingdom but was unable to restore his body to optimal conditions. In that state, he expended almost all the mana he could gather, so it was no wonder he was plagued by mana reflux. But it wasn't as severe as Baradin's. He just needed about 10 minutes of rest to be able to make use of his impeccable mana control and recover somewhat. He had to recover no matter what. He needed to be able to fight Barton after the Zippel retreated. There was another battle to be fought. There was no end to the troubles, but there was little need to worry. Barton suffered considerable damage while pretending to chase Baradin. I can definitely finish him off if I collaborate with Dyphus. The blue flames surrounding Jean began to fade. Tess was released from her summoning, giving Kozek more room to maneuver. Cut off Jean Runcandle's flames. The commanding magician didn't miss the chance to escape and shouted loudly. The chains of fire restraining Kozek broke. The damage to the first tentacle triggered a chain reaction, causing the chains to break and release Kozek. Kozek's mana engine roared. Its intention was to accelerate the ship to leave the battlefield as soon as possible. They only spared the minimum amount of mana necessary to maintain the shield barrier around the ship. The rest of the magicians concentrated all their mana into the engine. This revealed how desperately the magicians were trying to escape this nightmare. It's clearly a reckless move. It seems they are rushing to take desperate measures. Jean thought as he noticed the Kozek's shield barrier becoming thinner. The Zippel should have prioritized defense over movement. Jean could no longer unleash the decimating flame orb of the dark sky, the final version of the Demon Empress, and Barton was injured. The run candles had already lost most of their aerial combat capabilities. Therefore, they should have opted to calmly retreat from the battle. But the magicians feared that Jean would unleash spells of such magnitude again because they didn't realize that Jean was experiencing mana reflux. One always paid a high price for hasty decisions driven by fear. By focusing all their attention on Jean, they completely forgot about the fourth Runcandle flagbearer, who was now completely furious. "I'll kill all of you, rats." An aura gathered around Bolgar, Dyphus's giant sword. The heavily concentrated aura mysteriously distorted the space around it. It was the Runcandle clan's third ultimate move, Meteor Shower. The aura flowed through the giant sword and immediately shot up into the sky, forming a pillar. From the frying pan into the fire. No other phrase could so perfectly describe the situation the Zippel were in with such brevity. Dyphus swung his sword with a wide but incredibly fast motion. The blade wave-shaped meteorites pierced through the shattered clouds. If the Zippel had chosen to deploy shield barriers instead of focusing all their energy on movement, they could have minimized the damage from this attack. No ship in the world could move faster than the blade waves, and there was no way Kozek could outpace Dyphus's meteor shower even if it flew at full speed. The multitude of randomly falling blade waves resembled more of a natural disaster than a skill. The meteor shower, It's been a while since I've seen that move. Dyphus's meteor shower was clearly one level below Luna's move. Nevertheless, it was still incredibly powerful, to the point that it almost seemed illogical for a single person to execute it. It was an onslaught. The blade waves rained down like meteorites and ravaged Kozek. The cries of the magicians were drowned out by the sound of Kozek's hull being crushed and broken. Some of them couldn't withstand the impact against the ship and fell out. They released shield barriers in an instinctive effort to survive, but their desperate attempts were in vain. The Guardian Knights were waiting for them on the ground. They mutilated the magicians even before their bodies touched the ground. Some cursed, others screamed in panic, and others begged for mercy. But the Runcandles didn't need hostages because the mission objective didn't require them. Barton's blade waves joined the meteor shower and struck the base of the flying ship's hull. They were noticeably weaker than they had been at the beginning of the battle. Only this time he wasn't acting. Barton had expended too much aura earlier, and his injury had left him fatigued. Of course, even in his weakened state, his blade waves were almost at a 5-star level. But they weren't enough to deliver critical blows to Kozek. Dyfus didn't urge Barton on but silently swore to kill him in his place. He would tear Barton apart once Kozek retreated. Over 40 meteorites struck Kozek's hull. Yet, even without proper shield barriers, the gigantic ship still hadn't fallen. It wavered as if it would crash from the sky at any moment but refused to lose altitude. Dyfus had to make a decision. He could use more energy to try to bring down the ship or save it to prepare for the battle against Barton. It would be a shame to give up on the former. If I destroy Kozek and even manage to kill Baradin, I will be the most accomplished flag-bearer of the year, not that idiot Joshua. He would likely remain that way even if he shared the credit with Jean. But what if he failed? It was a risky gamble. There were no guarantees that Kozek would be completely destroyed even if he executed another ultimate move. But if he did, he might not have enough energy to face Barton later. Jean is right. Securing the given objective is the priority. It's a shame to give up on the opportunity, but I'll have to stop after pushing it away. Above all other reasons, he would be sabotaging the effort by going against Jin's plan of action. And he would earn Jin's resentment by doing so. Although Jean regarded Dyfus as an enemy, for now, they still had a chance to become partners and collaborate. But things would change if Jean held a grudge. Based on today's experience, Dyfus defined Jean as someone he should never have as a completely hostile enemy. There will be many occasions where I'll have to work with Jean, at least until we're done with Joshua. For now, I must not disappoint Jean. Dyfus made up his mind and began to control his aura. The power of the meteor shower decreased along with it. The magicians were so relieved by its decrease that they almost shouted in celebration. Kozek's mana engine heated up. Dyfus realized he had made the right decision when he saw Kozek gaining speed despite being battered and bombarded. Regardless, he couldn't destroy it. As long as there were more than 5 elite magicians aboard the ship, Dyfus's ultimate moves wouldn't be able to bring it down. Kozek eventually left the battlefield. The ship quickly distanced itself, and soon became a small dot in the distance. Dyfus didn't look away until the dot disappeared completely. "Why did you withdraw your attack at the last moment, fourth flagbearer?" Barton asked. "I decided that we could become vulnerable to a counterattack if I cornered them further. I thought they might have a backup plan, especially since the successor of the Zippel Patriarchate is on the battlefield. Also, it didn't seem like I could bring it down with my powers." Barton nodded, pretending to accept his answer. Bentica was always a rather unsightly spectacle due to the gigantic holes dug throughout the area, but now it was especially unappealing after the battle. A wise decision. It pains my pride to admit it, but I'm not in my best condition either. If we were met with a counterattack, this could have gone south. "Thank you for your troubles, Sir Barton." Barton's gaze turned to Jean, who was sitting in a meditation position to control his energy away from the two. "Anyway, we owe a lot to the 12th flagbearer. I felt truly humiliated for the first time in a long, long time. At first, I felt somewhat uncomfortable having to execute the mission with the 12th flagbearer, but now, I'm amazed by Lady Rose's foresight. I agree. If it weren't for Jean, it would be us retreating, not the Zippel." Jean finished his meditation and approached the two. Barton observed him and extended his hand for a handshake. "12th flagbearer, I apologize for my disdain earlier. You saved this mission from becoming a failure." Jean looked at the hand Barton offered. There was tension in the air. It was unknown what expression Barton wore beneath the black helmet. 10 seconds passed in silence, but Barton didn't withdraw his hand. "Do you want to take off your helmet?" Jean asked. "I can't." "Tell me why you can't." "Only flagbearers of rank 4 or higher are allowed to see the faces of the Black Knights. It's true that I owe you a lot today, but I don't think it's enough to compel me to break the rules. In most circumstances, I would have felt greatly honored." "What are you saying?" Black helmets are only permitted to 10 knights among the countless knights of the clan. For a knight to put on that helmet to offer me a handshake should have certainly been an honor. But it seems that's no longer the case. Barton withdrew his hand at the abrupt change in mood, positioning himself better to access his sword. I felt something was off when the fourth flag-bearer was conserving his energy. So, the true objective of the mission seems to be my assassination, not securing Bentica. Contrary to his words, his voice was extremely flat, as if he had been expecting this day to come. Regardless of the reason you've betrayed the glory of the Run Candles, I acknowledge that you once served the clan to the best of your ability. I will face you with respect. Chapter 298. Power and Reverence for Power 9. Provoking the natural death of the traitor in a battle against the Zipple. The current situation wasn't exactly what Rosa had ordered, nor was it the best scenario Jean had planned. But considering Baradin's unexpected appearance, it was the best they could do. Respect, huh? Barton burst into laughter. The Guardian Knights formed a formation and surrounded Barton. His sword made a sharp sound as it was drawn from its sheath. Dyfus's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I've never wished for such things since I turned my back on the Run Candles. How tiresome. 12th flag-bearer. Ragaf Clever. Jean suddenly recalled Barton Vicina's real name. The knight of tragedy who was named a Black Knight and lost his right to decide his own life. The man who had to witness his family and clan members being killed for being aware of it. This was the Barton Vicina Jean believed he was. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that Barton was cynical at the mention of respect. But something was off. For some reason, I don't perceive any resentment or anger in Barton. The Run Candles must have had the entire Clever clan hostage, even after stealing Barton's future and killing his family. Was it because his resentment and fury toward the Run Candles were too deep, dark, and vast? Was that the reason it wasn't evident? Barton's eyes seemed calm beneath his helmet. Seeing your disgusting pretense has been a pain all this time, Barton Vicina. Don't you have any honor for the Black Helmet? Of all the people to be on their side, you chose to be the Zipple's rat. Dyfus's giant sword spun toward Barton's neck. At the same time, Jean unsheathed Sigmund and lunged for Barton's throat. The Guardian Knights held their ground. Their role was to maintain the formation and ensure that Barton contained his movements. Barton drew his sword so quickly it was barely visible. He easily evaded both attacks and stepped aside. He was injured, but that didn't mean his 10-star skill counted for nothing. Barton spun around himself and approached Dyfus. Jean immediately extended his sword to strike Barton in the back, but he only managed to pierce through his cloak. Any problem, Dyfus Run Candle? Barton questioned his accusation even in the midst of battle. His attitude gave Dyfus a headache. You treacherous bastard. Are you asking me why? That's a problem? This is complete nonsense. Dyfus, that's precisely why you'll never match Joshua. Your fighting spirit goes beyond any of your brothers, but your motivations are shallow. Barton's and Dyfus's swords clashed and briefly fought to push the other away with power. Barton was the first to step back, but not because he lacked the strength to continue. He moved to avoid the legend's lightning bolts Jean began to unleash in the area. Barton looked at the spot where the bolt had struck and nodded. Ah, and I suppose your fighting spirit isn't the best among your brothers anymore either. Sir Siren used to praise the 12th flag-bearer for his fighting spirit, even in his cadet days. So, let me ask you again, Dyfus, is my betrayal a problem? Both Jean and Dyfus maintained their composure and didn't answer. Jean was genuinely calm, but Dyfus was doing his best to remain calm. Why won't you answer me, Dyfus Runcandle? Do you really believe I'm to blame for becoming a Zipple spy? There was evident disappointment in Barton's voice. It was a strange sight. Here he was, a traitor, reprimanding the Runcandle flag-bearer instead of the other way around. Finally, Jean could discern the emotion Barton felt toward the Runcandles. It was a mix of love and hate. Now it was evident. It seems you're spouting nonsense now that your time to die has come. I won't endure it any longer. Then what about you, 12th flag-bearer Jean Runcandle? Why don't you answer my question? Barton abruptly turned and began swinging his sword at Jean. Showing his back to Dyphus was clearly the riskier move, but there was no hesitation in his actions. He seemed prepared for death. He had expended too much aura pretending the aerial battle against Kozek, and he had also received a significant injury from Baradin's spatial explosion. There might have been a bleak hope if it were only Dyphus and the Guardian Knights in the area, but with Jean in the group, Barton had no chance of survival. Minimizing friendly damage by decapitating Barton. That was the only concern the run candles should focus on. Sir Barton, why are you behaving like a child? Barton flinched and looked Jean in the eyes. He received a slash from Dyphus's attack in that brief moment of surprise, but he managed to avoid critical damage. Are you looking for an apology? Because the run candles ruined your life? What did you say? Then Barton surged with fury. When did the run candles ruin my life? I searched through your files before coming here. According to the records, it said you became a Black Knight against your will and lost your family in the process. Barton's eyes trembled with surprise, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous claim of his life. Dyphus also seemed to have the same expression. Therefore, Jean could sense that he had made a mistake. Barton didn't take long to burst into empty laughter. Dyphus assumed his stance and layered a new aura over his giant sword. It seems Mother didn't hand over all the files about Barton to you. Jean, that man has never lost his life at the hands of the run candles. In fact, he was obsessed with becoming a run candle Black Knight. Jin's eyes widened. Are you saying that the run candles only killed the clever clan members who knew Sir Barton's identity because Barton himself desired it? Yes. The records they gave you were written in a way that no flagbearer below the 5th rank would despise him even if they ended up executing a mission with him. That man discarded his clan and killed his relatives just to become a Black Knight. It felt as if someone had struck Jin's head with a hammer. He remembered his exchange with Gilly before heading to Bentica. It seems I don't understand. If this turns out to be true, I'll be quite disappointed. Are you disappointed in the clan? Gilly had asked. No, not the clan. My father. The clan is definitely capable of doing such things. In fact, it's capable of doing much worse things. Father certainly is a cold-hearted person, but he's not someone who plays dirty, not in the way I know him, at least. Moreover, he's not a powerless person who needs to threaten someone to submit. So why? I don't understand why he had to take Barton Vicina in that way. In a way, Jean felt relieved that Siren didn't resort to such shameful means to turn Barton into a Black Knight. It was followed by a feeling of disgust. Then why? The lightning energy surged over Sigmund's blade. While Barton was busy facing Dyphus, Jean had the powers of his light heart raised to execute the master move of the Sword of Legends. What despicable reasons did you have to become a Black Knight at this point? There was no reason to be courteous with him anymore. No matter how hard he had worked for the run candles before his betrayal, he was now nothing more than a despicable man with power. Barton had only one word to explain himself. Power. Power to control the world at will. That's the only thing I adore. Blood, kinship, clan. Those things hold no meaning. Obtaining the greatest power within the greatest clan was the very purpose of my existence. The claim was so ridiculous that Jean was left speechless. That's why the run candles, under Sir Siren's command, were a paradise to me, Barton said. It seems you suffer from a severe mental disorder, Jean replied. Do you think I, someone without the blessed body, could have reached 10 stars without such determination? No, it's impossible. Humanity or power. I chose long ago which one I wanted to attain. None of this was acceptable in Jin's heart. But the mind could understand such claims. Jean had also met people who spoke or acted like him in the past. Kiddard Hall. Jean could see Kiddard in Barton. Both were similar in the sense that they would stop at nothing to gain strength and power. Both were equally wicked, but in terms of sheer tenacity, Barton was one step ahead of Kiddard. Your despicable life seems to be nothing more than a series of betrayals. Then, are you going to be like Dyphus and tell me that I'm also wrong? If it were Sir Siren, he wouldn't have responded like that. You're right, Barton. If it were Father, he would have said this. Well, that seems to be your set of values. If so, Prove that your values are correct. Is this what you wanted to hear? Barton nodded to show his satisfaction. Although he had betrayed the Runcandles, he still held the transcendent figure, Siren Runcandle, in the highest esteem. Then prove to me that you were indeed right. It seems you like my father's customs. Turns out I like them too. If you can convince me, I'll forgive you. Dyfus didn't complain about Jean exceeding his authority. Anyway, Barton couldn't do anything. Right now, it's not possible. Today, I would probably meet my death at your hands. Then your choice would be proven wrong. When I was under Sir Siren's Runcandles, I thought death meant failure and the end of all things. But I only realized after meeting Sir Kiliak. Death is not the end, Jean Runcandle. All I need is time, nothing more. Is it sophistry instead? The 10-star skill you attained after discarding and betraying so much, and that new master of yours, are they incapable of saving you in this moment? There are two immutable truths even if you manage to kill me today. The first is that the Runcandles will certainly fall after Sir Siren is gone. The second is that I will exist much longer than you, even after my body is destroyed. The lightning energy in Sigmund grew fiercer. And when that time comes, you will have to conclude that Barton Vicina's choice was correct after all. There was such strong faith in him that it was unsettling. Barton sounded like he was mumbling nonsense, but he seemed to have a firm belief that the Zipple would surely bring down the Runcandles. Had he gone mad from his adoration and pursuit of power? Or had he been crushed by an unexpected elimination order? Whatever it was, Jean was infuriated by having granted Barton even the slightest sympathy just a few minutes ago. Jean, that's enough. I don't think there's a need to continue listening to this lunatic's nonsense. Let's proceed. Dyfus spoke, covering his gigantic sword with the aura he had saved against Kozek. Just as Jean had raised the lightning energy in his light heart to execute the master move of the Sword of Legends, Dyfus was also ready to perform another final move. Chapter 299, Power and Reverence for Power 10. I didn't think I would meet my end with the Runcandle's flagbearer's swords, but with Sir Siren's. That would be the only thing I would regret. Barton spoke as he inspected Dyfus' sword. There were aura crystals on Bolgar, the giant sword. The crystals appeared hard and solid like minerals, not like aura. The battle resumed. Barton was the first to attack. He had already expended too much energy to display his usual skill. But despite his fatigue and dwindling aura, the desperate determination of the 10-star knight to fight to the death was powerful enough to shake the ground. Each of his steps cracked the surface of the ground and sent rocks flying. The shield barrier of his body was only that of an 8-star power, but the bite of the barrier itself was strong enough to create tearing sounds in the air. It was the second dawn, the final return created by raising the last of his energies. The gleam in Barton's eyes emanated from his madness. It stemmed from his self-contempt and emptiness for having lost all the honor of his black helmet after being discovered for espionage and the humiliation of being killed at the hands of the flagbearers instead of Siren Runcandle. And things he kept in his heart before meeting Kiliak Zipple and betraying the Runcandles, such as his pride as a black knight, clashed within him. Barton certainly had unwavering faith in the Zipples. He believed that he could surpass the limitation of being human and truly achieve transcendence with the Zipples. But Barton Vicina was still clearly human. Even if he reached a power close to the human limit, discarded his fears of guilt and murder long ago, and hid his emotions beneath his black helmet, he was still only human. It seems you still know how to feel humiliated, judging by your pompous outburst. Did you think you had enough honor to die by my father's hands? Jean understood Barton's confusion. Instead of a response, his sword turned toward Jin's Adam's apple. The blade looked blurry, and the fact that it was blurry meant it had already passed by. Jean instinctively took a half-step back. He almost unconsciously raised his hand to his neck. Talent and skill. If Jean had lacked either of the two, he would have raised his hand and felt his neck. Trying to see if the sword grazed him or missed by a hair's breadth would have given his enemy an opportunity to land a critical blow. Instead, Jean extended his sword to counterattack. Just as Barton's attack didn't reach Jin's neck, Sigmund also grazed Barton's cheek. Another flash of light spread between them before their swords could even cross. It was the giant sword Bolgar, descending at an incredible speed. The three swords created a whirlwind. They collided and created a dozen thunderous sounds in a second. The Guardian Knights who were in formation far from the three swallowed hard as they watched. Each of them was at least an 8-star knight, but none dared to engage in combat. It wasn't because their sword skills were lacking. Their bodies simply couldn't withstand it. Either the blessed bodies of the run candles or hardened bodies trained to the extreme of their own limitations. One had to possess either of the two if one were to enter this battle. It seemed like thousands of daggers continuously fell through the shockwaves. Flit, shick. Each indiscernible small sound left a scar somewhere on the bodies of the three. Dyphus roared and began to move. Then the aura crystals on Bolgar started shining brighter. Barton seemed to be creating distance from Dyphus, as if he had been wary of him all this time. It was time for the aura that Dyphus had saved against the Kozaks to prove its worth. Dyphus chose to execute the sixth final move of the Runcandle clan. Lightning. The aura crystals on Bolgar shattered. They scattered like fragments of crystal, and the aura began to flow among the hundreds of those pieces. A powerful noise like that of lightning energy surged, and a blinding light flickered continuously. Each flash of light changed the trajectory of the giant sword. The unstable aura structure continuously changed the length of its sword, followed by the sight of shattered crystals dancing along with the giant sword. Ugh! Barton twisted and halted the giant sword. It seemed like he had successfully dodged it, but his armor tore apart, and a trail of blood splattered in the air. He was slashed by the beam of aura clinging around the giant sword. The only reason Barton suffered only a minor blow was because he had been wary of the move since crystals began forming on Bolgar. If he hadn't known what lightning was like, even Barton would have suffered severe damage. The aura beam around the giant sword closely resembled lightning energy. Of course, it was aura, not lightning energy. But anyone who knew anything about the Sword of Legends could tell at a glance. The sixth final move of the Runcandle clan, lightning, was a technique borrowed from a Legends technique. It was a coincidence, because the move had been borrowed from the same technique Jean planned to execute, Thunder Sword, a master move of the Sword of Legends. Sigmund absorbed the lightning energy from the light heart. Crystals like those that had gathered on the giant sword Bolgar covered the surface of its pale blade. Is that the lightning energy they say Jean wields? Why does it look like lightning? I was told that all the elders, except Jed, had refused to transmit finishing moves to him. How did he come to master lightning? Dyphus and Barton wondered these things at the same time. Both were surprised when Jean initiated a move that neither of them expected. But despite how similar it seemed, it was a completely different move. Lightning could only increase the attack range of the giant sword, twist its trajectory, and broaden its point of attack. Thunder Sword, on the other hand, formed dozens of blades from lightning energy. Blue blades filled the air and rained down toward Barton. The blades flickered, making it extremely difficult to read their movements. Gah! Barton shouted and brandished his long sword. His cloak was in tatters. His armor was shattered and served no purpose anymore. He had to defend against both Thunder Sword and lightning. He began to resemble a white orb with the speed at which his long sword repelled attacks from all sides. Jean and Dyphus also launched attacks with all their might. It seemed like all Barton could do was defend, but he was likely to counterattack at the first opportunity he could seize. Blood continued to splatter in the air. It was difficult to tell whose blood it was, and the blood evaporated in a second in the air due to the flurry of sword movements. A finger fell from the space distorted by the shockwaves. It was Barton's index finger, although it didn't slow Barton's movements in the slightest. In fact, his thrusts became fiercer and faster, to the point that Jean and Dyphus had to take a step back. What a waste, Dyphus thought. It was a shame that such a powerful swordsman had to betray the Runcandles. It also made him curious. What had the Zipples promised Barton to make him decide to betray the Runcandles? At first, Dyphus only wanted to kill him, but after exchanging blows with the sword, he couldn't help but feel curious. On the other hand, Jean didn't think it was a waste nor felt curious. He could understand that people could be weak, but having a horrible character was unacceptable. It didn't matter if one was a 10-star knight or even stronger. The run candles didn't need people like Barton. Dyfus' giant sword cut through Barton's chest. The deep cut broke his ribs and pierced his organs. Barton vomited blood but didn't show any pain. His movements were unaffected as well. It was almost unbelievable for someone with such injuries, but Jean and Dyfus soon reached their conclusion. It was time to end his life. This should be over already. Jean stepped back and Dyfus also created distance. The battle came to a brief halt. It was as if the fierce resistance Barton had shown a moment ago had been a lie. Barton remained in his place, still as a statue. In reality, he had long lost his sight. The bleeding had completely damaged his vision, but he continued to block their attacks. Sigmund released its lightning energy once more. It caused the thunder blades to gather in the air around Jean. Dozens of blades formed from lightning energy floated behind Jean and aimed at Barton. Dyfus lightning followed a similar course. Nearly 100 swords and beams targeted Barton from both sides. Only Barton's heavy breathing resonated in the center, amidst the buzzing from both sides. Barton Vicina. Barton couldn't respond. Blood regurgitated in his throat, and he could only emit wheezing sounds. Although Barton had lost his sight and the movement of his legs, he could still attack anything within a 20-meter radius. As long as Jean and Dyfus stayed outside that radius, they were completely safe from his attacks. The Zippels must have promised you eternal life and power beyond everything or something like that. And you must have seen solid evidence and reasons to believe it with your own eyes. The strength of the thunder and lightning blades grew increasingly brighter. Neither of them flickered now, only emitting a dazzling light. Surely you must have seen the demon god stone. I have also seen the dead come back to life thanks to that strange object and gain tremendous power. It was a mysterious power that could tempt anyone. Dyfus shuddered upon hearing his words. He had never heard of the demon god stone in his life. He had never come across it in the secret documents accessible only to 4th-rank flag-bearers and above. But Barton, you know what? I have also seen the demon god stone shatter before a run-candle's sword. Barton raised his head. No, it can't be. Simple humans can't shatter it. Barton wanted to say this, but all that came out of his lips was a dark spurt of blood. Barton had witnessed a demon god stone different from the one Jean had experienced, so he thought its destruction was impossible. In fact, even my father is aware of its existence. So whatever it is you dream of, you won't have it. The death you experience today will be complete. Revival and eternal life? Those futile dreams won't come true. Before Jean pushed Sigmund, he remembered something, and continued. Ah, and one more thing. It seems that hell also exists. The brief vision I had of it seemed like a very fitting place for you, so I hope you have a great time there. Sigmund cut through the air and unleashed all the thunderblades. Dyfus' lightning beam also charged toward Barton and left an afterimage. Thus, the final resistance began, in all its brevity and intensity. Barton achieved the feat of dodging half of the 100 blades and beams that rained down in a second. But he couldn't do anything to prevent the rest from tearing his body to pieces. There was no scream, only the raw sounds of blood, flesh, organs, and bones splattering in the air among the flag-bearers and guardian knights. Soon, Barton's body was completely disintegrated. Jean slowly approached the spot where Barton had been. His body and armor were completely destroyed, but for some reason the very symbol of a black knight, the black helmet, remained intact on the ground. Jean picked up the helmet and turned to look at the knights. Mission accomplished. All units return to the clan. Loyalty to the clan. The knights saluted with their swords. Dyfus wasn't pleased that the knights saluted Jean, the 12th flag-bearer, instead of him, but he didn't reprimand them for it. He knew this mission would never have succeeded without Jean. Chapter 300 Vacation 1. On March 10, 1799, Rosa called for a meeting of the flag-bearers. Barton Vicina's hollow helmet sat on the long table. All the flag-bearers, except Jean and Dyfus, were startled at the sight of the helmet, but none showed their excitement. They were already aware that Jean had played the most important role in this mission, not Dyfus. In fact, Dyfus had told Mary that this mission would have been impossible without Jean. Then Mary started boasting about it to the other flag-bearers as if it were her own achievement. The sound of Rosa inspecting the mission report resonated in the silence of the conference room. She read the entire report without changing her expression much and spoke. "It seems you have forgotten the purpose of the mission. Is there something we missed?" Several of their siblings flinched at Jin's calm question. It was Ran, Vwigo, Myo, and the twins Tana. They had been told that Jean and Dyfus had perfectly completed the mission. "I appreciate the fact that you secured Bentica and killed Barton Vicina. But what the clan demanded of you was a discreet death. What the clan demanded." Rosa emphasized the phrase. And indeed, death at the hands of the enemy during a mission was not just Rosa's demand. It was something that the entire Council of Elders had agreed upon. If Barton Vicina was to be killed in another way, there was no need to assign it to you, flag-bearers. I could have done it myself with the Black Sword Guild. "Mother, speak, 12th flag-bearer. It was impossible for Barton Vicina to die at the hands of the enemy in this mission. The unexpected factor of Kiliak's divine powers required more personnel to carry out the mission according to plan. If that's what you thought, you should have withdrawn when Barton Vicina suggested retreating and seeking the next opportunity. Of course, by then, the mission would have been assigned to other flag-bearers instead of you." Jean didn't hesitate to use Dyfus as an excuse. However, the 4th flag-bearer, the mission's commanding officer, showed a strong determination to continue the mission. 4th flag-bearer, is that true? Yes. Why didn't you withdraw? I came to the conclusion that there were no other flag-bearers who could execute this particular task better than the 12th flag-bearer and me at this moment, with the absence of the 1st flag-bearer. I think not, Dyfus. We actually delivered results. Although we couldn't achieve a discreet death, we fulfilled both objectives without any casualties. Don't you realize why the clan had to go to such lengths for Barton Vicina to be killed in such a complex manner? It's to ensure that his betrayal doesn't become known to others. All the retiring Zippel magicians know of his survival, don't they? Once his death is known, they will realize that the Run Candles have executed a Black Knight. Death in action versus execution. Unlike the other knights, Black Knights had to go through the former. Executing the strongest unit of the Runcandle clan was equivalent to informing the world about the divisions and fading loyalty within the clan. The news of a Black Knight's execution could cause a great impact and create ripples on its own. That was the symbol the Black Knights served within the Runcandle and Hewister clans. Of course, even death in action would damage the reputation of the Runcandles. But the forces involved in the task of securing Bentica were much greater on the Zippel side. It was quite plausible for a Black Knight to die in battle against the Kozek and the White Knight. If the mission went according to plan, they could have always claimed that the Black Knight had sacrificed themselves to save the flag-bearers. As you all know, these are difficult times. We are left without the Patriarch and the first flag-bearer, and yet the Zippel's influence is growing day by day. What will our alliances think of us if they hear the news of a Black Knight's execution? Myo and almost laughed out loud in satisfaction. I knew it. Dyfus and Jean may be impressive, but they're only human. It seems they became greedy and went overboard. When Joshua takes over, they will be the first to disappear. I heard that the Council of Elders also denied him final movement instructions. That's how it should be. This will make the Council hate him even more. Meanwhile, Ran and Vwigo were genuinely impressed that Dyfus and Jean had killed Barton Vicina and didn't think much beyond that. The Tana twins were concerned, as usual, but they did their best to hide their feelings. Rosa could clearly see the thoughts of the 6 flag-bearers and had to suppress her own frustrations and disappointments. If the 4th and 12th flag-bearers don't have valid countermeasures for this, the mission will be considered a failure. Mother, you could simply announce that Barton Vicina died in battle without much trouble, and you know it. The 6 opened their eyes wider in surprise at Jin's words. It was precisely the 6 who made Rosa feel disappointed. On the other hand, Joshua, Luncha, Dyfus, and Mary maintained their composure as if they knew this was going to happen. The enemy nearly destroyed their Kozak, lost 6 red dragons and over 30 elite magicians, and Baradin was severely injured even after using Kiliak's powers. Yet, they failed to secure Bentica. Using Kiliak's powers. That phrase made the 6 flag-bearers look back at Jean. It wasn't mentioned in the report they had been given. But no one opposed and asked what he was talking about. It would be impossible to say that the run candles didn't suffer any damage in the process. In particular, once it becomes known that it was me who nearly destroyed the Kozak, they will lose more than just their reputation. Wait, Jean. Are you saying that it was you who destroyed the Kozak and not Dyphus? Jean ignored Vuigo's question and continued. If we publish a false statement about the death of a Black Knight, the Zippel will welcome it because each of them gains something. Obviously, we didn't suffer any real harm and even secured Bentica on top of that, so we gained much more than them. Aren't you considering the fact that the Zippel might reveal that the dead Black Knight is a spy? No, it's not worth considering at all. If the Zippel reveal the fact that Barton had been a traitor, it would mean they lost the battle completely, even with the Kozak and a converted Black Knight on their side. I will personally assume full responsibility if the Zippel reveal his identity. Then silence fell. Unlike Ran, Vuigo, Myo, and the Tawna twins, the rest of the attendees at the meeting understood that all those questions had been a part of Rosa's test. Rosa cornered Jean not just to put him in a difficult situation. As this mission was a critical matter for the clan, she wanted to see how Jean would resolve the issue as a flag-bearer. Furthermore, she wanted to set an example for the flag-bearers who didn't catch the hint, showing them what a run-candle flag-bearer should be like. If Jean had responded that he had no choice, Rosa would have immediately punished him for failing the mission. But as always, Jean achieved satisfactory results. Despite the unexpected challenge of the spatial explosion, he achieved nearly perfect results in the mission. Precisely because of that, Rosa felt a sense of regret. I regret that one day I'll have to end this child. But until that day comes, he can do a lot for the clan, she thought. Jean knew exactly what she was thinking. Use me however you want, mother, because they will come back to strangle you and Joshua by the neck. Jean and Rosa had the same thoughts as they looked at each other. Someone knocked on the door. Lady Rosa, it's Hines. You may enter. The butler Hines bowed his head as he entered. He carried a stack of bulletins in his hand. They were from the Luther Magical Federation. The Zippel have published articles about the Bentica mission. They're trying to give the impression that they managed to kill a Black Knight, despite their defeat in battle. Kiliak Zippel arrived first. What a cunning man he is. He must have realized that Barton was exposed after learning about the course of this mission. At this point, even the higher-ranked flag-bearers were quite puzzled. Of course, Luncia was desperately trying not to yawn, as usual. Is there anything else of particular note? No, my lady. Shall I prepare the press for a response? Yes, do so. Glorify Barton Vicina's death, but do not reveal his true name. Also, destroy all records and documents related to Barton. I will fulfill your orders, my lady. Articles praising Barton would fill the headlines throughout Hewister, but his black helmet and remains would never be taken to the crypts. Hines left. Rosa looked at Jean again. Things have gone according to your words, 12th flag-bearer. You deserve a reward. Is there anything you desire? After the ancient Eversteel is extracted, grant me 10% of it. And I would also like to have 10 days of vacation. I will grant them to you. Surprisingly, Rosa accepted Jin's request without conditions. She had already decided that, at least for the time being, she would focus on using Jean rather than ending him. The run candles and the Zippel focused on their mutual practical gains and losses, and the same went for Jean and Rosa. Above all, Rosa believed that whatever Jean gained would eventually pass into Joshua's hands. Therefore, she lost nothing by giving him her support. In fact, there were times when she had good reasons to support his actions. That's all. The flag-bearers' meeting is adjourned. Flag-bearers 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. You will be assigned missions this afternoon, so send your stewards to my office. Understood. After leaving the office, Jean headed straight to his room without engaging in conversation with anyone. But as he passed by the Tana twins, he told them that he hadn't forgotten their promise. "Let's have a drink tonight." "Oh, all right. We'll have good ones prepared." The other flag-bearers clicked their tongues in disapproval at the Tana twins' behavior, but Dyphus and Mary could only feel jealous of the twins. Mary sincerely wished to get closer to Jean. Dyphus, on the other hand, thought differently. The lightning sword Jean displayed was certainly similar to lightning, the sixth final movement. And the demon god's stone? There are so many things I don't know about Jean. Even his magical prowess far exceeded my expectations. Mary shuddered and blinked in disbelief as she looked at the nape of Dyphus' neck. "Dyphus? Are you cold? You have goosebumps on your neck. How disgusting. How disgusting. It seems we also need some hot drinks." Jean returned to his room, greeted by Gilly's welcome. Meanwhile, the dark dragon of about 3,000 years, Murakan, only gave him a brief glance with a sullen face when he arrived. "Well done, young master." "Thank you. But what's wrong with Murakan this time?" "Oh, about that." Gilly wore an awkward smile as if it were a difficult question to answer. Murakan was sulking for a simple reason. Gilly had told him they should spend these vacations together. In other words, Murakan had a hard time accepting that the long-awaited date had been missed. "I heard that the contractor in Almango is in the kingdom of Schutzeren. Is that true? I've always wanted to go to one of their beaches. I thought it would be a great idea to go there on vacation, along with all our Tycan companions. Young master, if you're willing to come with us?" Jean chuckled as he saw Murakan frowning once again. Chapter 301, Vacation 2. "Really? That's a great idea. I also got 10 days off from my mom." "Wow. Seriously?" Unlike Murakan, whose face was distorted with disappointment, Gilly smiled, her eyes sparkling. She was genuinely happy that everyone was going on vacation together. "That sounds exciting. I should get some new clothes and a makeover too." "You sound happy, Gilly. The idea of all of us being together again is really exciting. It's been a long time since we last saw each other." "Haha. When are we leaving?" "We can't waste a minute if you're that happy, Gilly. Let's leave tomorrow," Jean said. "What? Tomorrow? Then I must get to the city right away before the stores close." "Go ahead, Gilly. Have fun." Gilly grabbed her purse and rushed out of the room. Jean smiled after her. Murakan just sighed. "Let me say this in advance. I only told Gilly to take a vacation, and I never suggested that we all spend it together." "Humph. Did I ever ask?" Murakan said petulantly. "No, it feels like you're blaming me for getting permission." "Who says I got permission?" "Well, never mind." For some reason, Jean felt satisfied. "Well, still, I don't feel bad seeing her so happy. If Strawberry Pie is happy, that's more than I can ask for. That makes me feel bad for gloating, you know?" "What? Were you gloating? You brat." Murakan glared at him, so Jean quickly pointed outside. "If you're so eager for a date, hurry up and follow Gilly right now. You could help her pick out clothes and watch them do her hair. That's a kind of date, isn't it? You could bring her a fruit juice while she's shopping." "Oh, that's an idea. I take back what I said about you." Jean and Murakan high-fived. "I'll be back late." Murakan ran out. Jean smiled as he looked out the closed window and watched Murakan catch up to Gilly. They left the Garden of Swords together. Gilly looked very happy as she turned and smiled at Murakan. "They're so cute. As for me, I should take a well-deserved nap." Jean had been exhausted ever since his return to the Garden of Swords. He had to fend off Siren's attack as soon as he arrived, battle Mary and Silderay, and carry out the assassination task of the Black Knight. He was overloaded with work, without any time for rest. Jean fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. It was nighttime when he woke up. A cool breeze was blowing, and the moon cast a beautiful light through the open window. Gilly and Murakan hadn't returned yet. They were atop a hill, enjoying the nighttime view of Kalen with some fruits and beer. Jean thought of savoring the quiet nighttime breeze from his bed for a while longer, only to abruptly get out of it. "I never opened the window, and neither would Petro." The window couldn't have opened on its own due to the breeze. He knew he had closed it before going to sleep. Only one kind of being would sneak in through windows like thieves. Assassins. He knew he had a pretty deep sleep, but he should have been alert enough to notice if there were any assassins. He didn't believe his brothers were foolish enough to let assassins into the very Garden of Swords. But in any case, he always maintained a certain level of alertness. He hadn't noticed the window opening. How skilled could the culprit be? Jean looked around in alarm. Then he chuckled when he saw a green rose tied to the nightstand. It was a green rose. Looks like Yona came. That explains everything. He would never have felt her approaching with the level of alertness he maintained. There was a letter next to the flower. Dear little brother, congratulations on becoming a flag bearer. I was right by your side, but you were sleeping as if you didn't care about anything. I considered killing you, especially because you disappeared after last year's incident and didn't bother to tell me anything. But if I pulled out a dagger, maybe you would wake up. I came by because I missed you. What did you say? You missed me too? Of course, I know. You don't have to tell me. It seems you've grown much stronger, and I'm proud of you. I didn't wake you up because you looked tired. Lately, I've had a lot of orders and I've been very busy. All I can hope for is that some of my targets are people you need to get rid of or who have harmed you. Anyway, let's meet again when things are a bit less hectic. Goodbye for now. Surprisingly, the letter turned into dust and dispersed once he finished reading it. It wasn't magic. The letter was written on specially treated paper by Samuel. Wow, Yona. I'm not sure if I should say she's being nice or just plain deadly. Jean thought about how Yona must have secretly snuck in just to leave a green rose and a letter. He felt grateful. The rest of his brothers wanted him dead, but Luna and Yona constantly reminded him of what having a family meant. He held the green rose up to the moonlight. It reminded him of the patch of green roses he saw in Samuel with Yona. He couldn't take his eyes off it for a while. Almost forgot. He remembered he had agreed to have a drink with the Tana twins, and they had also promised him some good liquor. The Tana twins and Emma must have been waiting for quite some time. Emma would be eager, especially. He headed to the Tana's room. He opened their door and burst into laughter once again. Seems like many things are making me laugh today. A party to commemorate the friendship of flagbearers 12, 10, and 11 from Run Candle, and the successful first mission of Flagbearer 12. Quite an honor. Jean spotted a large banner with those words as soon as he entered the room. His praise was extremely evident in the way the 12th was mentioned before the others. Upon inspecting the banner, Jean saw the Tana twins, both wearing luxurious, questionably sourced cone hats, and there were lit candles on a table filled with fruits and snacks. Hello, Jean. Sit wherever you like. Haha. Brothers, what's all this? Oh, about that. When Emma heard you were coming, he could hear the sound of meat sizzling from the inner chambers. Emma had been waiting all night to impress Jean by cooking the meat just as he arrived. She then poked her head out from the kitchen to find Jean and hurriedly removed her aprons to greet him politely. You've come, young Master Jean. I've made many mistakes in front of you all this time. So, as an apology, I've prepared some simple dishes and drinks for you. It was more than awkward. It was outrageously ridiculous, causing Jean to burst into laughter at the preparations. However, it doesn't look simple at all. This seems quite serious. Did you make all this food by yourself? This is nothing compared to what you did for me and the young Tana masters on the day you returned, sir. Are you sure it's not poisoned? Haha, of course not. Why don't you start with the appetizers? I'll be right back with the main course. Jean took his seat. This brought a smile to Emma's face. It also relieved the Tana twins, who had been worried that Emma's overly prepared welcome might leave him with a bad impression. This is quite commendable. That's what Jean thought. He was quite pleased that they had gone to such lengths to show their desire to be on his side. Yona's gift had contributed to his good mood as well. They are trying so hard to win me over. Maybe I should play along. Haitona opened a bottle. The fragrance of its contents filled the room. Congratulations, Jean. Congratulations. It was the first time Jean had engaged in casual conversation with the Tana twins. They talked about things most close friends did. Frivolous and mostly insignificant things. The twins did most of the talking while Jean listened. Part of it was because Emma had advised them to get closer to Jean, but it was also because the twins genuinely wished to befriend him. Initially, it was because of Jin's strength and quirkiness, but now, it was purely out of brotherly affection. One that had grown from all the days they spent together at Stormcastle and as cadets. Of course, the Tana twins had offended Jean countless times in the past, but they had also looked out for him on several occasions. The number of empty bottles grew. Emma didn't join their conversation until past midnight and filled Jean in on clan and Huffister affairs. Of everything that was discussed, here's what Jean observed. Young Master Jean. My clan, the Neiltros, is a martial arts clan, but we also produce many judges every year. There are also quite a few active judges in my immediate family. So, I've heard something strange from my older brother, who serves as the chief judge of the Ponta region. What is it? Apparently, young Master Joshua issued a particular order to all the judges in Huffister to lower the threshold for the death penalty. Is it to reduce crime rates? Well, executing criminals is certainly one way to do it. Emma nodded at Daytona's comment. That's probably the reason. But the interesting thing is the fact that convicted criminals have been transported to Riccarton for execution instead of their own regions since the threshold was lowered. Riccarton? Isn't that a city in the southern region? Jean asked. Yes, it is, young Master Jean. And there's another peculiar thing about it. Go on. I've heard that the convicted criminals transported to Riccarton are only executed in mass. Executions are carried out in batches of several hundred at a time, but no one actually witnesses the executions. They only show how they burn the bodies. A conversation Jean had in the past suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Do you know how that woman creates copies of Joshua? I only know that it requires a large number of humans. What? It seemed they used convicts in Huffister. They sent them to the seer and he got a new body. He mostly used those bodies to handle people like me, to reinforce potential contractors, and suppress them in case of overload. That had been the conversation when Jean convinced Julian to join his side in Tychon. If what Emma had told him was true, then Riccarton was likely the city where Joshua was. Using the convicts needed to create copies of himself. Emma wouldn't have brought this up knowing about the seer and Joshua's copies. She must have brought up almost anything related to him, knowing I'm hostile towards him. To think I'd get a lead from someone so random. Emma certainly didn't know anything about the seer or Joshua's copies. But he guessed there might be something in Riccarton when he saw Jean deep in thought after hearing the news she brought. I'm just a nanny. Maybe I went too far talking about the second flag-bearer. I promise to mind my words when you're not around, young Master Jean. She hinted that she would never speak of this to anyone but him. Emma was very clever in that regard. Seems like a smart thought. Jean smiled as he joined Emma and the Tana twins. Chapter 302. Vacation 3. The next morning, early, a group of swordsmen dressed in robes crossed the courtyard of the Garden of Swords. Their eyes were sharp and focused. They seemed to have a very important agenda. They were elders. There were about 20 in the group. It was very rare to see the elders of Runcandle walking together. The servants dared not lift their heads from a bow. Meanwhile, all the guardian knights greeted them warmly with each step. Everyone was curious about where the elders were headed, but they didn't dare to ask. It's the elders. The Tana twins had just woken up. They rubbed their eyes and looked out the window. Where are they going? Uncle Jed is with the group too. For some reason, it looks like they're heading to Jin's room. The Tana twins were right. The elders were heading to Jin's room. Elder Jed, are you sure about this? Please, don't tell me you have trust issues. How many times do I have to tell you? I showed you the evolved form of the final move, the petal cascade, didn't I? I'm telling you, I couldn't have done it alone. This was why. The elders had come to see Jean. It was the final move. After Jed improved the petal cascade, he requested a review from the Council of Elders. As the elders were unaware of how it had come about, they naturally congratulated Jed and suggested that his name be added to the new version of the petal cascade. However, Jed insisted that Jin's name be added to the move instead, as he had contributed significantly to improving the technique. But I just don't get it. How could you discover the key to improving the final move from a kid who just became a flag bearer? In fact, it was only a few days ago that you taught him the petal cascade, Elder Jed. Curse it. Are you saying I'm lying for the sake of the 12th flag bearer? Your suspicions never end. If you're going to keep acting like this, you'd better stop following me. All right. You know that's not what I'm trying to say. Why don't we calm down a bit? I admit it. It's my fault. Yeah, it was your fault. Elder Jed is not one to lie. Besides, do you remember the strange thing the 4th flag bearer told us last night? One elder scolded the other while giving Jed a shoulder massage. He said that the 12th flag bearer executed a sword move during the mission that was superior to the 6th final move, lightning. Maybe the 12th flag bearer is a figure who can provide crucial clues to improving Runcandle clan's final moves. Just as Elder Jed said. Dyfus deliberately leaked information about the Legend's master move gene used in the mission The Thunderblade to the Elders. He knew Gene would never tell him even if he asked, so he chose to use the Elders. It was undoubtedly a wise decision. And the 4th flag bearer is not one to lie either. That's why we're all gathered here to confirm it for ourselves, aren't we? We're almost there, so bear your curiosity a little longer. All the elders pretended to cough as they closely watched Jed's reaction. They finally arrived at Jin's room. Old Sax, I can already imagine you drooling over Jin's sword skill. How dare you doubt my words? Jed gritted his teeth and knocked on the door. Answer the call of the Council of Elders. 12th flag bearer, Jean Runcandle. Respond to the door immediately, Jed shouted, with a firm and resonant voice. But there was no response. Jean, come out immediately. There was no response to his second call either, so Jed forcefully opened the door. The lock broke as the door swung open, but there was no one in the room. The boy. Why isn't he here? This time it was Jed's turn to observe the elders' reactions. They all shrugged, as if to say, I knew it. It's a shame, Elder Jed. We all took our precious time to come here, and yet. Wait, it doesn't matter that Jean isn't here. Why do you all look disappointed? Don't you trust me? Come on. You know that's not it, Elder Jed. We believe you, of course. I'm sure the 12th flag bearer has his reasons for his absence, haha. For now, let's go back. The elders immediately turned around and left, leaving Jed resenting Jean. That brat, where is he? Does he have any idea that his uncle was humiliated? Jean, on the other hand, was sipping a cocktail at a beachside tavern where seagulls serenaded. Gilly was feeding nearby birds, dressed in a light-colored dress. 2 more cocktails, please, just like the last order. By the way, isn't it about time they arrive, young master? Yes. And look, there they come. Jean pointed to the sky. Seagulls hastily took flight. A dragon was descending rapidly towards them. It was Murakan. Jin's companions in Taiken were also on his back. Oh, my lord. You have no idea how much I've missed you. Yes, sir. Jet definitely did it. Yuwu. Lord Jean. Jetu and Enya were the first to run to him. They were delighted, like puppies reuniting with their lost master. Hello, Jet and Enya. How have you been? Oh, I've been well, my lord. My life is always filled with happiness. Thanks to you. Oh, you've had so many troubles for so long. We heard your life has been tumultuous since you returned to the Garden of Swords. Oh, wait. I guess we should address him as Sir now and not Lord, right? Nevertheless, you look as handsome as ever. Why don't we start with you giving me an autograph? Make sure to write 12th flag bearer of Runcandle there too. Right here on my back. Enya thumped her chest like an excited primate to show her joy, as she always did. Wow. Indeed. Enya, you must be thrilled to get an autograph, right? Yes, I'm sure you are. Good to see you, Jean. How have you been, Quicantle Nim? I've been well. Apart from Enya, Yuria, and Pinty whining about missing you every day, of course. Quicantle no longer asked Enya to maintain her Ulta contractor class. Sir Jean, you've always been a very mature person. But now, You truly feel like an adult. Elisa, please call me as always. The same goes for you, Enya. Should I then? Elisa gave Jean a slight hug after a handshake. This reminds me of the first day I met you, Lord Jean. Kashmir followed her and met Jean. Mr. Kashmir. My daughter, whom you saved, is doing very well. She's 9 years old now. Time really flies. She was only 5 when we first met. It had been 4 years since Jean had started building relationships with the people of Tychon. They felt more like family than Jin's siblings, and Tychon felt more like home than the Garden of Swords. Yuria and Latrie couldn't join us. The confectionery is too busy, and Beres has been helping out too. Kazan and Yulian are still busy with the mission you assigned them, Lord Jean. It was quite surprising to hear that Beres was working in the confectionery, especially with her personality. Kashmir handed him a basket. It was filled with cookies. The tastiest and crunchiest Rietla cookies, the signature of the Rietla confectionery. However, the cookies weren't for Jean. Jean only opened the basket to look at the cookies and then closed the lid again. I hope he likes them. I'm sure he will. According to the agent's findings, Almango's contractor is dying to eat them. Jean and Kashmir burst into laughter. The 7-colored peacock had pinpointed Almango's contractor's exact location centuries ago. They had confirmed it even before Jean gave the order. As a result, they learned that Almango's contractor had a kind of obsession with Rietla cookies. The cookies began to gain worldwide fame for their delicate taste and fragrance sometime last year. They became so popular that even renowned figures from all over the world had to queue up to order these cookies. Articles and reviews about them appeared in all sorts of magazines and newsletters. For anyone with knowledge of pastries, Rietla cookies were a dream. The anticipation was such that there were even troubadours singing songs about the need to visit the Tychon Free City at least once in a lifetime to taste Rietla cookies. However, only nobles and the wealthy, who had both the money and time for such things, could visit the Tychon Free City to sample the cookies. Unfortunately, Almango's contractor belonged to neither category. Anyway, to begin with, Jean looked at his companions and continued, "Let's enjoy a few days of rest. We won't have many opportunities to be together like this." From that moment on, they left all work and worries behind and enjoyed themselves on the beach. They shared stories, invited city musicians to enjoy their songs, cooked for them, swam in the sea, and fished in the ocean. The 4 days of relaxation passed in the blink of an eye, as fast as a crab hiding its eyes. Jean and his companions had forgotten how enjoyable it was to simply relax and have fun for a long time. "It looks like you're all very close, sir. Thanks to your party, I think the tavern will set a new record for sales, sir." A tavern waiter addressed Jean. He had the youthful face of a man who had just turned 20, with a face and skin that seemed unusually moist for some reason. He didn't know who Jean and his companions were. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so eager to strike up a conversation. Clamwell. The waiter was surprised at the abrupt mention of his name, especially since he hadn't mentioned his name to Jean or any of his companions. "Yes? How can I assist you, sir?" Jean placed the basket of Rietla cookies on the table. "I'm Jean Runcandle, the 12th flag-bearer of the Runcandle clan and the contractor of Soderette. This is a gift for you." There was a reason why Jean and his companions spent their few days off in this particular beachside tavern. It was because Clamwell, Almango's contractor, worked here. Clamwell stood still. He tried to speak, but no sound came from his mouth. He opened the box with trembling hands, releasing a fragrant and delicious cookie aroma into the air. "I've come because there's something I'm looking for from your god. If it's not too much trouble, could you call Almango for me?" Clamwell looked very surprised. It wasn't due to Jin's identity either. It was the basket full of cookies that was boggling his mind. "Are these really all for me?" "Of course. Do you think I could have some while we talk about this?" Jean nodded. Clamwell lifted a cookie with trembling hands. He took a bite. His face immediately turned red, and then he rolled his eyes. The cookie had a quite shocking taste too, but it was actually due to the manifestation of his god. It was quite similar to how Pecan had manifested in Fin Blanche. "This is amazing." "Yes, indeed. I'm fed up with seafood. I'll mango. Wait a little, Soderet's contractor. Let me finish this first before I grant you what you seek. Almango stuck his head into the basket and started devouring the cookies. Class and dignity as a god were clearly something he did not possess. Chapter 303, Timar's Second Tomb 1. The tavern owner had gone home, leaving Clamwell in charge of the place. Jean and his companions were the only patrons left. Almango made a lot of noise as he devoured the cookies. He almost seemed like a god gone mad for cookies. He sucked in the treats like one drinks from a rare oasis in the desert. What kind of god is this? The scene surprised Jean. He also regretted not ordering more cookies. Naturally, Jin's companions also gathered to watch how the scene unfolded. For them, it was an amusing experience to see a god sticking his head into a basket to devour cookies. More? Don't you have more? Almango finally pulled his head out of the basket and asked after finishing about 70% of the cookies. This is all I have. Please tell me there's more. He seemed genuinely desperate. There is more, but only at the third-floor confectionery in the Tycoon-free city across the sea. No, then I guess I'll have to save them for later. My contractor will want to try them too. Almango's hands trembled in a superhuman effort to close the basket. It's so adorable, Enya shouted unconsciously as the rest shrugged. Almango pretended to cough, embarrassed by all the attention. I acted below my capabilities. If possible, please tell the owner of the Tycoon Bakery that these are the best cookies Almango has ever tasted. The baker has superhuman skills. Indeed, the baker was not human, but that information did not seem necessary. I'll make sure to relay the message. Good. So you are Jean Runcandle, the 1,000-year contractor mentioned by Soderet, is that right? Yes, sir. Prove it. Jean formed a fist-sized shadow energy orb in his hand, to which Almango nodded. It looks safe then. Honestly, I didn't think you'd survive and make it to me. With the trouble you caused against the Zipple even before becoming a flag-bearer and that bounty on your head, I was almost certain you wouldn't survive. Clamwell and Almango were well aware of the Holy Kingdom incident, as was everyone in Huffister. Soderet, my friend, you were right about what would come in 1,000 years. Look, Mr. God of Clams, we're busy. Okay? Why don't you give us the key? Murakan spoke with an attitude. He was quite irritated that Almango referred to Soderet as a friend. Murakan had never seen Soderet hang out with Almango before he fell into a long slumber. In fact, Almango's only known powers were the ability to keep the contractor's skin moist and the power to easily attract seafood. Additionally, contractors were granted the power to cook clams perfectly in any situation. This was why Murakan considered Almango a useless deity. It wasn't necessarily because Murakan was especially rude. Most people in the world regarded Almango as useless. This was why Clamwell, Almango's contractor, served tables in a remote tavern like this. From the looks of it, you must be Murakan, the Dark Dragon. Soderet was very concerned about you. Don't tell me he was concerned about me. He left the keys to Timar's tomb to gods like you or Pecan Minche without telling me anything about it. Soderet would have had his reasons, don't you think? Humph. Would you mind telling me some of those reasons? Then, Almango shook his head. His innocent-looking eyes annoyed Murakan. However, the dragon had no reason to hold it against the god of clams. But the rest of the companions could deduce from Murakan's anger that he was quite upset. In Pecan's case, they had all been very close 1,000 years ago, but Almango was just an ordinary god from Murakan's perspective. Well, anyway, I'm fed up with cookies, so I'm going to talk about the second tomb of the first Runcandle patriarch. By the way, Jean Runcandle? Yes. Do you intend to enter the tomb altogether? Jean looked surprised at Almango. Is that possible? I don't see why not. After all, it's just a tomb made to commemorate a person. Jean had never thought about entering the tomb with companions other than Murakan or Misha. Of course, it's quite a particular tomb, so you should be prepared to face its dangers. Its dangers. The phrase immediately related to the memory of the first tomb for Jean. If there was a guardian resembling one of the 10 knights like Sildare Runcandle, it was more than just dangerous. Jean didn't want to expose his companions to such dangers if he could avoid it. But he also understood that trusting his companions was the best way to show them respect. Everyone seemed willing to accompany him, whatever might happen. The companions were already determined. Lately, they had felt sorry for not being able to help Jean as much as before. Almango, do you know the guardian residing in the second tomb? I cannot answer your question. Why? All memories of the guardian have left me. I've tried to remember many times, but only a faint image comes to mind. Each of the 10 nights had been erased from history. But one thing is certain. The guardian must be tired because many great battles were fought when the Zippel plundered the tomb. The guardian of the first tomb, Sildare, materialized long after the Zippel plundered the tomb because it required the presence of the 1,000-year contractor to appear. In contrast, the guardian of the second tomb had been guarding the area since its creation. A bitter smile formed on Almango's lips as he tried to remember the forgotten guardian once more. Let's go. Jean and his companions followed Almango out of the tavern. It was an especially starry night. For some reason, it seemed as if the stars were shining to light their way. Almango stopped at the same beach where they had been swimming the past few days. Don't tell me the second tomb is right here. But it is. Almango waded into the water with a splash. Then he turned to look at the group and urged them to follow. Follow me in a straight line. Right at that moment, something astonishing happened. A path was forming on the water with each slow step Almango took. He walked on the sea as one walks on land. The spectacle was truly mysterious and befitting of a god. Obviously, none of them had ever walked on water before. Wow! He really must be a god, Lord Jean. I agree, sir. This jet is experiencing another wonder thanks to you, my lord. Look at all these gentle waves around us. This has to be the most magnificent sight I've ever seen. These are turning out to be truly wonderful vacations, young master. Even Quicantle was quite impressed by Almango's powers, although Murakan continued to grumble, muttering things like, "What's so special about walking on water?" They walked for an hour. The starry sky and the sea were all they could see around them, and the land was barely visible now. I guess it would be safe to open it right here. What do you mean by open? Weren't you supposed to give us the key? Almango showed his palms to Murakan at his question. My power is the key, Murakan. It happened right then. The sea suddenly split in front of Almango, as if two pieces of fabric were torn apart. Whoa, what's this? It's insane. What's happening? Now even Murakan, who was doing his best not to be impressed, had to exclaim in amazement. His companions were no different. Even Jean was left in awe. The sea followed Almango's hands and formed waterfalls on both sides of the rift. No one would have ever believed that the god of clams could create such a miraculous scene. In fact, the opening of the sea was not the end. Holy gods! What is that? Jean and his companions looked down into the open trench under the sea. There was a clam. It must have been the only one of its kind in the world. The clam was indescribably massive and slimy. Yet there it was, opening its shell wide. It was the size of an entire castle. That was tough. It's been a while since I used my powers. Murakan, this is why Sodaret chose me. Not many beings in the world can handle seals of such scales. It almost seemed like his cookie madness had been nothing but a lie. The group, including Murakan this time, could only show their utmost respect for Almango. This was why the god of clams, Almango, was rumored to be a useless deity to the rest of the world. He had to make sure he always had energy saved because Almango's duty as a god was to use his powers to hide and safeguard the stories, which should only be shown to those who needed them at the required moment. It almost looked like a black pearl. A massive seal of shadow energy writhed inside the clam. The seal was the entrance to the second tomb of Timar. So, I hope you're not so upset about Sodaret anymore. Go on now, all of you. Thank you, Almango. I only did what I had to. Oh, and one more thing. Almango looked Jean in the eyes and continued. I don't remember who was inside, but please tell that guy he did a great job. I'll make sure to tell him. The group jumped into the shadow energy seal inside the clam one by one. Once they were all absorbed by the shadow energy seal, Almango's clam closed its giant shell. Once again, they found themselves in an ethereal plane created with shadow energy. But unlike the infinite darkness and emptiness of the first tomb, in the second tomb, there were traces of terrible battles everywhere. The place was littered with white skeletons presumed to be Zippel magicians from ancient times, and the corpses got in their way as they walked. However, when they touched the remains, they turned into ashes and fell. Oh wow! Everything had been so magical until now. This place is so desolate and unsettling, my lord. How many groups of skeletons are these? I can't even fathom how many enemies the Guardian must have faced on his own. Lord Jean, Jet and Kashmir spoke as they explored their surroundings. The group tried to figure out which direction to head when they heard a woman's voice in the distance. I knew I felt quite a ruckus from afar. Yes, I knew you'd come. The group immediately heightened their senses and turned their heads in the direction of the voice. Murakan immediately recognized the voice, just like the last time. Sarah? Sarah Runcandle, is that you, right? Murakan. Soon, the Guardian revealed herself. She wore armor similar to the Runcandle Guardian Knights, just like Sildaray, but her armor was torn and had holes everywhere. It wasn't just the armor. Her body was damaged as well. She had only one arm left, and the countless wounds on her body oozed shadow energy like it was blood. Why are you so late, you stupid dragon? The Guardian spoke upon meeting Murakan. Chapter 304, Timar's Second Tomb, 2. Her tone was oddly friendly. Unlike Sildaray, who treated Murakan like any tomb guardian would treat an intruder, the Guardian of the Second Tomb greeted him like an old friend. Sarah. I heard her name on the recording device in the first tomb. She's the Runcandle who's supposed to have led 5 sorcery swords to the Tower of Tales, where 300 dragons had gathered. Sarah smiled as she looked at Murakan. It was quite strange to see the smile along with all the shadow energy coalescing on her face like blood. Late? What are you talking about? I killed all those wretches before you arrived. To be precise, I swept them all with Fadler. You're late again, you know? Where have you been loafing around this time? Sarah. Fadler, that fool. He's injured. I'm fine as always. But that weakling is going to need some training from you and the Patriarch. Sarah. Wake up. Murakan was about to shout, but Jean grabbed him by the shoulder. He tried to communicate through his gaze that the person before them wasn't the Sarah Murakan knew, but only a guardian made in her likeness. The shadow. Energy flowing instead of blood was proof of this. Murakan was being dragged into the same emotions that had tormented Jean when he slashed at his enemies in the Great Mitra Desert, even though he knew they were only mirages. The Guardian was identical to Sarah Runcandle in every way. The way she spoke, walked, and even how she treated Murakan. It was impossible to distinguish beings created from shadow energy from the real person, especially if they had been infused with the soul. Murakan, why don't you answer my question? You're late already. You won't tell me you can't be bothered with such trifles, will you? It seems you've been fighting for too long, Sarah Runcandle. Quicantle stepped forward and spoke. She too remembered Sarah. The Guardian stopped and directed her gaze at Quicantle. Oh, look who it is. Quicantle. I can't believe the spectator has finally decided to come to the battlefield. Although, of course, the battle is already over. Murakan and Quicantle felt terrible. 1,000 years, that was the time during which the Guardian had protected the second tomb in the dark ethereal plane all alone. Her scar-covered body and the thousands of skeletons surrounding the area were evidence of the terrible battles she had fought. In fact, the Guardian's sword was broken, with only half of the blade remaining. The Guardian couldn't distinguish past from present anymore, and at times, no longer remembered what her duty was. This very moment was a prime example of her state. She wasn't in her right state of mind. It was the price of all those years she waited after killing the Zippel magicians who intruded into the tomb 1,000 years ago. Who are these friends you brought? Their new faces. The Guardian approached. Murakan seemed to have made a decision. He transformed into his true form and spread his wings. Quicantle transformed right after him and unleashed the power of the silver dragon. My old comrade in arms, Sarah Runcandle. I apologize for being late. I will help you relieve the old burden you've been carrying. The Guardian suddenly stopped at Mirakan's words. Upon closer inspection, the group could see that she was much more injured than they initially thought. If she had been bleeding instead of oozing shadow energy, just staying on her feet would have been a miracle in itself. What are you talking about, all of a sudden? Take up your sword. What? Are you challenging me to a fight? Twisting tendrils of shadow energy began to spread behind Mirakan. Shadow energy release. The Guardian must have known that Mirakan used this move against enemies he had to kill. This has got to be a joke, right? Jean and the others, listen up. She may be severely wounded, but remember, Sarah was always mentioned as the strongest of the 10 knights of the ancient Runcandle clan. You can't afford to face her without serious resolve, Mirakan said. They wondered if it was possible to fight in her current condition. Indeed, her sword was battered and damaged. However, she had managed to fight off thousands of magicians all by herself. All the members of the group drew their weapons. There was a brief silence between the group and the Guardian. Soon, a great fighting spirit began to emanate from the Guardian's body in the form of a tidal wave. I see. Mirakan, you bastard. You didn't arrive late. You deliberately waited for me to tire after the fight. A great light burst from Sarah's sword. If Mirakan hadn't covered the area with a veil of shadow energy, most of Jin's companions would have closed their eyes to shield themselves from the light. And if the Guardian had been in perfect condition, everyone who closed their eyes would have been slashed without exception. Sarah Runcandle's prowess at her peak was very close to divine star level. Don't tell me you've fallen for the spectator's trick. Or is it that you, despite your braggart ego, have also come to fear the Zipple? Everyone had their hopes on you, you dirty turncoat. Every word she spoke pierced Mirakan's heart. Covered in shadow energy, Mirakan's back had never looked smaller and fainter than it did now. Each encounter with his unforgettable past made Mirakan feel like he was being stabbed with a sorrow deadlier than any blade. The Guardian raised her sword, which gleamed with an aura. It's better to get ready. Maybe I'm broken, and my own comrades have betrayed me. But remember, I am Sarah Runcandle. Whoosh! The sword flared with a new layer of fire that covered its aura. Blazing flames also appeared around Sarah, much like the shadow energy tornadoes around Mirakan. Is that magic? She was a pure-blooded Runcandle who had lived before the days of the humiliating pact they had signed with the Zipple. She was a magic swordsman. Gilly, Elisa, and Kashmir protect Enya and Jet. Jean, cover us, Quicantle shouted as she gathered energy for her breath. Mirakan was already targeting the Guardian with thousands of nails formed from shadow energy. The nails fell to the ground without warning or sound. The massive amount of dark nails flew toward the severely wounded Guardian. But it only took one sword strike. That was all the Guardian needed to obliterate each and every nail that rained toward her. The broken sword posed no problem for her. Flames erupted fiercely from the sword and did not wane after eliminating the nails. She immediately created a sea of flames. The Guardian's flame could not only reduce its target to ashes but also cleave it in half. A blade-sharp fire. Strange as it sounded, the fire possessed qualities that truly fit the description. Shadow energy and fire intertwined in the air and continuously tried to consume each other. Quicantle breathed and used her divine power of time to occasionally contain the Guardian's flames. But there were too many flames. They outnumbered what Quicantle could contain with her powers. Stopping the flames on one side only led to another flame choking another part of the battlefield. It was an incredible sight. Despite her injuries, the Guardian's strength did not fall short in the face of the two dragons' power. Sarah Runcandle, the goddess of fire, that's what people called her 1,000 years ago. The long battle and loneliness might have limited her from unleashing her full power, and her name might have been completely lost to history because of the Zipple. But her flame still burned in the desolate ethereal plane. Mirakan, what is this about? This can't be the extent of your powers. Are guilt and memories holding you back or something? The flames grew by the seconds, pushing back Murakin and Quicantel's powers as they invaded and expanded their territory. Or are you going easy on me out of sympathy? It's not that, Sarah. What is it then? If you've already decided to betray the run candles, don't beat around the bush, Sarah shouted as she leaped. Her strike forced Murakin to hastily deploy a shield barrier while Quicantel twisted her body to bite the Guardian. Sarah used her flames as support to maneuver freely. In the air, she hurled her sword forward. Sparks flew everywhere. The clash of the dragon's claws and teeth against the sword produced deafening noises, and the resulting shockwaves traveled through the ground, breaking the earth. A lightning bolt pierced through the flames and shadow energy. It was the sword of legends. A bolt. The abrupt strike made Sarah tremble. She then scanned the battlefield. This is the power of the legends. How does a Zippel possess this power? That boy is not a Zippel. He's a run candle. His name is Jean. He's a descendant of the run candles, the lineage you have successfully protected. Jean? Nobody is named that among the run candles. Sarah, 1,000 years have passed in the world outside of this plane. This is Timar's tomb, and we've come here as part of Sodaret's plans to dash. Perhaps I'm fatigued and weary, but that doesn't mean my mind has given in. It's only been 2 days since I arrived here with Fadler on orders from the Patriarch. Can't you see the countless corpses around? The Zippels will fall. Nothing less than by our own hands. Despite being the guardian of a tomb, she didn't seem to realize that. Timar was already dead. The guardian was trapped in time, 1,000 years in the past when Timar led the Runcandle swordsman. Back then, bringing honor to the Runcandle name stirred many hearts. It was cruel to witness. Granting her eternal rest as soon as possible was the only thing Jean and his companions could do for the Guardian. The Guardian descended to the ground and looked Jean in the eyes. State your true name, Zippel boy. I am Jean Runcandle, the 12th flag-bearer of the Runcandles. I gave you a chance, yet you continue to answer me with lies. Yes, that's how the Zippels are. You try to paint the whole world with lies. Now, it seems you even covet the Runcandle name. Regardless of your opinion, Lady Sarah, my true name will never change. I have come to inherit the will of the ancient Runcandles, and I am Sodaret's new contractor. Jean placed shadow energy over Sigmund, which was already filling with lightning energy. Sarah's eyes flickered. The shadow sword. She couldn't accept how Jean could wield shadow energy since Sodaret could only grant power to Timar if he were still alive. But there was another way. She remembered there was another way to wield shadow energy without being Sodaret's contractor. The witch. It must be her doing. Haluram, the eerie witch-like creature. According to Sarah's knowledge, the witch Haluram was the only being who could handle shadow energy without entering into a contract with Sodaret. Whoosh! All the flames that had spread around the area converged back to Sarah. Seeing the flames' movements, Jean readied the shadow sword. Today, right here, I will find my end. But in doing so, I will make sure to end you too, Sarah said. The Guardian's body burst into flames. Murakin immediately released all the shadow energy he could gather and covered the entire group. Likewise, Quickantle's gaze sharpened as she let out a roar. Sarah had initiated a secret sword technique of the ancient Runcandles. Chapter 305. Timar's Second Tomb 3. The witch's work? What does she mean by that? Is she implying that one can handle shadow energy without being Sodaret's contractor through the powers of the witch? The name Haluram, the former owner of Shuri, flashed in Jin's mind. Of course, it was a bad time to ask about these things. Fire began to spout from the broken sword. Fiercely red points of flames spread in lines, and the lines stretched across a surface, quickly dyeing the entire dark ethereal plane red. The wounds Sarah had received over 1,000 years were no longer visible on her body. Instead of shadow energy, from where open scars had been before, flames burst forth, and soon her entire body was covered in flames. Even her hair, eyes, and nails turned into blazing fire. Finally, her sword lost all its steel properties and also turned into a sword-shaped flame. Everyone who had seen her in this terrifying form rightly called her the goddess of fire. Really? This is insane. The secret moves of the magic swords, sorceress swords, the fire of retribution. Even in that state, Murakan shouted. Until that moment he felt pain every time. He saw the scars on the Guardian's body, and his heart ached every time she called him a traitor. But now it wasn't just a feeling. Things had become real. Murakan didn't believe the Guardian could perform any secret moves of the magic sword because she was too injured, despite her nearly divine skill. Are you really going to kill us all? Stop whining, Murakan. Not only did you betray us, but you also dare to mock me? I know my feeble flames can never harm you. No, it's not that. Then what are you trying to say, you filthy traitor? I never betrayed you and I'm weaker now. Murakan's response never reached the Guardian's ears due to the sound of the bursting flames. Though even if she had heard the words, they wouldn't have made any difference anyway. 1,000 years and all the battles that occurred over time had taken a toll on the Guardian's body. They had also worn down her mind. She was unable to make a rational assessment of the situation, and even as she fought against Jin's group, she constantly saw and heard hallucinations. In her almost lunatic state, she could only blindly follow. The mission etched into her soul, to kill anything that threatened the run candles. She was entrusted with one more mission for Jin's sake, but the Guardian forgot her second objective in the countless battles she fought. It seemed like the flame was going to engulf the entire world. If it were Sarah in her prime and without injuries, it would be a literal description. The retribution fire she was now releasing barely contained 20% of the strength with which she incinerated the Zippel magicians 1,000 years ago. She had no choice. Her injuries prevented her from using all of her mana and aura, and she no longer had her former phoenix, Manière. However, the Guardian's retribution fire easily pushed back Murakan's shadow energy and secured the battlefield. Flames and shadow energy intertwined and created grotesque patterns high in the sky of the ethereal plane. The entire plane swayed as if it could collapse at any moment, and the furious heat and shadow energy also restricted the flight patterns of the dragons. Quick, Cantle. I know. I'll try to stop it as much as I can. Grab the flames. Quickantle's silver eyes shone as she descended. Zing, a sharp tone, resonated as a wave spread from Quickantle's forehead. The wave carried the power of time. It was the same divine power that Quicantle had used against Andre Zippel and Bayuretta, the Wind Dragon, in the past. Anything that came into contact with her rapidly spreading net-like wave lost its element of time. In Bayuretta's case, her entire body froze when the tip of her wing got caught in the wave. But the Guardian's flames only slowed down even when fully enveloped by the time wave, and they continued to spew infernal fire as they advanced. Quickantle's powers weren't enough to completely halt the Guardian, which wouldn't have been different even if Ulta, the god of time, had manifested herself. The Guardian went further. She swung her fiery sword and cleaved the oncoming waves. The waves lost their strength after being cleaved and dissipated like loose threads. The Guardian was unable to neutralize all the waves that restrained her flames, but the fact that she could do so was astounding. The Guardian advanced. She cleaved the waves and approached Jean. However, her gaze remained fixed on Murakan. The Guardian was aware of Murakan's strength because she thought he was the only threat she would face. Indeed, that would have been true if the Guardian and Murakan had been at their best. Hey, spectator. Oh wait, I guess I can't call you that anymore. Anyway, Quicantle, why don't you leave it be? If you keep fighting, you'll only embarrass that god of yours who's so concerned about his reputation and dignity. Quicantle gritted her teeth. It wasn't that the Guardian's words wounded her ego. Quicantle was using all the divine power she could muster. However, the Guardian neutralized her powers too easily. Earlier, the Guardian accused her own retribution fire of being tepid. But that was only by her own standards. Although the retribution fire spread a distance, the amount of heat it radiated through the shield barrier was enough to keep the group on alert. After Quickantle's powers ran out, only Murakan, Quicantle, and Jean with the reign of the King of Legends would be able to fight through the flames. Unfortunately, Jean hadn't recovered enough to execute the reign of the King of Legends, and he would have to risk permanent damage to his light heart if he pushed himself. Therefore, Jean had to ensure the battle was decided before Quickantle's powers ran out. Quickcantle, how much longer do you think you can hold out? 5 minutes, Quickcantle replied tremblingly. The time was shorter than Jean had expected. Fortunately, he came up with a way. The barrier is melting even though Murakan and Quickcantle are protecting us from the flames before they reach us. I can't believe how powerful these flames are. Once Quickantle's powers run out, we're sure to suffer severe damage. Jean, Gilly, Kashmir, Elisa, and Enya. In fact, even Jet was contributing. The 6 of them were casting shield barriers together. It seemed like they were protecting each other, but the martial artists' shield barriers were not really effective at protecting others. Enya? Yes, Lord Jean. I need to return to the battle. Once I leave the group, you have to shoulder the largest area of the shield barrier. Jean was currently playing that role. Unlike the other martial artists, Jean could use both aura and mana to cast shield barriers. Since he was the strongest in the group, it was the logical choice. But now, Enya had to assume Jin's role as the group's magician. Although Enya was still in the early stages of the 5-star level, the effectiveness of her shield barriers as a magician was far superior to that of the martial artists in protecting others. Do you think you can handle it? I'll try. I need you to be certain. If you can't do it, I must consider other options. Jean didn't intend to scold or pressure her, but he couldn't afford to risk his comrades' lives on uncertainty. If only the martial artists had been magicians of their respective levels, Jean wouldn't have needed to worry about them at all. Soon, Enya's eyes filled with determination. She nodded. I can do it, Lord Jean. But please, hold your current position for just 2 minutes while I cast a new spell. Enya recalled an old memory. It will take some time, but I'll manage on my own in the end. I don't want to keep being someone who constantly needs your protection, as it happened today. So, please, don't tell me not to worry about these things. I am Enya, Ulta's contractor. One day, I will become a great magician in whom you trust the most. That had been their conversation when they were eradicating the remaining forces of the dark magic guild. Jean remembered the same and smiled. Although she was not yet a great magician, Enya had made great progress while Jean was in La Ferosa. Her talent was certainly impressive. That's why Ulta, the god so picky about bloodlines, had to succumb and choose a commoner like Enya to be her contractor. All right, I got it. Enya sat down in a meditation position and deactivated her shield barrier. Naturally, this increased the burden on the rest of the group. Jean had to push his mana production to the maximum, running the constant risk of mana backlash. Enya's eyes twitched as she began casting the spell. The 2 minutes felt like centuries, but Enya managed to calm herself from the urgency and completed the steps skillfully without succumbing to the backlash. The spell she cast was something Jean had given her at the end of his days as a provisional flag-bearer. Extreme defense spells. Among the spells Chukan told her left as his legacy, the Dragonfire Barricade was the epitome of his extreme defense spells. The runic character for extreme defense began to shine on Enya's shoulder. You can go now, Lord Jean. Enya gave a thumbs up, despite the blood oozing from her mouth. A blue barrier began to form around her. The Dragonfire Barricade. Like its namesake, it was a spell created by Chukan to fight against dragons. The barrier was meant to protect the caster from dragon breath. Although Enya had not yet fully mastered it, she used Ulta's powers to compensate for the lack of mana. I'll leave this to you then. He only had about 3 minutes left. Jean exited the barrier. He also had a spell already cast. Simultaneous casting. The skill that made Jean a magician above all others. While replacing Enya in the shield barrier, Jean cast another spell, along with the shadow blade he was already casting. It was the spell that meant doom for anyone using magic. Inverted Sky, Kiddard Hall's Heritage. Dame Sarah's mana is only around 8 stars right now. The Retribution Fire tore through Murakan's shadow energy like paper and sliced through Quickantle's divine powers like they were thin strings. However, the mana behind it was only about 8 stars. It was the 9-star aura that added to the 8-star mana and Runcandle's magical sword's unique powers that magnified his prowess to such extremes. Jean knew that it would undoubtedly cause a mana backlash. Of course, there was no sure way to know if it would work. Given the person Sarah was, she might be able to retaliate against the inverted sky, even in her current state and despite that enormous spell. That's why he also prepared the Shadow Blade. Jean had learned new Shadow Blade techniques from the Battle Kings of La Ferosa while he was there, and he chose to execute the 2nd and 7th techniques. The Scissors and Shadow Assault. Even if she falls into a backlash, I'll only have one shot. No matter how injured Dame Sarah is. Engaging her in close combat without the reign of the King of Legends is suicide. Mana left Jin's hand and formed the inverted sky orb. Once the inverted sky was completed, the shadow at Jin's feet rose and joined its master. Chapter 306. Timar's Second Tomb. 4. He became one with the shadow. His body turned black, dark but dim. It was as if a shadow occupied his place, like a specter. It seemed like one could pass through it with their hand. The guardian shivered. She stopped abruptly. It was due to the powers of the inverted sky. If it had been any ordinary technique, Jean would never have been able to induce a backlash, even if the guardian had only 5 stars of mana instead of her 8 stars of magical prowess. However, the inverted sky was a grand spell that challenged everything magicians understood about backlash, even in the current era. Therefore, it was no wonder that the spell appeared even more mysterious to the guardian, whose days dated back 1,000 years. Is it a secret move of the Zipples? An impressive spell for your age. Her fiery eyebrows furrowed. The guardian seemed quite disturbed by the inverted sky. She stood still and couldn't take her eyes off the spell. A part of the mana composing the retribution fire broke off and formed into a ribbon. It was then gradually absorbed by the inverted sky orb. Now, with another spell pressing down on her divine time powers, the guardian could no longer move freely. She had been continuing the battle of forces against Murakan all this time, with shadow energy and flames. These two forces were constantly pushing each other on all sides of the battlefield in an attempt to gain more territory. But despite the various attacks thrown at her, the guardian still had the upper hand in the battle against Jean and his companions. Even though she was just standing there, none dared to approach. It made no sense. The fact that she could unleash such powers with only 8 stars of mana and 9 of aura was a complete mystery, even if the powers of the ancient run candles were taken into account. Jean and his companions should have had much greater power than the guardian. But she was a pure-blooded run candle from the days before the Pact. Her very existence was an anomaly in itself. Moreover, she had been one of the most powerful figures among those anomalies. Please, I hope Lady Sarah regains her sanity before the battle ends, even if only for a brief moment. Jean tightened his grip on the sword. Dark shadows emerged from Jean and painted the ground black. It was a massive shadow. It split into several shadows and swiftly slid towards the guardian. In an instant, they completely surrounded the guardian. The guardian immediately sent waves of flaming swords towards the shadows. But how could physical blows be dealt to shadows? They only flickered momentarily and continued to occupy the ground around them in all their darkness. The 7th maneuver of the Shadow Blade was the Shadow Assault. The maneuver was a move designed to strike the enemy in a way unique to Shadow Blade wielders. No one could attempt to replicate this move without wielding shadows, no matter how powerful the swordsman. Jin's frail body shot forward. The sight of Jin's dark and semi-transparent body charging forward would have been enough to possess anyone who had not reached a certain mastery. He shot forward so quickly that it almost seemed like a wave of dark blades had been fired, not a moving body. Despite the speed, it didn't take the guardian long to prepare to strike Jean. In fact, she knew exactly what path his sword would take as Jean started to move. Jean came within range. Each of his swords traced a trajectory. The guardian's sword was faster. Setting aside the total amount of aura and her injuries, the guardian's swordsmanship was already at a transcendent level. The flaming swords and shadow energy clashed. Or at least it appeared they clashed. The guardian's sword only cut through the air, and Jean disappeared completely from her sight. In his place, the guardian found Sigmund, who was now behind her. The dark Sigmund pointed at her back. But it was Jin's companions who were surprised by this move. Had Lord Jean teleported? His companions couldn't explain it any other way since Jean had clearly been charging towards the Guardian when he suddenly vanished and reappeared wielding his sword from her back. They weren't entirely wrong to think it was teleportation. Jean had been able to dissipate into the air through the 5 shadows surrounding the Guardian. The shadows served as a kind of gate. They allowed Jean to enter and exit the shadows once he executed the 7th maneuver of the Shadow Blade, the Shadow Assault. Jean concealed himself in the shadow that was in front of the Guardian at the moment of collision and reappeared through the shadow behind her to wield his sword. An assault. It was unpredictable and devastating. Such was the move one could perform when they could become the very shadow. Jin's sword grazed the Guardian's back. It scraped the surface of the fire, covering her body like a piece of leather. She was one of the 10 great knights. The fact that her flames were bound by the divine power of time didn't matter. Nor did the fact that she was battling for territory against Murakan, or that her mana fluctuated involuntarily due to the inverted sky. Anyway, Jean never expected to strike her with the first blow. Yes, the Shadow Blade had those moves. How unsettling to see you using the Patriarch's techniques. Jean no longer bothered to tell her that he wasn't a Zippel. The circumstance of the misunderstanding was inconsequential. Jean decided that there was only one way to converse with that old heroine whose mind was no longer stable. It had to be through the sword. Unlike the time with Sir Silderay, there's a problem here, but Lady Sarah still plays a part in Soderet's plans. As long as she fulfills the conditions of the inheritance. The same thing that happened in the first tomb will occur. The various trials that Soderet had left for his sake all shared the same solution. Willpower. The most sacred virtue upheld by martial artists, or perhaps all humans. The way forward always revealed itself once Jean could demonstrate his willpower. It happened when he first faced the principles of the Shadow Blade. It was no different in the Great Mitra Desert and the first tomb of Timar. There was no reason for this occasion to be any different. Jin's sword clashed against the Guardians from 5 different directions. Jean didn't have to twist his body because he could freely move through the 5 shadows. On the other hand, the Guardian had to frantically block Sigmund. But despite her frenzied movements, the Guardian's eyes remained as firm as a rock. The exchange of moves grew faster. Their techniques simplified with each clash. Instead of extravagant maneuvers, they fought each other with the depth of their most basic moves. Which sword technique was deeper? Obviously, the Guardian's. Mastery, experience, skill, and integration. Aside from the divine element of talent and potential, Jin's sword skill was inferior to the Guardian's in every aspect. It's a shame, young one. If you had been born a run candle, you could have been a hero who saved the world. The shadows surrounding the Guardian slowly moved away from her. It was an indication that Jean was being pushed back. Jin's companions clearly saw what was happening, but they could only lament that they couldn't do anything to intervene. Quicantel's divine power of time was rapidly approaching its limit. Now, he would barely be able to contain the fire of vengeance for a minute, and it was already starting to give way. Things weren't going any better on Murakan's side. With each decrease in time constraints, the fire of retribution grew stronger. Therefore, the balance of power was breaking. However, Jean wielded his sword undaunted. Unlike his desperate companions, Jean waited for the opportune moment as he carefully observed the changes in mana when the fire of retribution roared to life again. Now that the time restraint had weakened, the flame was showing its full power again. But the mana forming the fire of retribution was no longer as dense as before. There was a shift in the flow of the Guardian's mana. Obviously, it was due to the inverted sky. If she had started in perfect condition, she would have been able to maintain the fire of retribution while controlling the mana reflux caused by the inverted sky. But now she couldn't. No one except Jean realized that the fire of retribution had become less dense. Everyone was too busy preparing for the impact of Runcandle's magical sword secret technique when it roared to life again. But Jean could see it as a magician. The fire of retribution broke when I unleashed the inverted sky. It clings to it forcibly, but its backlash will begin soon. The Guardian didn't seem to be affected at all in her fight, so the rest had no idea that she would fall into a backlash. Of course, The onset of a backlash wouldn't nullify all of Sarah's skill. She was confident that she would reign in her unruly mana before it worsened and resume the battle as if nothing had happened. There was only a moment, a fraction of a second, when she would expose an opening due to the mana backlash. Once Lady Sarah slows down to correct the backlash in her, that's when I must strike. If I fail, I'm unlikely to have that opportunity again. The shadows born from the seventh maneuver of the Shadow Blade now formed a circle twice as large as it had originally been. That was the distance Jean had been pushed back by the Guardian. The Guardian had to face multiple enemies at once. Similarly, Jean had to monitor the various effects caused by the Guardian simultaneously. He had to stop his attacks, check the flow and density of mana, observe the path of her flames, and calculate the remaining time until her backlash began. There were only about 20 seconds left until the time constraints would break. And at that very moment, Jean finished his calculations. 5 seconds left, until the Guardian's backlash would start. 1, 2, 3, cuff. The Guardian abruptly vomited a lump of black shadow energy from her mouth. Jin's calculations were precise. Jean finally took his first step forward since they had closed in. He closed in on her with the trick he intended to bring her down with. He had concealed it under the pretext of the shadow assault all this time. Sheik. The dark blade struck towards the Guardian's heart. It was the first real crisis she had faced in the hundreds of sword moves they had exchanged. But even as she struggled to tame her backlash, she showed the monstrous feat of successfully reacting to Jin's sword. Her flaming sword struck upward and stopped Sigmund. Jin's trick seemed to have failed in the end, and it certainly would have been a failure if Jean had only struck the Guardian with a single sword. Oh! The Guardian jumped back to create distance from Jean. A dark and menacing blade was buried in her chest, and shadow energy sprouted from the wound. Sarah knew that Jean would achieve his decisive move once she fell into a backlash. If he hadn't, even a master like her wouldn't have been able to stop the final sword strike. Haha! Looks like you've got me. The second maneuver of the Shadow Blade. This was the trick Jean had intended from the beginning. It was the one thing Sarah couldn't predict. The moment he struck with Sigmund, the scissor blade pierced her heart. The Guardian felt her vision darkening. She could tell that her desolate and agonizing mission as a Guardian was finally coming to an end. She also realized the mistake she had been making, but the battle against the boy standing before her, the same lineage that she and her comrades had managed to protect from the Zippels, was not yet over. Do not hesitate now. Go and finish it, Jean Runcandle. The Guardian spoke. Jean approached her with swift steps and thrust his sword forward. It has been an honor, Lady Sarah Runcandle. Sigmund pierced her chest this time. She fell to one knee with a smile on her face. Chapter 307. Timar's Second Tomb. 5. Jean drew his sword. He could feel the eerie sensation of bones and organs caught in the blade. The retribution fire that burned throughout the area began to quickly subside as the Guardian fell. All her flames vanished as if they had never existed. They left behind small hot embers that scattered in the wind like flower petals. The flames surrounding the Guardian's body also diminished. Shadow energy flowed from the countless wounds on her body. The Guardian's breathing was quite rapid, but it soon slowed as she decided to accept her own death. Sarah! Murakan landed on the ground in haste and transformed into his human form. He had been forced to fight her, but that didn't change the fact that Sarah was an old friend and comrade in arms for Murakan. It wasn't Sarah herself, but only a Guardian created in her image. Nevertheless, there were traces of Sarah Runcandle's soul in the Guardian. It was torment for Murakan to see the Guardian find her end, even though he had fought with Jean and the others to grant her this very rest. Quicantle took on his human form and landed beside Murakan. He bit his lower lip. He seemed to have mixed feelings about it. Murakan. Yes, it's me. I'm Murakan. Damn it. Did it really have to come to this? Did you really have to come to your senses like this? His emotions were evident in his trembling voice. Murakan bent down and took the Guardian's hand. It was cold. It was hard to imagine that she had wielded such a large fire with her injured body just moments ago. You stupid lizard. You and the new contractor. The Guardian stopped at that moment. The mention of the new contractor reminded her of something she had long forgotten. That Timar had died, and the splendor of the ancient run candles had disappeared from history. That Murakan had only come to her side after all this time, and the people witnessing her long-standing battle coming to an end were not run candle swordsmen, but the silver dragon spectator and a handful of unfamiliar faces. Fortunately, you were strong enough to defeat me in my weakened state. Sarah, what happened? How did Timar die 1,000 years ago? Why did Sodaret create tomb guardians from the knights? And what do the Zippels gain by raiding Timar's tombs? Why did Sodaret leave you with this story without telling it to Misha or me? What things were they not telling me back then, and why? Murakan didn't dare to ask Sarah these things. He didn't believe he deserved to. No matter what had happened, the guilt of not being with his comrades pierced his soul like a knife. Above all, Murakan was no longer Timar's guardian dragon. The ancient run candles were not under his command. Now it was Jin's task to find the truth according to Sodaret's plans. Murakan's role was to serve Jin as his guardian dragon. All this time you've had to bear this burden alone. I'm sorry. He expected to hear strong reprimands like the time with Sildare. But the guardian looked directly into Murakan's eyes and said something he didn't expect. Just as we had our pains, I'm sure you had yours too. There's no need to apologize. Murakan didn't reply. He just held Sarah's hand tightly. But Quicantle, I'm quite surprised you're here. I thought you and your god sought neutrality. Was there a change of plans? The Guardian's mind returned, but her betrayal against Quicantle hadn't changed. Just like you, the run candles follow Timar's orders to the letter. I cannot disobey Olta's will. Yes, I'm sure you had no choice, being a dragon. I understand to some extent. But remember that the Patriarch, my own brother, was a man who would have risked his life at any time if it were for your sake. Jin's eyes widened at the mention that Timar was his brother. Sarah Runcandle was Timar's younger sister. I sincerely hope that your proud god doesn't stand idly by in the battles that boy will have to face. Like Murakan, Quicantle couldn't respond. However, Sarah actually didn't despise or detest Quicantle, despite how betrayed she felt. But I must thank you for one thing. Thanks to you, I was spared the possibility of killing Murakan and that boy with my own hands. It was as she described it. Without Quicantle's powers, Jean would never have been able to bring down the Guardian. The Guardian looked into Jin's eyes. Jean Runcandle. Yes, Lady Sarah. This is my first defeat in a long time. From my weariness in the ancient battle that persisted for far too long, I have mistreated you. Since you alone have guarded this place for 1,000 years, I wouldn't say it has been mistreatment. The skeletons of the ancient magicians that once filled the ethereal plane were no longer there. They had all been swept away by the retribution fire and reduced to ashes, disappearing afterward. Jin's companions, who had shielded themselves behind a barrier, rushed toward him. They didn't share any memories with Sarah like Murakan or Quicantle, nor did they feel indebted as descendants like Jean. However, they couldn't harbor hostility towards Sarah, who had moments ago tried to kill them. They didn't need to be told what she must have endured over the centuries. In truth, they felt rather helpless and realized they had to strive harder if they wanted to fight alongside Jean. I'm glad you say that, Jean, my descendant from future centuries. Please go on. What are the run candles like in the present? I would say they don't measure up to the days I didn't have the privilege to experience. I suppose the Zippels still control the world? Jean nodded. The Guardian could feel the chill of impending death as shadow energy continuously flowed out of her body. A hoarse whisper escaped her trembling lips. We've left you with a heavy burden. Becoming Sodaret's contractor and inheriting my ancestors' legacy always seemed like opportunities, not burdens. So, I hope you don't feel that way. He spoke sincerely. Compared to the pitiful past life he had experienced, this was a blessing in itself. Jean was also not blindly inheriting the will of the Runcandles. He was only moving forward into new frontiers of his second life with his own will. It seems you have a talent for making others feel better. Come closer. Come closer. The Guardian couldn't see Jean, even though he was right in front of her. She had become completely blind. Gilly patted Mirakan on the shoulder as Enya took Quickantle's hand. I, Sarah Runcandle, guardian of Timar Runcandle's tomb, now pass my inheritance to Jean Runcandle. Jean nodded. At that moment, runic characters began to form over the Guardian's body. Runic characters? They lit up all over Sarah's body, over the place where her missing arm should have been, and also over the pierced chest. The runic characters contained the secret technique of Runcandle's magical swordplay that Sarah Runcandle had created throughout her life. It was the retribution fire of Sarah Runcandle. It was not part of Sodaret's plans for Jean. The Guardian was transferring it to Jean of her own volition. The runic characters left Sarah's body, like a soul departing from a deceased, and were absorbed by Jin's body. The runic characters also conveyed Sarah's memories of creating the retribution fire with each character etched into Jin's body. It was akin to the memory transfer of the legends he had experienced from Boraz, the Fifth Battle King, or the inheritance spell from the historians. I had hoped someone worthy of this sword technique would come along. I suppose one of my small hopes has come true. Unlike the other runic characters that Jean had on his body, those of the Guardian were not visible all the time. They only lit up when activating the retribution fire. This is a gift beyond what I could have ever expected. Not as great as the solace you've given me. Thanks to you, I have finally earned my eternal rest. Sarah's body disintegrated into particles of shadow energy. The shadow energy that flowed in place of blood now floated in the air like fine dust, enveloping Jean. Jean would soon be transported to another layer of the ethereal plane, one that held old stories just like with Sildare. Are there any final words you'd like to leave, Lady Sarah? I hope all of you won't suffer too much. She said all of you, rather than just you. Mirakan and Quicantle shivered and clenched their teeth at her words. They would have preferred to hear her resent them for arriving too late. But she didn't speak such cruel words in her farewell. Instead, she left one last brief comment about the 1,000 years of her desolate battles. I will finally be reunited with my brother and my comrades. Soon. The Guardian's body completely disintegrated into particles of shadow energy. Jean and his group observed a moment of silence for her. The shadow energy created a gentle whirl, and a sound began to emit. I will briefly disappear into another ethereal plane. Do not be alarmed and wait for my return. He heard a voice in the distance, just like the other time. Mu, S, Sa, of, Mu, Sa. Despite the unclear words, Jean knew whose voice it was. It was Mirakan's voice. None of his companions could hear the voice. Jean quickly turned to look at Mirakan, but he didn't seem to hear his own voice from the past either. Only Jean could detect it. The sound resonated as shadow energy completely surrounded Jean. The particles of shadow energy then disappeared, leaving his companions looking dazed at the spot where Jean and Sarah had been. When Jean opened his eyes again, he found himself in an empty darkness reminiscent of the first tomb. An ethereal plane within another ethereal plane. But unlike the first tomb, this plane was clearly damaged. There were countless gruesome gashes in the darkness, and the entire plane shook as if there had been an earthquake. Additionally, the ominous noise created in the destruction of the ethereal plane constantly grated on his eardrums. Just as Sarah had been injured in her long battle, the ethereal plane within her had also been destroyed. Jean intuitively understood how ethereal planes worked. He advanced toward the source of the voice in search of the recording device left by Sodaret. Soon, a giant orb shining in gray caught his attention. Mirakan's voice became clearer as he approached the orb. We must stop him. We must stop him, Sarah Runcandle. Mirakan and Sarah were speaking in the scene from 1,000 years ago displayed by the orb. Both were covered in blood, as if they had just come from battle, and their clothes and armor were torn in several places. Sarah glared at Mirakan. What do you mean by stop him? Are you telling me we have to kill the patriarch? You, out of all people, talking about abandoning the patriarch? Mirakan didn't respond. He only brought his hand to his forehead in a display of weariness. Chapter 308. Fragment from the Past. Sarah 1. Jean opened his eyes wide. What did that mean? In the scene replayed by the orb, Murakan was saying something Jean never expected Murakan to say. Silence fell. Sarah's eyes trembled with fury as she stared at Murakan. A murderous intent filled her eyes, but Murakan remained unfazed. Abandoning the patriarch. Yes, I've heard you've been going around saying those things to others. It was the execution branch swordsman who told me, and Fadler also told me something similar. Sarah spat blood and continued. I thought it was a misunderstanding, since they don't know you like I do. Or maybe, I just thought they were babbling nonsense because they're tired of this long battle. Sarah approached Murakan and grabbed him by the neck. But to think I would hear it in your own words, that you would actually propose killing the patriarch. Are you serious? Do we really have to kill the patriarch? You're supposed to be his dragon guardian. Sarah. Answer me, Murakan. Take a look around you. Sarah glanced around the place. There were corpses all around her. They were the consequences of their battle. The dismembered bodies were filled with run-candle black swords and zipple dragon crests. More than half of the dead magicians were killed by Timar. If we hadn't reinforced our forces, things would have turned against us. The Zipples probably would have won this battle. What are you trying to say? I arrived on the battlefield before you did. It means, unlike you, I was able to see Timar fight. He killed more than just Zipple magicians today. Are you trying to tell me the patriarch killed our own knights? Murakan nodded slowly. Sarah released her grip on his neck. She glanced around once more to inspect the bodies of the deceased. She seemed to be examining the particular slashing wounds. Soon, she noticed something about the fallen friendly forces. No, in fact, she realized that most of the friendly casualties had been killed by Timar's swords. Anyone who died by his sword bore a notable mark. Sarah, he's going mad. Timar is no longer the man we thought he was. Murakan spoke after a long silence. No, that's not true. The patriarch is. Don't deny it. You knew it too. Nonsense. How long do you think you can keep deluding yourself? You don't want to face the truth. I know because I was like that too. But you also saw Timar stab friendly troops in the last battle. He tried to stab Fadler but managed to pull back in time. The patriarch is human, Murakan. The endless, desperate battles briefly made him lose his composure. That's all. Will you keep turning a blind eye to these dead knights? Sarah shook her head. There must be a reason why the patriarch killed them. Murakan, what do you want us to do if we can't trust the patriarch? I know better than anyone how hard it is to accept. But we must keep our eyes on the truth, even if it's for his sake. The truth, Sarah shouted. She sounded as if she were furious, but she was actually starting to cry. The truth remains that the patriarch is the person we believe he is. Murakan, there must be a reason why he killed them. Sarah, these knights must have been under the mind control of Zippel's spells. You know it. You know how they manipulate people's minds. We must trust the patriarch. Do you truly believe that? Or maybe they were spies. I'm sure they must have been spies. And that's why Timar killed them himself. Murakan slapped Sarah on the cheek. Her eyes unfocused. She looked up at the sky. Don't mock the fallen knights. They died fighting for the run candles, for Timar, for you, and for the other clan members, to prevent the world from falling under Zippel's control. How dare you mock them when you're supposed to be one of the 10 knights? Tears filled Sarah's eyes. She regretted her words, but she couldn't take them back now. Sarah knelt down and hugged the bodies of the friendly casualties on the battlefield. She seemed lost and didn't know what to do. Murakan watched Sarah for a while until he silently embraced her. What has turned the patriarch into this? You know what it is, don't you? You know what is driving the patriarch mad. Tell me what it is, he said. The gray orb replaying the scene distorted. The screen rapidly flickered between blurry and clear images. Jean could no longer see them clearly, nor could he understand their conversation. We're back again. He had experienced something similar in the first tomb. Jean expected it. Since the ethereal space itself was already destroyed, he knew the recording device was also in jeopardy. He could only hope for the orb to stabilize. I had the same thing happen with the shadow energy pearl count I got in the first tomb and also with the recording device from the tomb. They all seemed to be damaged. The recording device was like a broken wind-up clock. It played back an event from 1,000 years ago without any issues until it had problems at the most crucial moment. According to the recording device, Murakan decided that Timar had gone mad and tried to kill him. This seemed to be the reason why Sir Sildare sounded hostile toward Murakan. Jean knew he had to find Misha as soon as possible, as she might know something about these recording devices. SSH. The scene from the gray orb cleared again. But, just like in the first tomb, it now showed a different scene. Murakan and Sarah were no longer on a battlefield filled with Runcandle and Zippel corpses. They were in a desolate place filled with demonic creatures. The Dark Sea. He knew it at a glance. There was no place as black and desolate as the Dark Sea in the entire world. But one strange thing stood out. Why is there a tower in the Dark Sea? He wasn't sure where he was, but he could see a tall tower in the distance from where Murakan, Sarah, and someone unfamiliar to him stood. The tower no longer existed in the Dark Sea. The man spoke. Murakan and Sarah called him Fadler. The three of them gazed at the distant tower in silence for a while. Dark smoke continuously rose from the top of the tower. It was shadow energy. It didn't look benevolent at all. The shadow energy emanating from the top of the tower seemed to carry malevolent energy. Fadler let out a deep sigh. Murakan, is this the only way? Murakan didn't respond. Fadler continued. Honestly, I don't feel right about this. Timar has weakened. In fact, I won't have any trouble defeating him myself. The only reason I brought you here is because... That's not what I meant. I'm not sure if this is right. Killing the Patriarch with our own hands. Don't you think it's cruel? Both for the Patriarch and for us. Don't doubt it now, Fadler. You're already here. Do you think I would have chosen to kill him if I could have chosen? There's no way to describe how anguished I feel. This is hard for me too. Murakan's eyes were red as he turned to look at Fadler. There hasn't been a single day worse than this in my 2,000 years of existence. Can you even imagine it? What must a dragon guardian feel when killing their own contractor? I can't even end my life in anguish like you humans. If I could, I would also take my own life after killing him. Murakan paused and clenched his teeth. The ground of the Dark Sea trembled beneath them. The shadow energy pouring from the tower exerted pressure over the entire area. There wasn't a single demonic creature in sight. They had all fled, like beasts instinctively hiding from calamities. Murakan, but you must know this, Sarah spoke up. Murakan didn't turn to look at her. If I were in your position, the Patriarch, no, my brother, would never have abandoned you. I know that too. You say it as if it were for his own good. But both you and your God are making the choices that benefit you the most. The cursed thing is that we have no choice but to follow that choice. Sarah began to walk forward. The other two followed her. Their footsteps left marks on the murky ground of the Dark Sea. The area grew darker and gloomier as they neared the tower. The shadow energy from the tower spewed more deadly toxic fumes than anything else in the Dark Sea. When they reached the entrance of the tower, all three had to cast their best shield barriers. Murakan transformed into his true form and released his shadow energy. The giant tower was hollow on the inside. There was a spiral staircase in the center. The three didn't speak as they climbed the steps. Soon they reached the top of the tower. The three looked at Timar, who stood in the center. There were dark patches all over Timar's body, as if he had been riddled with a disease. Timar saw them approach, but he didn't move at all. Brother. Timar didn't speak. I am here, brother. Why are you alone in this desolate place? Hope surged within Sarah when Timar didn't react at all. Maybe her beloved brother wasn't insane, or maybe there was a way to make things right now. Sarah's eyes widened. She nodded. Yes, it's me. I'm Sarah. Do you recognize me? Can you? Come here. It's cold. Sarah gave a big smile and tried to approach Timar. But Murakan held her shoulder. Don't get closer to him. Let go of me. Once you're within his reach, he'll attack you. I said, let go of me. Damn it, Sarah. Please listen to me. Look at all the shadow energy swirling around Timar. Can't you see those blade-like things protruding from it? He formed them to cut you, Sarah. Fadler closed his eyes. He had been aware of the shadow energy weapons from the moment he saw Timar. Therefore, he had to admit the fact. The patriarch was insane. As far as Fadler knew, Timar would never retaliate even if his only sister decided to stab him in the back. But now, that same man was trying to lure Sarah so he could kill her. Fadler drew his sword. A lightning-coated blade emerged from its sheath, illuminating the area. I am Fadler Runcandle of the 10 Knights. I received the name of Runcandle from you, Patriarch, and have enjoyed the infinite honor of your privilege. I will attack you now, Patriarch, but I will regret doing so, even in death. Then, a grotesque smile bloomed on Timar's face. Chapter 309. Fragment from the Past. Sarah, too. It's a shame. Timar's eyes turned black with shadow energy. Sarah made up her mind when she saw what was happening. She had to strike down her brother. A flame-covered sword left its sheath. Sarah's eyes filled with an iron will. Now that she had decided to end him, she wanted to do it in the least painful way possible. She could worry about mourning and sadness afterward. Blades shot out from the shadow looming behind Timar. Sarah and Fadler wielded their swords to block the attack as Timar formed a sword in his hand. It had the shape of Balisada, but it wasn't genuine. It was just a counterfeit formed with shadow energy. The man wielding the counterfeit sword was not the Timar that all three remembered. He was a monster who couldn't even recognize his loved ones. Dark waves of shadow energy emanated from Timar's dark sword. Each one carried tremendous power, but they were pathetic compared to Timar in his true form. Murakan spread his wings. Timar's thick shadow energy, which filled the entire tower, stopped immediately like a beast freezing in the presence of a giant predator. This Murakan, the one who faced Timar in his madness, was the dark dragon at the peak of his power 1,000 years ago. People used to say that Murakan and Timar were evenly matched in battle, even under Timar's best conditions. There was no way Timar could contend with Murakan in his madness. In addition to that, Sarah and Fadler also joined Murakan. Two different elemental manas of flames and lightning intertwined with their auras to form waves of multicolored blades. They extended with a force powerful enough to slice through the entire tower. Murakan restrained Timar with shadow energy, while Sarah and Fadler reached his two flanks and pressed him. Each of their strengths intertwined with the steel and kept clashing. They were terribly surprised to see Timar retreating and barely fending off their sword strikes. This couldn't be the power represented by the Titan Timar Runcandle. I'm sorry, Timar. Murakan gathered all his released shadow energy, indicating that this would end soon. All the shadow energy around him surged like waves and enveloped Murakan. At that moment, the sky above the tower filled with shadow energy, and even the skies of the dark sea in the distance fell. Under Murakan's control, the poisonous vapors descending from the dark sea's atmosphere were covered with his shadow energy and dissipated. His powers lived up to the name people of the time called Murakan, the Sky King. Sarah, Fadler, it's time to end this. But Murakan's words were met with a twist. A steel-dimensional gate opened right in front of Timar. A man with a faint form stepped out of the gate. His translucent body emitted a bright light. His abrupt appearance caused Sarah and Fadler to step back and remain on guard. Murakan also halted his attack. Fate seems quite cruel at times, doesn't it? And so does your god. Don't you agree, Murakan? Demon, how did you know about this place? What brought you here? There aren't many things in the known world that I don't know, as long as they haven't been erased and remain unchanged. You already know that. He seemed familiar to Murakan. Sarah and Fadler also seemed to know him. About Timar. I suppose you all wish to save this pitiable companion. He spoke, placing his hand on Timar's shoulder. Timar stayed still and didn't act hostile toward him, although the weight of Murakan's Shadow energy seemed to press him and make him gasp for breath. Sarah and Fadler's eyes trembled. What is this plan? Murakin glared at him. Plan? I'm just offering goodwill to the pitiful orphans, as someone very troubled with overflowing fortunes. Cut the nonsense and leave before I end up killing you too. Murakin directed his murderous intent towards him. But Sarah and Fadler stepped in front of Murakin and shook their heads. Their desperate eyes pleaded with the dragon to listen to him. They seemed to have faith that he could offer them a way to pull Timar back from his madness. Don't be so hostile now. At least listen to my offer, dear old friend. I've prepared a future that will benefit all of us. The gray orb distorted again. It didn't seem like it would recover. Just like in the first tomb, the orb was breaking down after the scene change. But Jean was hardly irritated by the abruptly interrupted scene. His heart was already beating too fast from the shock of seeing him towards the end of the scene. Jean had already faced him once. The leader of the Kinzalo. It was clear it was him. The translucent body, the flowing light from him, his way of speaking, his voice, and even the steel-dimensional gait. He also sounded like he knew Murakin back then. In fact, he sounded like he knew Murakin very well. But unlike in the old Oterium time, Murakin acted as if he also knew him. What's going on here? If Murakin knew him, why was he acting like he didn't know him? Jean thought about it, but he quickly corrected himself. No, he probably wasn't acting. Murakin might not know who he is now. Something was amiss in Murakin's memory. It wasn't too hard to deduce. He suddenly remembered the conversation he had overheard in Oterium toward the end of his days as a provisional flag-bearer. When Timar tried to kill you after you lost control due to the overload, I was the one who stopped that guy. Murakin, don't you remember who I am? You bastard. Whose name are you trying to throw out here? You seem to be an old demon, but there's no way Timar would have associated with people like you. And an overload? You must have found out something. Huh? The one who lost control that day was not you but Timar? Is that what you're trying to say? Forget the fact that you don't recognize me. To think that you remember that day was Timar's fault. I can't even imagine how disappointed the late one would be if he ever found out. Bring up Timar's name one more time, and I'll kill you and send all those folks called Kinzalo to hell. That would have been impossible for you, even in your best condition. But I'm curious. Have you really lost your memory? Do you really believe it was Timar who lost control? Not you? You're courting death. Or have you rearranged your memory in a more convenient way for you? Shut your mouth. That was the conversation between Murakin and the Kinzalo leader. Ever since he heard the exchange, Jean had often wondered what might have happened between Murakin and Timar 1,000 years ago, and also about what his dragon's relationship with the Kinzalo leader could be if they really had known each other in the past. Thoughts immediately flooded his head. The scene abruptly stopped, but from the looks of it, there was a slim chance that Timar had died in that tower. Jean guessed, from the way Sarah and Fadler reacted to the appearance of the Kinzalo leader, that there was another reason supporting that assumption. In the scene, it was clear that Timar lacked the skill to pierce through Murakin's heart and destroy him. He was so broken that Murakin didn't need Sarah and Fadler to kill him, and the dragon would have done it easily. There was no way Timar could have put Murakin to sleep for 1,000 years from his prime. Even in that brief glimpse, Jean could clearly see how exorbitant Murakin's shadow energy had been. Contrary to what the Kinzalo leader claimed earlier, the scene demonstrated that it was Timar who lost control, not Murakin. But who knows if the situation changed after the incident? It's uncertain since the scene stopped. It was frustrating. If the recording device hadn't been damaged, he might have been able to see what would have followed as well. It wasn't different from the time with Sildare. Trying to fill in the gaps between scenes with guesses and assumptions made him feel distressed. I guess Misha would know, right? There must be a way to restore these recording devices. Wait, a moment. Recording devices. Recording. Right at that moment, a set of words and a name popped into Jin's mind. Recording magic. The recording magic of the Hister clan and his past life's master, Valeria Hister. She must be wandering the world to restore the lost ancient spells of the Hister clan. How come I never thought of my master? She might know something about the recording devices Sodaret left behind. Recording magic was a set of exclusive spells of the Hister clan. Although he had seen the legends and Sodaret use similar devices, they didn't come close to those of the Hister clan. Recording magic was also the main reason why the Zippel ensured the downfall of the Hister clan. Nothing sabotaged their efforts to manipulate history as the Histers' recording magic did. But how? How was he going to search for his former master, Valeria Hister? That was the problem. He had desperately wanted to meet her on several occasions after his return to life, but a complicated set of reasons forced him to wait for the right time. One of those reasons was finding the right cause. Now that he was a flag-bearer issuing an order, to locate Valeria wouldn't be too difficult. Or he could easily request it from the 7-colored peacocks. Jean knew all of Valeria's hiding places, the places she frequented, and even the false names she used. However, even if he could abruptly search for her to have a meeting on his own, Valeria would see him only as a stranger, and one with unclear motives at that. Since Misha had mentioned one of his master's false names, Arya Alhart, he could use that as an excuse to meet her. But getting to know him could also have a significant impact on her life. Despite their close relationship in the past life, they were complete strangers in the present. He remembered what Misha had said just before leaving Tychon, that you were chosen by the shadow, and Arya was chosen by history. If you ever cross paths with her, try to encourage her. On a larger scale, you could say she's your ally. At that time, Misha was cautious about mentioning more about his master. Now that my identity has been revealed, any hasty encounter could make her a target of my enemies. I must think carefully about this. First, I should meet with Misha and ask for her opinion to see what she would say. His forces were still not strong enough to guarantee Valeria's safety. Therefore, for the time being, Jean wanted to take more precautions when meeting with her. While he was busy with his thoughts, the ethereal plane broke rapidly. Once he exited it, he could see his companions standing on the giant clam. Then he noticed two objects. It was Sarah's broken sword and a new shadow energy pearl. Chapter 310. Fragment from the Past. Sarah. 3. Jean. Young master, are you all right? His companions approached. Jean handed the broken sword and the pearl to Jet and smiled bitterly. Yes, I'm fine. Shadow energy gathered in Jin's hand. The dark energy soon transformed into a flower. Jean placed it on the ground and bowed his head, to which his companions followed suit. It was a moment of silence for Sarah. Murakan and Quicantel seemed to have difficulty suppressing their emotions. Rest in peace, Lady Sarah. Almango still stood on the surface of the sea, waiting for the group. He had used his divine powers to create invisible steps, and the group followed the god to return to where they had come from. So, who was the guy inside, Jean Runcandle? Almango asked when they reached the beach. It was Lady Sarah Runcandle. Sarah Runcandle. Almango repeated her name over and over to himself, but he couldn't remember anything about her, no matter how many times he said her name out loud. I feel a certain nostalgia and sympathy, but for some reason, it seems like I don't remember anything about this Sarah Runcandle. Perhaps because the Zippel have erased her from history. Are you sure you even knew Sarah, Lord God of Clams? Almango nodded in response to Murakan's question. Yes, I knew her. My heart wouldn't ache so much if I didn't, right? But if the Zippel have completely erased her from history, shouldn't she have been erased from Murakan's and Quicantel's memories as well? Elisa asked. The Zippel clan's manipulation of history isn't perfect. If it were, I wouldn't have been able to gather all of you. It would have been impossible to hide Timar's second tomb once again with my powers if it were like that. Murakan and Quicantel nodded. That's right. They've always erased defeated enemies from history, but it has its limitations. That's why Runcandle could also maintain their existence while erasing the fact that they were also a family of magic swordsmen. It was also the same reason why Tsenmi's magic tome and Shujil Hister's tome still existed in the world, and why Valeria was still alive. But even though it's somewhat limited, I had trouble remembering Sildare and Sarah until I met the Guardians of the Tomb. That means even my own memory is being affected by their magic. Oh, I don't understand any of this at all. Jet, no sir. Manipulating history? Can one really do such things with magic? It's not like they're playing at being gods or something. It's a tremendously dangerous power that should not be allowed for humans. And that's the kind of enemies we're up against. A brief silence followed Quickantle's words. The onlooker, that's what Sarah had accused her of being. But unlike 1,000 years ago, Quickhantle was helping Jean. She was now fighting by his side. It also meant that her god, Ulta, wasn't against getting involved in Jin's battles. None of them got to hear the details of the story, but they all understood why Quickhantle felt sorrow for Sarah. As a guardian dragon, she wasn't allowed the perfect free will that humans possessed. Regardless of her own choice, she had to obey the decisions set by the god she served and had to be willing to make any sacrifice for the contractor on any occasion. Such was the life of a guardian dragon. And yet, Murakan had tried to kill Timar. He couldn't imagine how tormenting it must have been for Murakan. Kid. Yes. So what did you see on the recording device this time? Come on, tell us. Jean looked at Almango and his companions. He had to do it for Murakan's sake. Could you give us a moment? Almango and the rest of the group didn't complain. They were about to give them some space when Murakan gestured with his hand. Everyone here is your companions, kid. It seems you've seen something bad about me. There's no need to keep it hidden. Tell us everything just as you saw it. So, shall I leave at least? Almango wanted to respect their privacy. Murakan smiled and gave him a pat on the shoulder. Join us. I'm a bit annoyed that Sodaret didn't leave any message for me, but it seems you were quite friendly with my old companions. Not to mention the incredible job you did in keeping Timar's second tomb hidden all this time. Jean nodded. What I saw there was how you tried to kill Timar. Everyone was left open-mouthed by his words. In contrast, Murakan and Quickhantle seemed quite calm. The expressions on everyone's faces ranged from intrigue to sadness with each detail Jean gave about the fascinating stories of the old days. Murakan sighed when Jean finished the description. That Timar. I fought against him when he lost control and fell into a long sleep when he pierced my heart. However, as expected, Murakan didn't remember anything about the leader of the Kinzalo or the mysterious Dark Sea Tower. He didn't remember at all going to that tower with Sarah and Fadler. I have no idea who that strange idiot in the Dark Sea Tower is supposed to be. And as far as I recall, Timar didn't become that weak. Murakan was quite surprised to hear that Timar was supposed to be subdued so easily. The leader of the Kinzalo, huh? So, I met that idiot 1,000 years ago, huh? And here I was, thinking he was just some demon who had heard of me. Seems like he has something to do with me after all. Surprisingly, Murakan didn't seem confused about it. He simply decided to accept the fact that his memory was flawed. Above all other reasons, it was because Sodaret had left recording devices behind. The reason my damn god bothered to leave recording devices was probably that he considered my memory might have some issues. No, he must have been sure of it. If we carefully unravel each one of them, someday we'll get to the truth. But Murakan, Quickhantle spoke up. What? About that phrase the Kinzalo leader was supposed to have said in the scene. About orphans. That he only extends goodwill to wretched orphans, like someone very troubled with overflowing fortunes. You mean that part? Yes. Doesn't it sound familiar to you? Well, I'm not sure. But it does sound exactly like the kind of thing a hateful person might say to someone relatively weaker. The expression sounds familiar to me for some reason. You know those damn demons use flashy expressions for everything. I doubt it's anything important, but if it's bothering you, try looking into it. Are there any active demons these days? I heard the kid's older sister killed one once. The pendant that Luna had given to Jean back at the Storm Castle was an item that originally belonged to Oracle, a demon lord, and he obtained it after killing a demon. Murakan took the Shadow Energy Pearl from Jet. Seriously, I really don't want to, but it looks like I have to meet Misha as soon as possible. I have to find out if she knows anything about this pearl and what she might know about the scenes you've seen. You still have a few days of vacation left, right? About a week, yes. All right, then let's get started. We'll even have enough time to deliver Sarah's sword fragment to Pecan. Hey, god of clams. What? Thanks for keeping that kid's tomb safe. Murakan scratched his head as if it made him uncomfortable to say it. Almango just shrugged. Don't thank me. It was a request from Soderette. How could I refuse? I know it must have been tough. Not to mention all the trouble you would have gone through if the Zippels ever discovered you. At that comment, Almango pretended to cough and nodded. Yes, it was quite tough. If you're really grateful, do you think I could ask you for a favor? Well, what is it? Almango looked around once again to check the reaction of Jean and his companions. Cookies. What? Do you think you could bring me more Rietla cookies? Seriously, it was an unforgettable flavor. Oh, come on. You must be crazy. You're supposed to be a god. I can't believe you're doing this for cookies. No wonder people, including myself, treat you like a useless god when you can even walk on water and handle such huge clams. Have some class, will you? Try living off seafood your whole life, and you'll see what I mean. I'll make sure someone is sent to deliver you cookies regularly, Almango. Jin's words made Almango's eyes light up. Are you serious? Of course. I couldn't be more grateful. My contractor, Clamwell, will finally get plenty for himself too. I've been feeling sorry for him all this time, you see. I hadn't realized I'd eaten almost all of them by myself. Jean chuckled and looked Almango in the eyes. But one more thing, Almango. Yes. Do you know who has the key to the third tomb? Jean and Murakan went there to deliver Sarah's broken sword to Pecan. He had nothing to add about the scene Jean saw in the second tomb. And then they immediately headed to see Misha. Please present your identification. A well-dressed waiter spoke in a dry tone. Jean and Murakan were in a luxury bar in the Kingdom of Mila to see Misha. The bar, called The Shadow, was exclusively reserved for members, and no one could enter without a recommendation from one of them. Even royalty couldn't access the place without following the rules. Elite members of global factions like the Runcandles, Zippels, or the Vermont Empire were exempt and granted entry, as long as they could present the emblems or symbols of their clans. However, Jean and Murakan were in disguise. We've come to see Mrs. Grace Shields. Instead, they presented the name of the bar's owner, known to an extremely rare number of people. The waiter immediately changed his attitude. I didn't realize you were the ladies' guests. Please forgive my discourtesy. Allow me to escort you inside. The waiter immediately led the two to a secret room and returned to his place. A black-haired lady was drinking alone inside the room. It's been a while, Jean. How have you been? Grace Shields. It was Misha's alias. She was the owner of The Shadow. The bar was one of her many hideouts. I've been great, thanks to you, Misha. I couldn't see you after the battle in the Western Sea. I apologize for not coming sooner to thank you. If you hadn't come to say something more important than a thank you, I would have beaten you up. Humph, you and your damn temper. If we didn't find you here, we were going to give up. How many hideouts do you need? They had to make over 20 jumps through portals in the last 2 days just to check all the hideouts she had indicated. Thanks to all those jumps, Murakan looked pale and ghastly. I can hear you begging for a beating. Damn? Did you just say damn? Come here. Let me twist your jaw in 6 directions. After a violent exchange of greetings, Jean handed her the 2 shadow energy pearls. Blood spurted from Murakan's mouth. Misha, who had been holding Murakan by the neck, pushed her brother aside and fixed her gaze on the pearls. Where did you get these? I went to Timar's tombs. Tell me more. Jean began describing from the day he met Pecan to how he found Almango. Misha seemed serious throughout the time Jean described what had happened. Like Murakan, she wasn't aware of the plans Soderette had made in the form of Timar's tombs. Jean, the pearls you've brought are recording devices. I've only heard of them. This is the first time I've seen one. They're recording devices? Yes, the scenes you saw were probably the result of these recording devices being activated. The recorded scenes were likely unstable because the device was damaged. Is it possible to repair them? This is how Misha responded to Jin's question. I find it impossible. Damn it, Misha. What do you want us to do if you can't? Murakan asked. That's enough from you. Jean, as I see it, it's time to look for that girl, Arya Alhart. Jin's eyes widened. He didn't think Misha was the first to mention her name. Chapter 311. People searching for her. 1. The Shadow Energy Pearl is a damaged recording device, and to fix it, I must see my teacher. He almost gasped at the abrupt mention of her. By Arya Alhart, do you mean the sorceress you mentioned the other time? The one after the decimating flame orb of the dark sky, the final version of the Demon Empress. Yes, that's her, Jean. It seems you remember her. Is she related to the recording devices left by Soderette? Jean acted as if he knew nothing about it and asked. Misha looked into Jin's eyes. Nothing directly related, I suppose. Everything Soderette prepared for you would have been done 1,000 years ago. It's impossible for a girl who just turned 17 to have made those recording devices with Soderette. Oh, come on. Why are you bringing this up? Murakin asked, irritated. He was quite annoyed to hear another familiar name after what had happened with Pecan and Almango. Misha simply ignored him and looked back at Jean. About 400 years ago, there was a clan called the Hister. The Hister, the real surname of Arya Alhart and the clan to which Valeria Hister belonged. Misha was one of the few beings who had first-hand experience with the magic of the Hister. They were a talented mage clan. Despite their small size, they continued to pose a threat to the Zippels with their limited numbers. There was something transcendent about each member of their clan. There was a mysterious energy in them that couldn't be measured simply by metrics like the star system. Murakin tried to recall the time he heard the name Hister while listening to Misha's description of them. But their greatest value wasn't their combat abilities. It was the culture they built with magic. What exactly was it? The records. The Hister had a record magic that surpassed all others. They had a set of spells that could leave a perfect record that was impossible to manipulate in any way. An unmanipulable record? Setting aside the believability of that, doesn't every story end with someone's bias, interpretation, and intention? I can't fathom what the historians might have intended in their view of history. But the reason I focused on them was that the Zippels couldn't manipulate written history with their record magic. Murakin's eyes widened at her words. So it's record magic. Huh? You might have a horrible personality, but I know you don't make false claims. I can see what must have happened. The Hister clan must have met its demise due to record magic, at the hands of the Zippels, of course. And Arya Alhart must be a descendant of the Hister. Exactly. What a surprise. I thought your brain was just for decoration. Oh dear brother of mine, try using your brain often from now on like you just did. Okay. Murakin was about to get angry again, but Jean spoke before he could. So the reason you suggested I see Arya Alhart, the descendant of the Hister clan, must be because of the record magic. Misha nodded. I can't fix the recording device, so I think you should have her take a look at it. I'm not sure about this, but I think she might help since she's trying to restore the record magic of the Hister clan as well. But it seems she won't have many reasons to help you. Misha, I have no idea how much you trust that human. But in the end, she's an outsider. These recording devices are Soderette's legacy. Do you think the kid should let her see them? Plus, even if she managed to restore some of the recording magic, handling Soderette's devices must be another story. This is shadow energy, remember? Murakin asked. Didn't I just tell you there's something transcendent about the Hister, you idiot? I've experienced the record magic wielded by the mages of the Hister clan myself. They can handle anything related to records, whether it's mana, shadow energy, or anything else. She sounded sure. Even Murakin was starting to feel curious about the Hister clan. Although his older sister had a bad temper and was more devilish than the devil himself, Murakin knew that her judgment had always been accurate. So how are we going to do this? Kid, are you going to meet with her? We should. Neither Misha nor you can fix the recording device, so it doesn't make sense to dwell on it. We should hope that this human named Arya Alhart can fix the recording devices. If she can't, I have a feeling we'll be running all over the place looking for other ways. But I have a question, Misha. What is it? How did you find out that Arya Alhart, is a descendant of this Hister or Haster clan. It must have been quite a challenge to locate her since the Zippels wiped out her clan. There's something I promised to the ancestors of Arya because I owed them. To protect their surviving descendants? That was something Jean had never heard of either. From what he remembered of her, she never relied on any other faction or human after the people who raised her, the Grey Owls, were annihilated by the Zippel magicians. The closest she ever got to other people was to manipulate and use them for her benefit. She had always been alone until the day she reached out to Jean, who was broken and desperate. Jean was the only person Valeria had opened up to and trusted since the Grey Owls were wiped out. And that was despite Jean not being strong enough to help Valeria. Just before Jean was killed in the Arkan Kingdom in his past life, she left the house they shared without saying anything to him. To this day, Jean had no idea whether she did it to live alone again or if she was just on a research trip. The mystery would never be solved because Jean died before finding out, and the things that happened in his past life were memories. Not to protect them. In fact, quite the opposite. Misha answered Murakan's question with a bitter smile. What I promised the historians was to watch over their descendants who survived the evil reach of the Zippels. If any of them succumbed to suffering and tried to hand over the Hister magic to the Zippels, what they asked of me was to kill them. It's a cruel request. Jean sounded strangely cold as he made the comment. He felt anger towards Valeria's ancestors, who had made such requests to Misha. It's quite cruel. But so far, not a single historical survivor has tried to side with the Zippels. They have no leading clan, they can't even use the Hister name, and they all suffer under the persecution of the Zippel clan. Yet, each of them has lived their life striving to restore the record magic of the clan. That's interesting. How can one have loyalty to their own clan when the clan itself has disappeared? There must be a magic record that is passed down only to their survivors. The mission and memory as a mage of the Hister clan seemed to pass from generation to generation in that way. Misha also had a rough guess about the historical site of the Hister clan. Jean nodded with a heavy heart. Suddenly, he remembered his days as a provisional flag-bearer when he aspired to become Kiddard's disciple. I'm 16 years old, and you know I possess 7-star mana. And it's said that the mana I obtained at the heritage site is something that only pure-blood Hister with a perfect mana body can inherit. I thought you were raised by the leader of your mercenary group. How do you know about the perfect mana body? It's supposed to be a word that was lost even in historical texts, Kiddard had said. I learned it at the heritage site. When I entered the place, all sorts of record magic unfolded and told me what a perfect mana body is. Then it declared that I met the requirements and transferred the mana to me. Although I have no way to prove it to you. The heritage site of the Hister clan. Just as Misha conjectured, all surviving members of the Hister clan could obtain the records, spells, and mana that the Hister had left in their heritage sites. Arya Owlheart is now the last Hister left. Like the rest of the Hister who came before her, she never succumbed to the Zippel clan's persecution and tracking and has managed to weather it. This girl is as tough as you. Oh. Murakan suddenly shook his head as if he had abruptly remembered something. Hey, Misha, now I remember. What satisfaction. I knew that Hister name felt so familiar to me for some reason. What are you talking about all of a sudden? I'm not sure it's real, but we have a magic tome from a Hister magician. What? Right after the kid became a provisional flag-bearer, we cleaned up the underworld of the Arkan Kingdom. At that time, we bought Shujil Hister's magic tome at clandestine auctions for 200 gold coins. Misha's gaze shifted from Jean to Murakan, astonished. At that time, Jean bought Shujil Hister's magic tome for the incredible price of 200 gold coins at Tessink's clandestine auction house, understanding that it was much greater loot than Myalta's rune or Tsenmi's tome. Undoubtedly, the magic tome was genuine because it was written in the same cryptic language that only Jean and his teacher understood. So this is the 25th item. An item left by a magician named Shujil Hister. Begin bidding. 200. 200. Do we have any other offers? Why did you get this one? Hey kid. Is this because of that good feeling of yours again? Just for no reason. I thought they might suspect if I only get one tome. And I have a good feeling about it, too. During the meeting with Misha, Jean deliberately kept silent about the tome, despite having it on his mind the whole time. He had been looking for a discreet way to bring it up to Misha. Meanwhile, Murakin began reproducing the cryptic codes from Shujil Hister's magic tome with a pen and paper. I took a look at Shujil's magic tome while deciphering Senmi's magic tome. It was such an annoying code to decipher that I still remember it. Misha carefully inspected the code and spoke. It must be genuine. You messed it up, but I've seen Shujil use codes like this in his life. It's extremely similar. It's insane. Shujil Hister's magic tome was found at a clandestine auction. Huh? Misha, have you met Shujil Hister in person? And here, I thought the tome was fake because the code was too obscure. Shujil Hister was the same man who asked me to watch over his descendants. For a paltry sum of 200 gold coins? That's outrageous. So where is it? The tome. It's stored in Tychon. I completely forgot about it for a few years now. Those are good news. I was wondering how you should approach that Hister girl. The magic tome you've obtained is likely genuine. It seems like Arya and you were meant to meet after all. This wouldn't be part of Soderet's plans too, would it? It's not entirely implausible, Murakin. Jean thought it was clearly implausible, but he didn't feel the need to correct them. Jean, find her and make a deal with her using Shujil's magic tome. Tell her to restore the recording devices. Jin's heart raced. Then he caught his breath and looked Misha in the eyes. Do you know where that magician named Arya Owlheart might be? Chapter 312. People searching for her too. On March 21st, 1799, Jean, Gilly, and Murakin returned to the Garden of Swords after their well-deserved vacation. The hooves of the horses pulling the armored carriage run candle resonated beautifully. Jean thought about Valeria's hideout, which Misha had informed him about, while occasionally waving to the people of Kalen from the carriage window. Mamit! Ha! Mamit, the lawless city. Valeria was currently established there under her false name, Arya Owlheart. There's an inn in Mamit called the Moonlight Well. The bosses of that scum call themselves kings and reside there. I carried out a mission there during my cadet days. Is Arya Owlheart there too? Yes, it seems like she's using Mamit as a kind of base camp. She lived there when she was around 14. This is crazy. A human girl of 14 lived in that den of criminals? That girl named Arya must be quite talented too. And if she was staying at an inn where their leaders reside, does that mean Arya also holds a position in the city? To be honest, I haven't looked into that. But I agree that the girl is like a finely sharpened sword. This was the conversation they had before leaving Misha's bar, the Shadow. Jean smiled as he imagined his former teacher, who now resided in Mamit. I thought she might be in Mamit around this time. I remember her telling me that Mamit was surprisingly more romantic than one would think. Jean knew that Valeria had lived there for 2 years. That's why he had asked the bartender in Mamit if he knew anyone named Hister when he went there to carry out a mission as a cadet. There must be a reason she uses Mamit as one of her base camps. She never makes a move without purpose. Jean was 25 years old, and Valeria was 23 when they met in their past life. They had spent about 3 years together. At that time, they used to have heartfelt conversations and reveal their innermost thoughts. But Jean didn't know in detail about all of Valeria's activities. Now, he would get to know his teacher 6 years earlier than in his past life. Curiosity pricked at him. What else would he learn about Valeria? Would they be together like in his past life? Jean briefly thought about Valeria, but he soon shook his head. The reunion was only valid for him. He realized that getting too excited about meeting her wouldn't serve him any good. He took out the 2 shadow energy pearls from his inner pockets. They were distinguishable by their size and color. It's really fascinating, young master. To think these tiny beads were recording devices. Gilly spoke as she looked at the shadow energy pearls. If that girl Arya can really restore the device, I'd like to see the scenes too. Are you heading to Mamit right away? Murakin asked. Yes, I will, as long as I don't have anything urgent to deal with at the Garden of Swords. The carriage came to a stop. The Guardian Knights opened the doors. Petro approached the carriage and greeted them. He had been waiting at the entrance of the Garden of Swords for Jin's return. "Hello, Petro. How was your vacation, young master?" "I had a well-deserved break. How have you been?" "I don't have much to do, apart from paperwork and room management when you're not here, young master. I've been enjoying my time, sir." Despite what he had told Jin, Petro's days had been quite busy. He looked after the Volta clan's lands while Jin was away, discussed matters regarding Jin with Dino, and invested the money allocated to Jin as a flag-bearer in various secure businesses. Above all these activities, checking the state of the clan was what kept him most occupied. But as a result of his efforts, he discovered something peculiar. "Madame Rosa is currently out, so you won't need to file a return report, sir." "Where has she gone?" "I apologize, young sir. I don't know where she is." Petro seemed to hint at the Guardian Knights surrounding them as he spoke. Jin caught the hint and immediately headed to his room. Petro began to speak as they entered the room. "Young master, the lady has gone to the Enchanted Fortress." The Enchanted Fortress was the home of the Spectres, one of the largest and most infamous mercenary groups, along with the Black Kings. There was only one reason why Rosa would visit the place at this time. She must be meeting with Kiliak Zippel. There weren't many places on Earth where the leaders of the two clans could meet with security guaranteed. The Enchanted Fortress was a kind of neutral area and had been used as a secret meeting place for the Runcandle and Zippel clans throughout the ages. The Spectres managed to maintain a force scale similar to the Black Kings, although they took on far fewer tasks each year because they received annual fees from both clans in exchange for using their base as a meeting place. "How did you find out?" "It would have been top secret. The chief scribe of the clan owes a favor to young Lady Luna. I was able to use it to find out, sir." Petro played his only card to make the chief scribe do his bidding. He should have done it only after informing Jin. But Jin didn't reprimand him and only waited to hear what he had to say about it. He believed Petro had a good reason for making this decision. Petro's judgment was based on Joshua. "I received information that the Council of Elders recently discussed a reward for the second flag-bearer. I don't know the details of the discussion, but the lady went to the Enchanted Fortress right after her reward was decided. So, it was a crucial matter. Could you find out why exactly the reward was?" "I apologize, young master. I couldn't find out." "That's all right. Well done." The two events seemed to be clearly related, at least. Jin immediately deduced a scenario. Joshua had achieved something, and the result was significant enough for Rosa to accept the Zippel's offer herself. Otherwise, Rosa would never have rushed to the Enchanted Fortress so urgently. "It's not Barton Vicina. Mother wouldn't see Kiliak over that matter. If it were him, she would have met with Kiliak before sending me on the mission." What exactly did Joshua achieve? Petro had the chief scribe recount the ultra-secret meeting between Rosa and Kiliak. But he couldn't find out what Joshua had achieved or what he was supposed to receive as a reward. That only meant that whatever Joshua had achieved was more important than the secret meeting of the two clan leaders. Jin was trying to concentrate on what it could be when he heard heavy footsteps at his door. "Jin, is Jin here?" A raspy voice. It was Jed. Jin had to hold back his laughter. It seems he successfully improved the final move, the Cascade of Petals. Jin, Petro, and Gilly nodded. "Hey, uncle. Little brat. If you were going on vacation, you should have told me. I didn't think you'd be upset about it." "Who said I'm upset? Forget it. Your uncle felt humiliated by your absence. That's what happened." "Did something happen?" "Those darn old bags don't trust your uncle." "Haha. Follow me now. Today is finally the time to wipe those wrinkled faces off." This was something he could never have imagined in his middle school days. But there was something endearing about Jed's enthusiasm. "All right. Shall we, uncle?" Jed grandiosely led the way like an excited child and headed to the training grounds. He had no idea that his nephew had been determined to beat up his uncle from the moment they met. Shing! Jed unsheathed his sword as soon as they arrived at the training ground. "Now take a look. Your dear uncle has developed a finishing move that equals the cascade of legends you taught me." "Uncle Jed, Before we begin, there's something I must tell you. What is it? I've had a change of heart. I think you should call the upgraded petal cascade by its own name. Jed glared at him. Suddenly? Why? I didn't feel like showing off my skills to the other elders. I could brag about the things I have, but they would never accept me anyway. What the hell are you saying? I've already discussed it with those old bags of bones. We agreed to reward you once I can prove that the clan's final move has improved thanks to you, after you return from your vacation. And I've already talked to them about the sixth finishing move, the lightning. Lightning? The sixth finishing move? What are you talking about? Please don't tell me the fourth flagbearer snitched on my other sword techniques to the elders. Is that a problem? Then Jean sighed and shook his head. Uncle Jed, I don't have many cards I can play to survive in this ruthless clan. I wouldn't have enough even if I kept them all hidden and only used them in the most dire moments. I guess you could feel that way. Also, the elders don't look favorably upon me anyway. I'm not very convinced I should share what I possess with them. However, dear Jean, don't you care about your uncle's reputation? If you don't show them, they will think I lied out of my own ego. All you have to do is take credit for improving the fourth finishing move, the petals in cascade. I won't demonstrate anything about the sixth finishing move, the lightning, and I will never perform the cascade of legends before them. Jed felt completely frustrated by how inflexible Jean was about it. While he couldn't understand Jin's sudden change, it was undeniable that Jean was right. Has something happened to him during the vacation? Why all of a sudden? Jed was pondering the matter when he suddenly realized something. That brat. You want something from me, don't you? Now that he thought about it, there seemed to be a mysterious smile on Jin's face. Jean, are you trying to negotiate with me? Then Jean shook his head in the most pretentious way possible. You little brat, you'd better be straightforward with me. If what you're asking is reasonable, I'll grant it. All right, then let me ask. What did the second flag-bearer, Joshua, achieve that Mother is heading to the Enchanted Fortress for? Jed's eyes widened. What? But you've just returned. How did you find out about that? Tell me, please. You seem determined to ruin your uncle's reputation if I don't tell you. I'm a flag-bearer of Run Candle too. I don't want to be left out of crucial clan events. As selfish as it sounded, Jean was right. Jed sighed. Jean, I don't know exactly what Joshua has achieved. I've asked too much of you. I apologize. I'm leaving now. Jean bowed his head and turned, making Jed grit his teeth. Hey, come on, brat. Yes, uncle? Did you call me? He's in. Jean looked confident. He locked eyes with Jed. You shouldn't tell anyone the things I'm about to tell you. I swear I won't. Have you? Have you heard of a clan called Hister? Jean was almost taken aback by the words. Chapter 313. People searching for her. 3. The Hister? Jean had no idea he'd hear that name at this moment and place. Is Joshua's achievement somehow related to the Hister clan? His heart started beating faster. There was only one surviving Hister, Valeria. I haven't heard of them. Jean spoke bluntly after barely keeping his poker face. They were the only clan that threatened the Zipples with their magic. The reason you've never heard of them is that they were annihilated by the Zipples and erased from history. Now, there's hardly any information left about them. Oh, now that you mention it, I might have heard of such a name back in my provisional flag-bearer days. No wonder there isn't much information left about them. I guess the Zipples got rid of everything. Yes, the Zipples seem very particular about them, considering they still promise rewards for a clan that was wiped out hundreds of years ago. Is there any survivor? Only one. A few years ago, the Run Candles realized that the Zipples are searching for that person. So the clan has secretly been trying to locate the surviving Hister. Jean had never heard of Valeria being hunted by the Run Candles. He had never had access to that information because in his past life he was nothing like a flag-bearer. Most considered him useless. My master never told me anything about the Run Candles tracking her. Did she never realize it? No, that's not possible. She probably didn't bring it up because she didn't want me to feel it. Jean and Valeria hardly spoke about the run candles in his past life, because the clan run candle's name itself symbolized his greatest pain and failure. So, does this achievement by the second flag bearer have something to do with the capture of the survivor? However unlikely, there was still a small chance that Valeria had been captured. She might very well have been released after her capture in his past life. Or escaped. No, it's not that. Jean felt relieved deep down. Jed paused and looked around. Obviously, there was no one spying on them in the training field, but he wanted to emphasize the confidentiality of the information. Although she wasn't captured, it seems she found the fake name the survivor was using. It's not like we have her whereabouts or custody. We have nothing more than the name, and you mean to tell me that was enough for Mother to see Kiliak and propose an offer herself. And that's why I told you to keep it a secret, didn't I? How astonishing to think that a single descendant of a fallen clan can have such an impact. It almost seems as if the Zippels fear this clan called the Hister. Jean remembered Misha's words. I can't comprehend what the Hister might have intended in their vision of history. But the reason I focused on them was that the Zippels couldn't manipulate the recorded history with their registry magic. A spell to leave a record that was impossible to manipulate. The Zippels actually feared that the spell could be reintroduced into the world. Anyway, is this enough? Uncle, by any chance? Now what? Do you also know the name of the survivor? And what is Mother trying to gain from the negotiation? I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. Are you thick-skinned? You're asking too much. Either that, or you take your uncle for a fool. I apologize. However, I just thought your reputation represents much more value than that information, Uncle. It seems you made friends with flatterers while you were outside the clan. Didn't I tell you before? I don't know in detail what Joshua's achievement is. I don't know the fake name of the survivor, or what the acting matriarch wants. It's a shame, but in reality it didn't feel that way at all. The news of my clan's interest in my master is a gain in itself. Jean received this unexpected news practically for free. It would have been perfect if he could have also figured out what Rosa intended to do with it, but he could always look into that later. A shame? A wicked brat. If you ever change your word about the final moves, you're going to experience some interesting things right here. Of course not, Uncle. Thank you. Jean bowed. Jed clicked his tongue in disapproval of Jin's craftiness. But in reality, Jed didn't disapprove of his ways. He found it rather endearing to see his nephew standing up to him. Of course, if he had only done it for show, Jed would have scolded him immediately. But Jed thought Jean was just being firm to get what he wanted. Jed's sword took on an aura and emitted light. If you're grateful, then make sure to show the elders that you've found clues to refine the clan's finishing moves. Soon, Jed began to execute the final move. An enhanced version of the Runcandle clan's fourth finishing move, Petals in Cascade. Jean focused on his uncle's sword. He watched as Jed unfolded the aura around the blade, making it almost fall and form the shapes of petals. Everything was just like the first time. The aura petals scattered in unpredictable paths, which were also identical to those of the previous time. But it was right after withdrawing the sword from the vertical slash. Kroom. Pillars of aura suddenly sprang from where the cascade of petals was performed. The petals repeatedly came together and spread from the pillars, making it look as if the aura petals of a tree were rustling in the wind. The master move of legends you showed me, the cascade, spilled lightning energy wherever the sword had passed, just like its namesake. On the other hand, the cascade of petals follows an upward pattern. So, I thought of the most efficient shape it could take using aura instead of lightning energy. The difference with the previous form of petals in Cascade was clearly evident. So, what do you think? When I first saw the cascade of petals, I thought the move was a class below the cascade. But now it's just as powerful. The cascade would be more suitable for single-target combat, while the new petals in Cascade seem suitable for fighting multiple foes. Jed smiled so much that his lips couldn't stretch any further. As expected, you've figured it out. The reason why petals in Cascade didn't surpass the Cascade was that both techniques were the same. In fact, the cascade of petals was a version of the cascade without the lightning energy, so it was obviously weaker. It had been only a month since Jean had taught Jed the cascade. Yet, Jed analyzed the move he had only seen once and reformed the petals in Cascade Final Move one step further in that short span. This wasn't just an improvement. Could be said that he practically perfected the move. Jean held back his comment and brought up something else. I see why you must have gone through a lot for this, uncle. But I have to ask. Do you really intend to put my name on the enhanced petals in Cascade? I've thought about it a lot, but this isn't something I should take credit for. It's purely your achievement, uncle. I've already told you I'll put your name on petals in Cascade, and I won't retract that. But, as you say, I know the Council of Elders isn't very pleased with you. I also know that in the end, you'll prove them right, whether I put your name on the play or not, as you always have. Then why are you so insistent on attributing to me what you've achieved for yourself? Uncle? Is it because you've already told the council that you had my help? Jed shook his head. You think so? It's not because I like you or anything like that. I just thought it would be best to clear my debts sooner. Besides, lately, you've accomplished something significant for the clan. The remarkable thing Jed referred to was the assassination of Barton Vicina. So, make sure to play fair while your uncle still feels like showing you some kind of support. However, as I mentioned before, if you ever stray from what's right, I'll be the first to draw the sword against you. I understand. And one more thing. I've changed my mind. About what? We should postpone the exhibition of evidence to the elders for improving the final moves. At least until I finish refining the sixth final move, Lightning, as well. Show me the other master move of Legends that Dyphus saw. I will show you, of course. But I want you to remember one thing, uncle. What is it? If it had been any other elder or anyone else from the family, not you, I would have prevented them from reforming the final moves I possess. And if you manage to improve the sixth move as well, this time, please put your name on it. I can't agree to that. I'll put your name on it too. So stop babbling and show me the move already. The two of them didn't leave the training ground until well into the night, all the while showcasing their skill with the Sword of Legends and the final moves. Every time Jean showed Jed new Sword of Legends moves, the smile on Jed's face never faded as he imagined how they would use them to improve the final moves, and how the council would beg both him and Jean to see them. Phew! Joshua sighed and slumped into a chair. He lit a cigarette that accentuated the fatigue on his face. A woman arrived at his side. Joshua, how did it go? It was Joshua's wife. It seems Kiliak Zippel didn't accept Mom's offer. Conversations between Rosa and Kiliak had broken down. But Kiliak had already gained something when Rosa mentioned they had discovered Hister's name. Both the acting matriarch and us expected that. Don't be so discouraged. The name isn't enough. I need to capture Hister so that Mom can exert significant pressure on Kiliak. The woman gently wrapped her arms around Joshua's neck and smiled. In any case, we have her name. It's only a matter of time before we catch that bitch. That dirty rat is good at hiding, so it will take some time. But in the end, we'll have her before the Zippels do. The Zippels still didn't know Arya Alhart's name. Therefore, it was likely that the Run Candles would find Valeria first. When that time comes, Kiliak will have to give up much more than what we proposed this time. So don't be in such a hurry, Joshua. Was the last day of March 1799. A blazing sun shone down on the city where villains swarmed like insects. It was a harsh land where not even weeds grew. The city of scum and lawless people. Mommy, this reminds me of the old days. Jean was 15 and in middle class when he came here in his current life. He had come a long way since then, but Mommy hadn't changed a bit during that time. The city's inhabitants talked about terrible crimes as if they were defining feats. Its streets were littered with waste, organs, fingers, and heads that had clearly once belonged to the living. Just like 4 years ago, Mamit's criminals were surprised to see Jean enter the city. But their surprise was for an entirely different reason. It's Jean Runcandle. This is insane. What's a man like him doing in this mess? You idiots. Don't look at him if you want to keep your heads. That's what they felt about him. Fear was in the eyes of Mamit's villains when they set eyes on Jean. Mesa. Yes, my sir. Go and tell the kings of Mamit in the Moonlight Hall. Well, I want each and every one of them lined up outside and on their knees before I arrive. Chapter 3:14. People searching for her. 4. Your word is my command, Mesa replied obediently. She had recently passed the final test to become a guardian knight and had been assigned as the 12th flag bearer, alongside Scott Rymon, who stood on the other side of Jean. Scott. Yes, my lord. Go clean up the trash on the streets. Robberies, murders, violence. All it took was turning one's head to witness the anarchists committing crimes in real time. That was the scum who hadn't realized Jean had arrived in Mamit. He didn't actually care if the underworld scum fought amongst themselves. But there were also civilians mixed in. Jin's order aimed to put an end to the criminals who were violating civilians. I will fulfill your order, sir. Mesa and Scott passed by Jean and began to move. Within seconds, the shouts of the anarchists began to sound from different places. The frequency of the shouts rapidly decreased. After Scott knifed a few, the rest got the hint. It wasn't just any guardian knight who had come to this place on a mission. A run-candle flag-bearer was here in this wasteland. The streets fell silent immediately, but Scott couldn't care less. He went through every alley like a ghost to carry out the cleanup. The streets emptied as well. Mamit's criminals were busy hiding in their houses and taverns like prey spotting their natural predators. Only a cold breeze swept through the empty streets. Mamit fell silent for the first time in years. Mesa and Scott have grown very strong. Jean formed a soft smile. It was quite interesting that they were now full-fledged guardian knights. It was about time for Velop to return from the snowy ridges of the southeastern Middle Kingdom as well. The remaining 7 members of the younger faction would also take their final tests. Once they all become guardian knights, maybe I should take them to a hellish training ground. If possible, it would be great if they all became strong enough to be called up as Black Knights before they turn 50. Wait, maybe I should make them work hard so they have no choice but to become Black Knights. The two were completely unaware of Jin's wicked plans. Mesa and Scott had to calm their excited hearts as they forced Mamit's anarchists to submit. They were ready to give it their all now that they could be with Jean once more. Jean walked slowly toward the moonlight pit. Just as the lives of the younger faction boys had changed. My teacher's life will be altered compared to my past life once she meets me. Perhaps Joshua discovering her fake name at this moment could also be a result of my return to life. That sent shivers down his spine. He always knew that every little thing he did after his return to life could very well change the lives of the people around him. That's why he tried his best to make decisions that would guide all his loved ones to a better ending, as much as possible. But he wasn't sure what to do about Valeria. He couldn't know if meeting Valeria would have a positive impact on her or not. But now wasn't the time to ponder over such matters. He should keep her by his side and provide her with a safety net. In my past life, neither the Run Candles nor the Zipples managed to capture her. But in this life, one couldn't be sure what would happen. Valeria was undoubtedly a strong person. She was one of the strongest people. He knew. It wasn't just about her combat ability. It was the strength of will that Valeria possessed as a person. She was radiant and admirable. But there were things in the world that couldn't be solved by willpower alone. A good example would be a 17-year-old prodigy sorceress evading pursuit from 2 giant clans with no one to trust. Unlike Jean during his days as a provisional flag-bearer, Valeria had no siblings to hide her in La Ferosa or comrades willing to risk their lives to protect her. She would be unable to stay ahead of the pursuit by the 2 clans forever. If I don't help her, they'll eventually catch her. As her disciple, now was the time to repay the grace of my master from my past life. My confused heart calmed as I approached the moonlight pit. He has arrived, my lord. Mesa and Scott bowed their heads as Jean reached the entrance of the moonlight pit. Behind them, 5 union leaders and their subordinates were kneeling, neatly arranged in rows. There were about 100 subordinates, and they were the officers of each of their factions. Jean observed them for a while without saying anything. was looking for Valeria. She's not here. So, the next step was to find a leader who might know Valeria. Fortunately, there's a familiar face here. You. Yes, you. What's your name? Jean looked at the leader kneeling at the front as he spoke. I am York, sir. Do I know you, sir? The leader replied, stating his name politely. Indeed, York already knew Jean. Hello, kid. You seem like quite the talent for your age, but it won't do you much good to stay in this city for too long, let alone if you intend to cause trouble. Thank you for your advice, but I need to find someone. I'll make sure not to cause trouble for the people staying here, Jean had said. Haha. I heard that the other day you killed a thug in the taverns with a single blow, but now you're acting like a meek lamb. That's because you're different from all those. Turns out, I know very well what to expect from you. You pass for your manners. Well, then I'll let you stay here a few more days. Thank you. I won't forget the fact that the kings of Mamit did me a favor even after my return. That was the conversation Jean had with York and the other kings of Mamit while on the intermediate class mission. Yes, York. The guy who made comments about my manners in the Moonlight Pit lobby got his head cut off by the swords of the secret palace. Do you remember me now? Oh! The leader's eyes widened as he nodded. Of course, he remembered. After Jean had terrorized the Moonlight Pit to carry out his mission and pretended that the magician had come from the outside, the leaders of Mamit suffered under Cirrus for a long time afterward. It was all because Ryu and Haiten, of the 7 swords of the secret palace, were unable to find the magician Jean, who had launched the lightning call at the Moonlight Pit. Cirrus continued to harass the leaders for some time afterward in an effort to find the culprit. Only after a while did she realize that the boy she had released, Jean, might have been the culprit. And when she did, she gathered the leaders and had them investigate the boy's activities in Mamit, from his date of arrival, purpose, and every little thing he did in Mamit. It was a great misfortune for the leaders of Mamit, but they had no power to refuse Cirrus's orders. Lady Cirrus. The boy popped the head of a newbie named Tonk in a tavern shortly after arriving in Mamit. Then he acted like he was looking for someone. He came to the Moonlight Pit and did nothing else in Mamit. Is that so? Yes, lady. As I see it, he may not be the culprit at all. You know, it doesn't make sense for that kid to be casting 6- or 7-star spells. If it's not him, are you saying my men lost the sorcerer? That's not what I meant. And even if you were right and he really was the culprit, Lady Cirrus, I don't think he was targeting the secret palace. Maybe one of us offended him, and he took it out on that person. Who was he looking for? I was told he was looking for someone named Fista or Fester. It was York, the leader standing in front of Jean at that moment, who had spoken to Cirrus back then. York deliberately told Cirrus the name was Fista or Fester because he was very upset with her, but he had clearly confirmed that Jean, at the age of 15, was looking for a Hister. Of course, Cirrus had to waste a lot of time trying to find a Fista and a Fester. I apologize for not recognizing you immediately, Sir Jean. York, stay here. The rest of you, disappear from my sight as fast as you can. Jean spoke in a low voice. The other leaders and subordinates quickly scattered like roaches. The power represented by the run candle name within Huffister was not something lawless individuals could confront. Let's go inside and talk. York's intuition told him at that moment that Jean had returned to Mommy to find the person he had been looking for 4 years ago. Yes, sir. The two entered the Moonlight Pit. Scott and Maya then guarded the inn as gatekeepers. The lobby was completely empty. I'm looking for someone. Yes, Sir Jean. Please tell me who it is. If you can give me the name or description, I assure you I can find that person, as long as they are within Mamit. Is there a girl around 17 years old residing in Mamit right now? She would have red hair and a silver pine staff. Red hair and a staff. York searched his memory. As far as he knew, there were no red-haired girls with a silver pine staff in Mamit. Besides, how could a 17-year-old girl survive in this violent city? But it reminded him of someone. There are no red-haired girls with a staff, but there's a girl of a similar age who recently joined my organization as an errand girl. What's her name? She said it's Aria. I don't know her last name. She was born in the alleys, and she's quite sharp too. Jin's heart began to beat faster. Is there no one else? None, sir. That girl is the only one under 20 years old. Should I bring her here? Let me check. Yes, Sir Jin. Please wait a moment. I'll go tell my subordinates to bring Arya. York was about to get up, but the lobby's ceiling suddenly collapsed, dropping a spear through it. It was a blue spear formed with lightning-based mana. It was the variation spell Jin had experimented with in the Great Mitra Desert. The spear pierced York's head and stuck into the ground. York didn't even have time to scream. Jin slowly raised his head and looked up. There was a hooded figure whose figure was visible through the hole in the ceiling. He could recognize the person, despite the hood covering the face. Even the unfamiliar brown hair peeking out from the hood was enough to convince him. It was Valeria Hister, his master. He felt as if time had stopped. He wanted to shout her name, tell her that it had been so long. All sorts of indescribable feelings crossed his heart like rays of light spreading in all directions. Jin, Valeria asked upon meeting Jin. Chapter 3:15. Secondary images of the past or future. 1. Jin opened his eyes wide. Did she just say my name? Hearing Valeria utter that single syllable that was his name took 19 years. If she hadn't extended her hand to him when Jin wandered the world as a useless and desperate wanderer in his past life, Jin's life would have been nothing but dark and miserable days. She was his teacher, a friend, a trusted companion, the object of his compassion, and his savior. Silence fell. In that brief span of a few seconds, Jin's heart was too full for words. He felt as if his head had heated up immediately and gone blank, and his vision had darkened. He wanted to answer her here and now if he could. If only he could utter her name as she had in their past life. But he had to be rational. It's impossible for my teacher to remember me. She has no memory of her past life. If he suddenly embraced her and showed his affection, the whole situation could turn into a mess. He was the only one experiencing this as a reunion. I must act in a way she can accept. If not, I'll only raise her guard further. And if that weren't the case, even if Valeria also had memories of her past life like Jin, emotionally approaching her was foolish. Jin regarded Valeria as even more ruthless than his father. If she possessed memories of her past lives but didn't show them, that meant she had done so as part of an elaborate plan. Or perhaps the happy memories of their past lives no longer mattered to her. Whether she had memories of her past lives or not, it was necessary to start this conversation as smoothly as possible. He couldn't afford for his emotions to reveal his weaknesses. After all, Jin was here to make a request of Valeria. He never engaged in deep conversations or made deals unless it was absolutely necessary, or unless it was with someone he could respect. He had to fulfill at least one of the two. It's quite an elegant entrance. Can you really afford to kill your boss like that, Arya Alhart? No. Should I perhaps call you Arya Hister? He dropped both names, Alhart and Hister, yet Valeria didn't seem surprised at all. Jin didn't know if she was suppressing her surprise or simply expected it. Anyway, wasn't York's death determined the moment you came looking for me? Valeria landed in the lobby with a slight movement. As vile as he might be, it's still concerning to kill someone who followed one's orders. I've taken care of that for you, so maybe gratitude is in order. Valeria removed her hood and revealed her face as if she didn't care. She had brown-dyed hair, bright red pupils, and tightly pressed lips. She had a youthful appearance due to her young age, 17, but retained an unapproachable expression. Jin had never seen Valeria at 17. It was clear that Valeria would be weaker and more fragile than at 26. She was smaller and thinner than he remembered. However, something made her feel sharper than in her past life when she was fully grown, like the teeth of a wounded beast. I suppose you could think that way, but above all, I didn't think you'd be so eager to reveal your face. Let me warn you in advance. If you ever decide to attack me, I'll definitely prioritize safety over curiosity. Safety, you say? It almost seems like you could escape from me if you wanted to. If I couldn't, I wouldn't have appeared before you after killing York. Neither of them displayed any emotion, but both were busy calculating the course of the conversation in their heads. I wanted to know who might have been looking for me in this city 4 years ago. After finding out it was you, I thought about starting a conversation. Valeria moved to Mamit shortly after Jean completed his intermediate class mission and lived there for 2 years. This was because an inheritance place of the Hister was located in the lawless city. To find it, she used magic registration several times in Mamit. And as a result, she discovered a record that someone had been searching for a Hister in a tavern 4 years ago, along with the location of the site. Furthermore, the heritage she found in Mamit allowed her to glimpse a record of the future, stating that the same person would meet her again around March 1799. That's why she was in Mamit. She had been waiting for Jean. I wonder how you found out that I was looking for you. That's my question. How do you know? About me? These are the allied realms of Huffister. Do you think there's anything here we don't know? If the run candles were searching for Hister, it would obviously have been top secret. At that time, you were just a 15-year-old intermediate class cadet. That means that information shouldn't have been within your reach since you weren't even a flag bearer. Well, top secret, huh? Are you overestimating yourself? I'm not overestimating myself. I know I'm great. See? Even the great Jean Runcandle himself is here. State the reason you sought me out. Jean smiled. I have a request to make. What kind of request? The restoration of a recording device. By recording device, do you mean something left by my ancestors? I'll tell you when you agree to help me. Valeria then mocked him. It seems you know what the name Hister represents. But, unfortunately for you, there's no reason why I should help you. I can always come up with reasons. Collaboration for survival to start with. You can't kill me. Why do you feel that way? Because that would help the Zippel and your competitors. You're definitely overestimating yourself. Jean unsheathed Sigmund and waved it close to Valeria's eyes in an instant. Strands of her dyed hair fell to the floor. Astounded, Valeria looked at the fallen strands and blinked. I didn't think you'd be such a disappointment. Have you come to make a request, and all you do is threaten me by force? Is that all you've got? Valeria was furious as she stared and yelled at Jean. Caught Jean off guard. It was very strange to see her like this. In his previous life, Valeria would never have reacted this way. To think she'd reveal her emotions to someone who could be a friend or foe, especially when she has more reason to see me as an enemy right now. Maybe she's not skilled in controlling her emotions since she's almost 10 years younger now. But still, there's something odd. She seems very disappointed about something. Jean shrugged. I hope you don't take it as a threat. It's advice. If any run candle other than me were here right now, it would have been more than just a few strands of hair. It seems you've misunderstood everything. The only reason you're in front of me right now is that I chose to meet with you. Neither the run candles nor the Zippels will be able to find me from today. Her speech was rapid, and her tone trembled slightly. Valeria was unable to control her emotions. Act as if I'm expecting something from me. Things would be different if one assumed that Jean knew nothing about Valeria. Valeria's current behavior wasn't strange at all. She might simply appear as a person weary of the major clans due to her nomadic life. But it was exactly what Jean thought. Valeria was terribly disappointed in Jean. In reality, Valeria had been curious about that person named Jean even when she was much younger than now. It was more or less when she began to realize what the records were. Or maybe it was when she started to understand what the records meant to a Hister. That's when she had the same dream over and over again. She didn't know if it was a senseless dream or a series of a long dream about the future. But the dream always continued, like a powerful afterimage. The dream mainly consisted of an adult version of herself conversing with a random wanderer in a dark alley of an unknown city. Are you going to sit there for the rest of your life? Get lost. How pathetic this is. Jean Runcandle, your brothers will only be delighted about this, you know? She had said. Who are you? How do you know my name? Judging by your curiosity, I guess there are some things you still desire from this world after all. Follow me. I'll forgive you for sticking your knife into the one person who reached out to you. She had that dream almost every day, and it was a great mystery to Valeria. Why did that unknown man always appear in her dreams, and what was his relationship with the wretch in the dream? But the emotion she felt for him was clear. In the dream, she felt compassion. Sometimes, the dream seemed more real than reality. She would wake up drenched in sweat and bewildered. In the dream, she was a decade younger. It was only when the world was shaken by the incident in the Holy Kingdom that she realized the vagabond was Jean. That was when Jean Runcandle's face was revealed to the entire world. Thanks to the event, Valeria realized that the man in her dreams was the youngest son of the Runcandle clan, whom everyone seemed to praise. He seemed much better than he appeared in her dreams, but she could clearly tell that he was the same Jean Runcandle she had embraced for no apparent reason. The reason she had shouted Jin's name upon seeing him was due to the dream she had had for the past decade. It was a habit to do the same thing in her dreams every night. I made a mistake. I attached too much significance to someone I had seen in my dreams and got excited for nothing. But a recording device? I suppose it won't hurt to check. Besides, I need to find out how this Jean Runcandle tracked me down. Valeria turned away. It was time to regain her composure and weigh the demands against what she could gain. Arya Alhart, are you leaving with nothing? Do you have anything else to say? If it's about restoring your recording devices, you can find someone else. I have Shujil Hister's magic tome, Jean said. She abruptly halted. She turned back to Jean. What did you say? Jean pulled Shujil's magic tome from his inner pockets. I've been told these codes belong to the Hister. What happened next made Valeria gasp in surprise, her hands covering her mouth, as she looked at Jean in disbelief. What have you? Jean opened the tome in half and split it in half. See for yourself if it's a genuine Hister's magic tome or not. Jean handed half of the tome to Valeria. Surprise was evident on Valeria's face as she took the magic tome. Jean felt terrible about it, but he had a reason to do so. I mustn't give my teacher time to think. She's young, and I see she's less meticulous than I remember her to be. But if she takes it easy, she'll play tricks on me. Valeria's eyes made a tiny movement to the left as she examined the cryptic codes in the tome. It was a habit of Valeria's that she displayed when she felt troubled or cornered. Where did you get this? At the underground auction house in the Kingdom of Arkan. The place doesn't exist anymore. If you restore the recording devices I have, I'll give you the rest of the tome as a reward. Furthermore, I promise to keep you safe from the Runcandles and the Zipples. Keeping me safe from the Runcandles and Zipples? I had no idea the 12th flag-bearer of the Runcandles held so much power. I would think securing your own place would be a struggle right now. Besides, I'm not so weak as to need your protection. If you're not weak, then prove it by taking the other half from my hands. That's impossible. But what I can do is flee with the half in my hands. From what I've seen of you so far, that sounds plausible. Well, feel free to do so. But I can promise you that you'll never see the other half again. Whoosh! Jean conjured a mana flame over his hand and brought it towards the remaining half of the tome. This makes no sense to me if you don't cooperate with me. Make your decision. Are you going to help me or run away? What I can promise you is this. If you decide to help me, if you choose to stand with me. Jean paused. He cleared his emotions and continued. I will do and give you everything that is in my power if you wish for it. Of all the things Jean had done and said, to Valeria today this was the only one he meant sincerely. Chapter 316. Secondary images of the past or future. 2. Valeria's gaze leaned further to the left. Her confusion and tension were on the rise. In her wildest dreams, she had never imagined that Jean would be reading her subconscious, barely perceptible features. It was no surprise. Even in her past life, the only ones who knew her features, apart from Jean, were the mercenaries of the Grey Owl who had raised her. Jean felt just as tense. It was unlikely to happen. But if Valeria were to give up the other half of the magic tome, there wasn't much he could do to improve their relationship. The sound of flames over Jin's hand and the blood dripping from York's corpse echoed in the silence. Why don't we extinguish the flames and talk about this? It worked. I won't remove the flames until I get a definitive answer. Jean felt relieved deep down but shook his head to make the point clear. Valeria nodded. Fine. I'll help you. If the recording device is something I can work with, I'll have it restored. A wise decision. But this is only an exchange. I'm not saying I'll join you. I hope we both understand that clearly. Whoom. Jean closed his hand and extinguished the flame. Valeria's eyes directed another straight gaze. After all, continuing the alliance is the result of mutual need. You won't regret this decision. Show me the object. Jean produced the 2 shadow energy pearls. The pearls surprised Valeria once again. They closely resembled the various recording devices she had seen in her clan's heritage places. They only differed in color. It seems the device is made of shadow energy. Were they made by the god you contracted with, Sodaret? Yes. Then why can't you just ask Sodaret to restore them? For some unknown reason, I am unable to communicate with Sodaret. So how are you so sure these are recording devices? What if they are just pieces of shadow energy? It's because I've seen video recordings stored inside them. But how? Is that something you need to know to work with them? I thought we were just making an exchange, and you wouldn't be joining me. You seem to demand a lot of information for someone in such conditions. Valeria shrugged. You're right. Will you leave them with me for a moment? Valeria took the shadow energy pearls and raised mana over her hands. A mysterious resonance began forming between her hand and the pearls. It had been a long time since she had seen something like this. Valeria was casting the Hister clan's registration magic. She wondered if her magic would work with a shadow energy device as well. Jean observed her for a while, pretending not to know what she was doing, and shortly after, Tist, zzzt, tist. Jean widened his eyes. The pearls began emitting the same sound as when they were first activated. Meanwhile, Valeria nodded, as if she had expected this to happen. They are undoubtedly recording devices, but they are damaged. They don't activate correctly. You could have checked it. Did you have to ask so many questions? Thanks to that, I now know you can't communicate with Sodaret. I should praise your persistence. Do you think you can restore it? Jean asked. Maybe, Valeria replied as she placed the shadow energy pearls on the table. It's a lukewarm answer for someone who was paid up front. Look, Jean, run candle. Those things called recording devices are much more complex and intricate than you can imagine. Plus, they're not identical to the ones my ancestors used to make, so I need time to understand them. Okay? Jean also knew other traits of Valeria. Her eyes drifting to the left out of anxiety wasn't the only trait she had. She crossed her arms and twiddled the tip of her hair with her thumb and index finger. It was something she always did when Valeria was very intrigued by an object or a particular situation. The fact that she was intrigued by the recording device meant that it could be restored, or that she needed the item as well. If she ever needed them, it was probably because they helped her recover the Hister's registration magic. Jean thought about Sodaret's plans, the records he had left, and his meeting with Valeria today. For some reason, everything seemed like fate's work. Even if it seemed like a coincidence, Jean had the feeling that Valeria and he were destined to reunite in the end, like 2 puzzle pieces that fit together. All right then, I'll give you time. How much do you need? I don't know that either. Is it because your magic registration is incomplete? The restoration of historical record magic was incomplete even when Valeria was 26. In Jin's past life, if memory serves me right, at that time she would have only found about 3 heritage places. She's not lying when she says she needs more time. The level of registration magic Valeria handled at 17 was extremely limited. It seems the run candles have more information about me than I thought. Enough to require my protection at the very least, Jean replied. I've told you already. I don't need your protection. My mother and older brother are looking for you. They told me they've discovered the name you're using now. Arya Alhart. It's not the only name I use, and I've made it a point to cover my tracks. Anka Rothman, Rillian Hazard, Lucille Scope, Hartia Ven. Jean mentioned Valeria's other false names. Her eyes twitched. It was a sign of how surprised she was. She rarely showed any emotion when dealing with other people, except for the few traits she had. Aren't those your aliases? You say you've covered your tracks? But somehow, this conversation was possible. Not even the Run Candles and the Zippels knew Valeria's aliases other than Arya Owlheart. Except for Valeria herself, Jean was the only one who knew those names. The problem was that Valeria had no choice but to assume the worst. Where had she left traces? She believed she had cleared them without a doubt. Valeria quickly turned to her memory but couldn't figure out when she had slipped up. The fact that she couldn't figure it out implied that she might have slipped up elsewhere too. Uncertainty gripped Valeria's heart. As strong as she was inside, she was still only 17 for now. No matter how many of my names they know, they'll never catch me. And like I said, you could only know me because I decided to talk to you. I appreciate your confidence, but don't you think you should be more cautious? If the Run Candles can find out so much, the Zippels surely have more information about you. Well, I'm so moved by your concern that I might start crying, you know? The shadow energy pearls you have in your hands are more valuable to me than Shujil Hister's magic tome or your life, for that matter. I'm only concerned that you might get caught and lose them in the process. Jean Runcandle with a 400 million bounty isn't the only one capable of staying out of sight from the Run Candles and Zippels. Anyway, I'll follow your advice to be more cautious. Valeria stored the shadow energy pearls in the inner pockets of her robe. I suppose that's enough for discussion for now. Give me an address where I can send letters. Some safe place. You can send them to the head of the Central Defense Guard of Tychon Free City, Elisa Badger. I'll send letters if there's any progress in the restoration after my return. And where can I contact you? Jean said it without any expectation. Since she was constantly on the run, he didn't believe she would give him an address. But surprisingly, Valeria pulled out a piece of paper and wrote down her address. Jin's eyes widened when he saw the address. This is the center of Samiel. Samiel, the city of assassins, the Anonymous. Only the families of the anonymous assassins and those whom the Anonymous owed favors could reside in the center of Samiel. It was the only non-lethal area within the city, which Jean had used in the past to win the bet against Owl. Valeria had no family, but she had earned the right to own a house in the center of Samiel as a benefactor to the Anonymous. Well, now that I think about it, the Zippels could have always contacted the Anonymous to locate or assassinate my teacher in my past life. Maybe that's why she was never harmed by the world's top assassins. She had never thought much about it in her past life, nor had she thought that Valeria might have a hideout in Samiel. I don't actually stay there, but I can check any letters that arrive at that address. So, if there's something you want to ask of me, get in touch with me there. Valeria had a reason for giving Jean an address where she could be located. She wanted to know more about Jean. It was true that she was disappointed by how different he was from the man in her dreams. But for some reason, talking to him made her feel something. She felt like she had found someone she had been missing. He was the first person to make her feel this way, apart from the deceased mercenaries of the Grey Owls. I had no idea the Anonymous treated you as a benefactor. Your reaction tells me the Run Candles still didn't know this location. I hope you're not foolish enough to come here yourself. Valeria got up. I must leave now. I hope you'll keep my ancestors' magic tome safe until I return with your restored device. You can ask me for anything you need to restore the recording device, as long as it's something I can get. And one more thing, I'll send you an item to Samiel once I return. An item? You've dyed your hair brown, but anyone could tell you're actually a redhead. Your disguise doesn't seem very good, so I'll have them send you good dyes and disguise tools. Don't worry, I won't poison them. Think of it as an extra layer of protection. Hair dyes and disguise tools? You'll see what I mean after using them. They'll allow you to have 1,000 faces. Valeria burst into laughter. I didn't think you were capable of joking. She got up and extended her hand to Jean. For now, it seems the meeting has been mutually beneficial. Jean silently looked at her slender wrist and tiny hand. Is she acting like this just because she's younger than when I met her in my past life? From what he remembered of Valeria, she would never have offered a handshake in such situations. Jean didn't hesitate to take Valeria's hand. Her hand felt warm in his. Arya Owlheart. What? When you first saw me, why did you call me by my first name as if you knew me? Out of habit from my dreams. Valeria didn't say those words. Instead, she just gave a mysterious smile. Who knows? Until next time. Right after Jean returned to the Garden of Swords, a meeting was held. It wasn't just for the flag-bearers. The meeting was attended by the heads of the Elders' Council and other key figures of the council. This meant the meeting wasn't about mere mission assignments. It was about critical matters within the clan. Everyone rose from their seats when Rosa entered. She indicated they should sit back down with a look and spoke. Today's meeting will focus on a person named Arya Owlheart. Chapter 317. Joshua's Counterattack. 1. Arya Owlheart. Most of the flag-bearers exchanged confused glances with each other when Valeria's most precious false name slipped from Rosa's lips. They had no idea who this was. The only flag-bearers who knew the name were Jean and Joshua. But no one dared to ask Rosa, "Mother, who is she?" and demand an explanation. Unfair as it may be, asking such questions would only serve as proof of their own incompetence. On the other hand, the elders who had already decided on Joshua's reward obviously knew who Arya was. They shrewdly emphasized their superior knowledge of the flag-bearers, making it sound like a matter of course. You have made a great decision, Command Matriarch and Second Flag-bearer. We must find this person quickly, even if we have to inform the rest of the flag-bearers in the process. The elder chief and head of the Black Sword Guild, Jordan Runcandle, spoke with a smile. The vice chief and head of the Law Guardians, Lynn Milcano, nodded her head, while Telrod Runcandle, the council secretary who was also the head of the People's Guardians, showed little reaction. Jordan subtly glanced at Joshua. The second flag-bearer played a great role in this. I agree, Elder Chief Jordan. We were able to get ahead of the Zipples thanks to the second flag-bearer discovering the name. I agree too. All the elders who supported Jordan and Joshua chimed in, leaving the flag-bearers flabbergasted. But Joshua hasn't told us anything. Damn old bags. What are they whispering about? Can't they explain things before discussing them? This is what Myo and N were thinking. Why are the elders making it seem like Joshua achieved something big? What has he accomplished this time? Are they finalizing their preparations to make him the patriarch? Ran and Vwigo. Yes, let's keep quiet around here. But let's not forget to act like we're discussing something serious. The Tana twins. Have you heard anything about this? I don't care. Dyphus and Mary. All of this is cumbersome and annoying. And finally, Luncia. While her children were busy with their own thoughts, Rosa spoke again. I suppose most of the flag-bearers wouldn't understand what the name Arya Owlheart means. Allow me to explain. This person is the last survivor of the Hister clan, a clan that once posed a threat to the Zipples. Rosa continued her explanation about the Hister for some time. She talked about their active period, why they were able to pose a threat to the Zipples with their magic, and how such an amazing clan was wiped from history in such a way that there was barely any information left about them. She seems to know quite a lot about it. In his past life, Jean was not a flag-bearer, so he had no place in such meetings. Therefore, what Jean understood then about the Runcandle clan was very limited. The Runcandles were much more interested in the Hister clan than Jean ever thought. Therefore, if we secure Arya Owlheart of the Hister clan first, and obtain information from the Hister's inheritance places and register the magic, we will have a key asset to press the Zipples. Jean was genuinely surprised that Rosa mentioned magic registration and the Hister's inheritance places. He didn't think Rosa would share such information with anyone other than Joshua. Then again, I suppose it's not a big surprise since she really only shares it with a few key council members and the flag-bearers. The flag-bearers' eyes gleamed with anticipation as Rosa finished her explanation. They sensed an opportunity approaching. Mother. So the purpose of this meeting is to assign the flag-bearers to search for this individual? Yes, Ran. The search for Arya Owlheart and her capture is an ongoing mission for all Runcandle flagbearers starting today. It will be classified as top secret, so the use of any external manpower is strictly prohibited. Understood. If word of us seeking the Hister leaks outside, we will stop at nothing to trace the leak and severely punish anyone involved. There will be no exceptions. So be careful in selecting your guardian knights for this mission. Flagbearers. The flagbearers nodded with heavy hearts. She declared that there would be no exceptions in punishment. If any knight under their control accidentally leaked any information while carrying out this mission, it would be they who bore the responsibility. They could very well be stripped of their flagbearer status, and that would essentially lead to banishment or exile with no promise of return. The Zippels are also fervently searching for this person, but they still don't know the name Arya Owlheart. We must secure the Hister before the Zippels at all costs. Yes, ma'am. Jordan pretended to cough and drew attention. As your elder chief, there are a few things I would like to inform the flagbearers about this mission. First and foremost, I hope you all understand clearly that this is a crucial matter for the clan, not a race for flagbearer achievements. Jordan paused and took his time. Secondly, make sure to report all mission progress to the current highest flagbearer at the moment, the second flagbearer. His words confirmed some of their fears. Disappointment was evident in the eyes of several flagbearers. They thought it was a fair opportunity to achieve something for themselves without Rose's discrimination, but it was all for Joshua once again. Of course, they all knew Joshua would become the patriarch no matter what they did. So, they didn't really expect to contend for the patriarch seat through their achievements as flagbearers. But in moments like these, they felt let down. They almost felt like puppets to occupy the seats, not flagbearers. Why had they fought all their lives to become flagbearers if this was what they got in return? They didn't need to become patriarchs, but they wanted to take pride in what they did. Rosa could see through their thoughts, but she knowingly ignored their desires completely. She had trained them in such a way that they could never rebel against her unless they could prove their rights, no matter how many times she ignored them. In that regard, of the 11 flagbearers left in the clan, there were only 4 people who could openly show their displeasure against Rosa and the elders in such situations. Elder Chief, I fail to understand why the mission progress report must go through the second flagbearer. The 4th flagbearer is right, Elder Chief. The second flagbearer is literally a flagbearer. He is not a patriarch or a patriarch in charge. It was Dyphus and Mary. They had always fought for their rights, even before being turned into flagbearers. Both in feats and mission execution, they had never disappointed Siren, Rosa, and the Council of Elders. But not causing any disappointment didn't mean they were on good terms with the entire council. They didn't respect Jordan, and they hadn't given up on the patriarch seat. It seems the 4th and 7th flagbearers have a complaint. Of course we do. This is a violation of our pride as flagbearers. You mentioned that this is a crucial matter for the clan. I fail to see why you are creating divisions within the clan. If you think that way, perhaps it should have been you who delivered us the name Arya Owlheart. What? The one who discovered the name that not even the Zippels obtained was the second flagbearer, not you two. This means that this achievement solely belongs to the second flagbearer. In fact, we did you all a favor by allowing you to share in his accomplishments. Jordan refuted their argument easily, as if he had foreseen it. Oh, really? I had no idea. Then maybe Joshua, no, the second flagbearer, could search for this person himself. What's the point of gathering us all here? Is it your idea, Elder Chief? Or is it Mom's? Insolence. Perhaps not as much as the way you treat us, Elder Chief Jordan. Mary spoke with controlled anger. Rosa raised her hand. Enough, 7th flagbearer. I understand you're angry, but maintain your manners with the Elder Chief. And Elder Chief Jordan, I hope you understand. They're young and hot-blooded. Rosa's words halted the 3 angry individuals. Rosa then turned her gaze to the other 2 flagbearers who had the right to speak. Jean. And Luncia. 3rd flagbearer, 12th flagbearer. Do you have anything to add? Nothing. Me neither. Then this is what I suggest. Fine. In response to the request of the 4th and 7th flagbearers, You will report to me directly instead of going through Joshua. Furthermore, I will hand over control of the eastern fifth region of Huffister to whoever captures the Hister. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of everyone present in the meeting room immediately fixated on Rosa. Even Joshua and Jordan, who were clearly on Rosa's side, were greatly surprised by this statement. Only one person remained calm. It was Jean. Control over the eastern fifth region. It almost makes the 400 million gold coin reward for my head look like small change. Joshua was as surprised as the others, so he turned his head to look at Rosa. But in the process, his eyes caught a serene look on Jin's face and he felt that something was amiss. Control over the eastern fifth region. It was virtually the most significant reward a flag-bearer could achieve, apart from becoming the patriarch. Even if one didn't become patriarch, having control over the eastern fifth region allowed them to amass their own force. Indeed, among the regions that any flag-bearer or elder could possess, the eastern fifth region ranked among the top 3 most coveted lands. The rest of the flag-bearers, who had had no choice but to hide their disappointment when Joshua took all the credit, were inwardly rejoicing. It no longer mattered whether Siren and Rosa had trusted them before this. As long as they could find Arya Alhart and bring her in, they could now rule as overlords over the eastern territories. Now, I hope everyone realizes how crucial this mission is. Let me repeat it. This is a top secret and ongoing duty for all of you. Stay vigilant and bring me Hister. That's all. The meeting is over. The flag-bearers and elders nodded to Rosa and began to leave the meeting room. The stewards and scribes who had been waiting for their masters outside the meeting room followed each of their masters. The negotiation between Mother and Kiliak Zippel must have broken down if he's still looking for her. But the Eastern Fifth Region? What exactly is Mother trying to snatch from the Zippels in exchange for my teacher? Not even Jean could guess what it might be. However, it had to be something of great magnitude, considering how Rosa was offering up the Eastern Fifth Region for it. Jean was about to head back to his room with his mind full of thoughts. Joshua called out to Jean. "What's wrong, second flag-bearer?" Jean turned around. Joshua had his steward and scribe leave them in private. Now only the 2 of them were left in the hallway. What Joshua said next was something Jean had not expected at all. "You've already found her, haven't you?" "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about Arya Alhart. You've already found that person." Chapter 318. Joshua's Counterattack, 2. In the conference room, everyone held their breath at Rosa's stunning proposal, and at that moment, Joshua never imagined that within Jin's imperturbable expression hid something special. Indeed, Jean always maintained his poker face, so there was no reason for it to appear unusual. However, the reason he suddenly asked Jean if he had already found Arya Alhart was purely a judgment based on instinct. There was a moment of silence. "What?" I sat there too calmly when everyone else was going crazy. And even if I did, it wouldn't be enough to speak so confidently. Jean quickly searched his memory but couldn't figure out when or how Joshua had learned about his encounter with Valeria. For the first time since he started facing Joshua, Jean felt nervous. Fortunately, he didn't lose his characteristic poker face when Joshua began to talk about Valeria. Jean smiled. Regardless of how Joshua had found out, it was a problem that could be resolved simply by maintaining a poker face. "Both you and our mother seem quite concerned, judging by the nonsense you're spouting," Jean said. "Little brother," Joshua retorted. "Don't use such a friendly term. We're not like brothers who get along, are we?" Jean said. "This is a matter more important than you think," Joshua said. "That's why Mother offered the Eastern Fifth Region as a reward." Joshua speculated confidently at first, but as it was only a hunch, he found it difficult to keep the conversation going. "Does that mean you haven't found that person yet either?" Joshua didn't dare to ask directly. "If you hand over that person to me, I will give you not only the Eastern Fifth Region but more than that. I swear by my name and the honor of the family." "Why do you keep stumbling upon such interesting falsehoods? Let's hear the story again." "Your life." Jean burst into laughter. Then he looked at Joshua with a serious expression. "You still lack skill in jokes. Didn't I tell you last time that your chance to kill me had already passed? and the safety of your comrades. Joshua hoped Jean would be visibly shaken by that remark, just as he was when he referred to him as little brother and got angry. But Jean felt no need to get angry about it. I wondered when he would use my comrades as hostages, but here it is. The comrades, while being Jin's strongest bulwark, were at the same time his greatest and only weakness. That's why Jean and his comrades had already prepared for the possibility that Rosa and Joshua would use them as leverage. I'm starting to wonder about the value of rescuing the master, pulling out the most powerful card to pressure me when even the Eastern Fifth Region isn't enough. Jin's curiosity about what Rosa would receive in exchange for handing over Hister grew rapidly. Jin's life and the lives of his comrades. What did Joshua mean when he said he would guarantee two things to Jean? It's highly likely that the issue is related to the contract of Solderet. Mother may have asked Zippel for a demon god orb or another means to transfer my contract to Joshua. It was only speculation, but it seemed like a plausible development. Joshua's goal isn't to kill Jean but to take away the powers Jean obtained from Solderet, and Rosa's goal was likely to correspond with his. Mother has been acting strangely since the last time. For her, transferring only my contract to Joshua and using me as a flag-bearer for our family would be the best outcome. Indeed, even without Solderet's power, Jean can still use magic and the power of legends. Jean was considered the most outstanding of Runcandle's flag-bearers and was also someone who could be evaluated as having great potential. Just with his ability as a swordsman, Jean was demonstrating enough growth to be mentioned as the next patriarch. Even without Solderet's power and even if he couldn't use magic or the power of legends, Jean was still regarded as Runcandle's flag-bearer with the most talent and great potential. Like Rosa, there was no reason for her to give up her younger son unless Jean betrayed the family or handed shadow energy to Joshua. Furthermore, the fact that Zippel could transfer the god's contract was almost confirmed, considering that the time contractor in the past and present life were different. Also, Midder Elner and Baradin used space explosions. Various thoughts swirled in Jin's mind. The various scenarios unfolding in his mind all boiled down to one question. Why were Joshua and his mother so obsessed with Hister? What do you think? Do you want to talk now? Joshua asked, and Jean smiled. I'll say it again. Never found Hister. I don't even know why you're saying this. It's like you're doubting me on a hunch. I'll give you 10 days. Bring me Hister within that time frame. If you want to achieve something so big, it's better for you to go out and run to catch Hister instead of wasting time with this nonsense. Jean turned around and added, just a few words. I hope you're not one of those fools willing to bleed for delusions. It means there's nothing good in recklessly touching my comrades. Let me take your advice into account. This is not advice. It's a warning. Do you understand? In times like this, if we were in a narrow hallway where it's just you and me, I might be impulsive and draw my sword to cut the second son's throat without thinking about the consequences. How pathetic. Do you think you could beat me one-on-one? If you're confident, we could fight right now. Joshua shrugged as if he didn't care. The 12th flag-bearer is in a better position than I thought. Even if I defeat you, you have nothing to lose. Jean challenged him because he thought Joshua wouldn't fight. Anyway, as Joshua had said, even if he lost in a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't lose anything, whereas Joshua would lose his reputation even if he won. Joshua watched Jin's back until he disappeared. Then he was certain. His dear little brother must have met Arya Owlheart at least once before. If the younger one really didn't know anything about Hister, he would have offered me a reverse deal when I talked to him. The Jean that Joshua recognized was that kind of person. If he saw a desire in his opponent, he would find a way to use it, even if he didn't have a weapon to shake that desire. That was the terrifying side of his little brother that he saw. But now, even though he revealed his desire first, he was only trying to avoid the subject when he didn't know anything about Hister. Jean didn't seem intent on proposing a deal to him or playing with him. That's why Joshua was sure about the relationship between Jean and Hister. He smiled as if he had achieved something big. But even if I really kidnap or kill his comrades, Jean will never hand Hister over to me. Rather, it was just provoking the sleeping beast. It's good that the younger one knows Hister. If she's with him, Not even our Run Candle and Zipple will be able to find Hister. Hister is safe. The younger one would never let go of the cards he held. That was another thing Joshua understood about him. Although they were clearly enemies or even nemesis, Joshua respected Gene. From before Gene showed his abilities until now, Joshua had never underestimated Gene even once. My lord, Howard, the first-class butler who had retired, approached Joshua. He was the younger brother of Butler Hines and one of Joshua's closest aides. Have you gained something, sir? I caught an unexpected huge fish. Howard, do not assign any of my knights to search for Hister. It's a waste of resources. Understood. Instead, spread false information about Hister to the other flag-bearers. While the flag-bearers are concerned about finding Hister, make sure to secure as many condemned to death as possible and send them to Rick Alton. Howard did not comment on Joshua's decision. And look for a list of all our business partners, including merchants, wealthy individuals, and nobles connected to Tycoon Free City. Our spies have already identified that information. As the information is updated weekly, the margin of error is minimal. Joshua nodded in satisfaction. Cut it all off. I want to dry up their funds a bit. It doesn't matter if the younger one and his comrades find out that their business partners have disappeared, but we can't let the outside world know that we pressured them. I'll make sure to keep them quiet. How should we deal with Zippel's business partners, the Hidden Palace, and the Empire? It's difficult to maintain security in those areas. How many places are there? I'll have to check, but I heard there are about 10. Of those, nearly half are Zippel's. Leave the Hidden Palace alone and check if the rest of the business partners have any connection to the Zippel clan or the Imperial family. If not, send pirates to raid and incite an attack. Understood. There's no need to provoke a fierce animal into a full confrontation. Instead, Joshua decided to gently scratch Jin's nerves by cutting off his money supply and subtly threatening his comrades to see how Jin would react. And he wondered if Jin's comrades would endure all sorts of disadvantages and stand by his side to the end. He's clever enough not to come at me with a full-blown attack. But it will be quite annoying. 10 days had passed. April 10th, 1799. Tycoon Free City. Cashimir's expression was grim as he sat in his office. The city's economy had ground to a halt at an unprecedented pace. Over 80% of business partners had already requested contract suspensions, enduring breaches and fines, and the remaining 20% seemed poised to disappear as well. The power of the second flag-bearer of Run Candle is enormous. Not a single business partner has revealed why they are cutting their deals. Young Master Gene, disguised as Murakan alongside Gilly, had rushed to Tycoon as soon as he heard the news. Brat, that brother of yours. Who does he take after to be so ruthless? I don't know. Young Master, you said to prepare thoroughly for the second flag-bearer's attack. But I didn't expect it to be like this. For now, we're solving the problems with emergency funds, but I don't know how long we can hold out. Joshua's attack was effective. In a way, it caused more damage than a direct murder threat. Tycoon's leaders fought for recognition as a state and handed out vast amounts of money to each faction every month, so the damage was significant. It's frustrating, but we still don't have a financial power comparable to that bastard's, no. Joshua. No, that bastard. We can't beat him. Young Master, even tourists are leaving when they heard the news of pirate ships appearing in nearby waters. Gilly spoke with anger. Jin's emergency funds were substantial, but not enough to sustain an entire city. I didn't expect it to turn out like this either. But we can't just sit and watch when he's so eager for a fight. Do you have any plan, young master? When Kashmir asked, Jean lifted the corners of his lips. It looks like I'll go and attack one of his villas. Chapter 319, Joshua's Counterattack 3. If it's Joshua's villa. Do you mean the secret villa Lady Luna mentioned to you last time? That's right, Sir Kashmir. It's a place I've been thinking of raiding at some point anyway. Joshua had dozens of private villas, but only 5 were classified as secret villas or safe houses. My older sister's trip to the Black Sea is good news for me as well. Please take this opportunity to find out what kind of missions our father and the former Black Knights undertook there, and why our father's run candle is so obsessed with the Black Sea. All right, it's the first time our father has taken someone other than his comrade to the Black Sea. So, I'll bring you news that satisfies you. In return, tonight you have to sit with me and tell me the stories you've experienced outside all night long. Before departing for the Black Sea, Luna told Jean about 2 of the 5 secret villas. It was information she had gathered after receiving Jin's request to find out something about Joshua during the incident in the Holy Kingdom. Are you suggesting we attack it right now? I'd love to, but Kazan and Yulian haven't returned from the southeast of Mytel yet. Dragons couldn't join the attack on Joshua's secret villa. If a dragon got involved, there could be trouble if there were any survivors among the enemies. As the Black Dragon was the family's guardian deity and the Silver Dragon was unofficially sought by Vermont, they couldn't attack Runcandle. And I need to confuse that bastard as well. Let's show him a bit of how hard I'm working to get money. Also, once his secret villa is exposed, I wonder what expression he'll make. But young master, the possibility of us actually fighting is high. The leaders of the 7-colored peacocks are already meeting with Vermont's contacts. Frankly, I don't want to use the imperial family's money. I understand, Sir Kashmir. Of course, if the situation doesn't improve, I'm willing to bow my head to the imperial family. The emperor, if I demand it, he'll surely give me a huge sum of money. He wouldn't choose to lower his pride before the imperial family that had exiled him. Kashmir was willing to abandon his pride, as a good leader should, but he didn't want to use that last resort unless absolutely necessary. Jean also hoped that Kashmir wouldn't have to endure such humiliation because of him. As for the money, I'll try to get some, so don't worry. Strawberry, no. As Gilly said, it's still impossible to beat Joshua in terms of financial power, but we'll prevent the city from going bankrupt. Kashmir placed his hand on Jin's shoulder, who looked touched and apologetic as he smiled. I'm embarrassed, young master. It seems like I keep burdening you with too much. What are you talking about, Sir Kashmir? The problem originally started because of me. Don't think like that. Rather, I should apologize. No, young Master Jean did nothing wrong. You're playing like children. You're both at fault. So, how do you plan to get the money? You're a dragon. Do you have any hidden wealth? No, I don't. Even if I did, would it still be there, in Storm Castle where the Runcandles live, which used to be my hideout? In that case, you'll have to sell your vomit and scales. I'm sure they'll sell well as perfume or armor materials. What? Then, Gilly burst into laughter. It's a joke. Don't get so nervous. First of all, we have to borrow some money. We also have to start the business we postponed. What kind of business? The business that my friends from the Golden Snow tribe prepared. I must move diligently. It hasn't been long since I returned from vacation, so I can't leave the Garden of Swords for long. The next day, Jean arrived in Vermont once again in disguise and with a fake identity to enter the country. He dyed his hair white and dressed as an aristocratic artist using cosmetics from the Golden Snow tribe. It seems I have to keep hiding my identity even after becoming a flag bearer. In his arms, he held a porcelain vase wrapped in the finest silk. Misha, do you really need to take it? I have quite an attachment to it. Jean, there's a place where I need it. Misha, can't you use something else? That's an artwork that's over 1,500 years old, and its value is incalculable. Murakan. Hey, you're a guardian dragon too, right? What's the role of a guardian dragon? The 1,000-year contractor needs this, so give it to him. Come on, hehe. Kid, what do you need this for? How about smashing it in front of her? Misha. Don't say such things, seriously. Stop it, little brother. A while ago, when Jean visited Misha's bar called Velo, he noticed that the interior decoration was extraordinary. The top-class bar was strictly run by partners, and the owner was a dragon who had lived for over 3,000 years with an exceptional sense of aesthetics. Among the decorations were ancient art pieces that not even most archaeologists had ever seen. Jean demanded the porcelain vase, which was in the place Misha cherished the most, her bed, and he had glimpsed it. I wanted to use it at a better time, but I have no choice. This isn't bad either. Thank you, Miss Misha. Jean had requested it just in case he needed it when he found this place. We've arrived, sir. Keep the change. After paying the fare and stepping out of the carriage, an imposing castle soon came into view. This place, where dozens of guards clad in shining armor stood watch in all directions, was the ancestral home of the Hairan clan, the Emperor of the Swords Castle. It was an arrogant yet fitting name for the home of Vermont's most famous swordsman. Jean, who had been admiring the castle for a while, approached the gate. Unlike the intimidating castle, the guards were surprisingly friendly in welcoming Jean. As expected of the Hairan clan, which had an equally benevolent outward image as the Zippel. What brings you here? I am an artisan named Paul Gray Mick. I've come to deliver the ceramics that Sir Dante ordered some time ago. The guards glanced at the ceramics Jean was carrying and then nodded as if they understood. This was because it was common for Dante to order ceramics from time to time. This friend will guide you. Please go to the reception hall and wait. I must deliver it directly to Sir Dante. I can't guarantee that young Patriarch Dante will come out by himself. However, it's unavoidable as young Patriarch is busy with work. Please don't take offense. The guard almost smiled when referring to Dante as the young Patriarch. While Jean knew that Dante had been handling his affairs firmly even before the regression, experiencing it firsthand was completely different. I dare not think such a thing. I came unannounced because it was finished earlier than expected. I appreciate your hospitality. You're the most sensible artist I've ever met. Jean followed the guard into the reception hall of the castle. Today, only one person had come to see Hairan, and the vast reception hall seemed empty. Jean had successfully entered. However, he wasn't sure if Dante would recognize the name. Paul Gray Mick. If he didn't understand it, Jean would have to address him differently, which could be problematic. Jean stood still and waited for a while, engaging in conversation with the doorman. About 30 minutes passed. Thudud. Jean heard footsteps coming from the outer hallway of the reception hall. Gee, no. Where's Paul Gray Mick? Dante corrected himself hastily after inadvertently calling Jin's name. As he appeared, the doorman respectfully greeted him, and Jean bowed his head as if he had seen his superior. Well, ahem. I've been waiting for this masterpiece for too long. You should come back now. Yes, young Patriarch. As soon as the guard left, Dante embraced Jean tightly. Jean, how could you come here without notifying me? And how long has it been? Have you been well? You've grown stronger since the last time I saw you. It was a familiar and playful voice that Jean hadn't heard in a long time. Slow down, Dante. You seem a bit taller. I've grown about 2 centimeters. Did you notice? Although he had grown, Dante was still much shorter than Jean. It was the inevitable result of his congenital bone structure. But Jean immediately noticed how much Dante had trained during the time they hadn't been in contact. At 19, he had become the young Patriarch, and his sword skills had reached a level that could only be described as genius. It was impressive. Jean wanted to open a bottle of the finest wine to celebrate, but that wasn't why he had come today. Dante, I have a request. Oh, anything. What is it? Can you lend me some money? Asking for money immediately after meeting for the first time in over a year and a few months meant that this friend clearly wasn't a good friend. But Dante thought that if it was Jean, there would be no problem. It meant that even if Jean asked for something larger than money, Dante would listen. How much do you need? Oh, while we're at it, I should return the money you lent me when I escaped from the Holy Kingdom, and I'll make sure to pay you a huge amount of interest. About 300 million gold coins. I see. Wait a moment. Say that again. I need 300 million gold coins. Dante felt cold sweat on his back for the first time in a long time. 300 million gold coins were a huge amount of money, even for the young Patriarch of Hairan. Did Runcandle ask you to claim a 300 million reward for naming you the flag-bearer? No, it's not that. Can you get it? Even I need my grandfather's permission to use such a large amount of money. However, I don't have enough justification to ask my grandfather. Jean removed the silk wrapping from the ceramics. What if we say it's for this ceramic? Dante wasn't particularly knowledgeable about art, but he recognized that Jin's ceramics were not ordinary objects. He owed it to his grandfather, Ran, who was a ceramics enthusiast and admired them daily in his study and workshop. However, even if it was an exceptional ceramic, could it be worth 300 million gold coins? Dante had his doubts. A few years ago, I was curious about who shook my grandson's heart. A new voice came from beyond the reception hall. Ran, the patriarch of Hiran, and the invincible knight who competed the longest against the divine star knight, Genesis Knight, Siren Runcandle. It was his voice. I never thought it would be a swindler like this. 300 million gold coins? Were you really listening to that nonsense? What a disappointment, Dante. No, grandfather. He's not a swindler. I'll explain. Schling. Ron drew his sword from his waist. Then, the aura that escaped from the sheath instantly caused a slight earthquake in the reception hall, and the air distorted. Besides, this guy has the distinct dirty smell of Runcandle. Grandfather, I won't kill him. Instead, I'll take one arm as a lesson. So he never shows his face in front of you, my grandson Dante, ever again. Chapter 320. Without food 1. Ran was undoubtedly one of the greatest knights among the 10-star knights in the world, alongside the mistress of the hidden palace, Talaris and Dorma. If he decided to attack, there would be no escape for Jean, no matter how skilled he was. As Ron approached Jean, Dante's eyes trembled uncontrollably. Instinctively, Dante stepped in front of Jean. Step aside. Please, grandfather, hear me out. I don't want to. Dante couldn't help but remember the promise he made with his grandfather when he visited the Cosmos Arena a few years ago. Sorry, grandfather. Not only did I not win this time, but I also narrowly escaped death twice. You were on the verge of losing your life twice in that vile competition. What in the world happened? Was it a lack of sword skills? Or was there a master blinded by money and gambling hiding there? My sword skills weren't lacking, but I lacked discipline. And although there were no money and pleasure-obsessed masters there, I encountered 2 young individuals who captured my heart. To say it so openly, I'm curious. A kid who doesn't even show interest in the charming women who visit our clan. Very well. What are the names of these people who have shaken my grandson's heart? I'm sorry, grandfather, but I can't reveal their names, and once again, I humbly ask for a favor. Oh, you insolent child. You've just arrived, and you're already making this old man nervous. However, I'll forgive you. What is your request? Dante's mind churned for a moment. Was it really the right time to use that card? Runcandle and Hiran clearly had a competitive relationship. That meant they classified each other as enemies, and had every right to strike each other if they had a valid reason. Therefore, it was a justifiable act for Ron to now cut off Jin's arm, who was in disguise, as an invasion of Heron's territory. Maybe my grandfather really intends to end Jin's life someday. Perhaps it would be better to bring up that promise then. His heart pounded as several calculations raced through his mind. Dante had to make a decision. Should he save the card his grandfather had given him for a day that might never come? Or should he use it now to prevent his friend from becoming a cripple? He closed his eyes. For a moment, Dante made a decision. He couldn't bear to watch his friend's arm being cut off in front of him. Grandfather, please remember the promise we made years ago. But it was already too late. Ron gently pushed aside Dante, who had been blocking Jin's path, and his sword, Rashid, was already poised to strike. Dante's blood ran cold as he watched. Instinctively, he lunged forward, even if he had to use his own body to prevent Ron from cutting Jean. On the other hand, Jean, who was facing Ron head-on, maintained a calm gaze. He didn't lose his composure even when Ron appeared. Bam! Whoosh! Just as Dante was about to shout, he saw his grandfather's sword stop just before reaching Jean. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Ron burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. You fell for it so easily, didn't you? Ha ha ha, what did you think of this old man's performance? Huh? Seeing my grandson's bewildered face after so long is just adorable. It's driving me crazy. Haha. Gee, grandfather? You mean all of this was a joke? Ron, with a mocking smile on his face, couldn't stop laughing for a while. I was very curious when I suddenly saw you looking restless and eager to leave while talking to this old man. That's when Dante realized he had been tricked. In retrospect, something had been amiss from the beginning. Ron Hiran, the grandfather known to Dante, is not someone who would act with such indifference toward something that could hurt his own heart. Why would my grandson be like this over someone who came? Perhaps it's the princess we saw at the last gathering? Or maybe it's the woman from the Hensert clan who used to visit the Sword Emperor's castle alone every day with the utmost sincerity because she liked you, and now she has achieved results. Unintentionally, Jin's eyes widened at that passage. Crazy. Dante, I wondered why you arrived so late. Were you talking to Sir Ron? If it were Runcandle, it would be unimaginable. While talking with the Patriarch, being restless because a friend had come to visit. Well, then, grandfather, you won't harm my friend, will you? Why would I harm someone for no reason who is liked by my grandson? Of course, it's a bit disappointing that the person you hastily searched for is not a woman. But just confirming the identity of that friend you often speak of is enough to make this old man very happy. Thump! Dante suddenly collapsed to the floor. In an instant, Ron's face went pale. Dante, my grandson, has anemia struck you again? Dante, born with an extremely fragile body, often experienced anemia or seizures when subjected to strong blows or exertion. Recently, those symptoms had almost disappeared. I'm sorry, grandfather. This grandson has... Oh no, it's this old man's fault. Listen, call the medical team quickly. At Ron's urgent shout, the medical team rushed in immediately. They skillfully administered medicine to Dante and took him away. We'll talk later. As soon as Jean looked up, Dante lost consciousness. Is my grandson in very bad condition? Is he suffering greatly? It's just anemia. Please don't worry, Lord Patriarch. I'm worried. If anything happens to my grandson, I'll kill all of you. Don't worry, Lord Patriarch. We'll take immediate measures to improve the young Patriarch's condition. As the medical team quickly left with Dante, Ron muttered to himself, as if he were the only one suffering and concerned for his grandson. In the reception room, only Jean and Ron remained. I'm late with greetings, sir. Ron Hiran. I'm Jean Runcandle, the 13th son of Siren Runcandle and the 12th flag-bearer. I know your name. I didn't know you had a penchant for disguises. Ron turned slowly to look at Jean. Unlike when he looked at Dante, there was no trace of kindness in his expression. Why were you so confident I wouldn't kill you? Jean gently nodded in response to Ron's question. I thought you wouldn't be so easy to deal with, sir. I considered seriously whether I should cut off one of your arms. If that were the case, it would be my duty to bear the consequences of intruding into the Sword Emperor's castle. You're not a person to be trifled with. You bear a striking resemblance to my enemy when he was younger, Siren. Thank you. It's not a compliment. Your father, even in his youth, was a person unpleasant to the eye. Ron's gaze as he spoke carried a hint of greed. Ceramics. He couldn't take his eyes off the ceramics that seemed to intimidate him as he spoke. His voice filled with determination. Because of you, my precious and beloved grandson, whom I love so much, was nearly injured. How? Will you take responsibility for this? Excuse me, but it seems it's not my responsibility. Yes, it wouldn't be your responsibility. If only you were stronger than me. Ron chuckled under his breath and lightly grabbed Jin's shoulder. As soon as his palm touched Jean, he almost screamed. Ron's invisible energy pierced through Jin's body, instantly paralyzing his organs. It seems like he's trying to create a reverse flow, like the magicians. Jin's bones trembled. Creating a reverse flow in someone's energy was much more challenging than causing a reverse flow in a magician's mana. In fact, it was considered nearly impossible. However, Ron was doing it as if it were nothing. So, do you feel responsible now? Ron's induction of the reverse flow grew stronger. Jin's body trembled, but he didn't scream, and even in the midst of his weakening grip, he didn't let go of the ceramics. First, Dante doesn't have anemia. This statement made Ron's eyes widen in surprise. He couldn't believe that Jin had realized Dante's deception in that brief moment. It was a problem that even he had doubted at first. I know that too. However, he didn't show any surprise outwardly. Even the whitest of dragons get stained when they're with a black dragon. Although Dante had never responded to my jokes like this before, it seems he's learned something from you. He seems to have learned a trick. Ron spoke as he released Jin. Jin wiped the blood from his nose and mouth and took a breath. Dante used his head very well. By pretending to have anemia, he made me confront you head-on and passed the 300 million gold coin judgment onto you, sir. My grandson may not be malicious, but I completely underestimated him. Tisk. So, shouldn't I receive some compensation for that? What? The innocent Dante showed remarkable audacity in trying to deceive Sir Ron. It seems that in the future, when he gains control of the Hyran clan, he won't be backstabbed by Vermont's strategists. Ron was momentarily speechless at Jin's bold attitude. Moreover, I have provoked Dante more than any genius swordsman from Hyran or Vermont. Some of my efforts are fused into Dante's current achievements. Do you want compensation for that too? Yes. Haha. You're not a black dragon, but an evil dragon. You know what that means? It seems to mean that even if you cut me down before I stain Dante with more evil, I won't have anything to say. I won't be able to settle this with words. Honestly, I would like to kill you right now. But I'll refrain for the sake of my grandson. I'll let you live. That's your reward for corrupting Dante. That's not enough. Then, isn't it enough with just that? As the 12th flag-bearer of Runcandle who dared to propose a deal to the owner of the Sword Emperor's castle, leave that ceramics behind and go. Ron smiled as he said the rest. And also, hand over that ancient iron you agreed to receive as a reward for your recent mission to assassinate the Black Knight. If you want to keep on living, of course.